Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talk.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the
Pep Talk.
Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talks.
I'm literally coming. I'm
Pep
literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass
Pep Talks.
destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.
I see he was licking his Marco Rubio. Very, very unbecoming of him. Kickflip! Way to start the show. Hey, I owed somebody a redeem from yesterday, so figured why not start the show with it. How you doing, Anna? I'm not sure if you were here for the advent of the Tim Pepper bit, but man, I hope you were, because otherwise that's going to definitely lose its context. Hey, what's up, Bloodstone? How you doing? Welcome, welcome. Hey, yeah, I got to smoke with y'all, because I didn't even get a proper start to my day at all. How are you guys? Anna, how are you? You were not present yesterday. We had a very just chill stream, like... Was that yesterday? No. Well, yeah. Wait, kinda. Yeah. No, yeah, it was. Ish. Okay, so it became a bit, but I think that you might have been off stream for, God, what was it? Wednesday? Yeah, Wednesday. And then, yeah, it became a full bit yesterday because I did the redemption thing. You were recovering. Oh, man. Well, I hope you're feeling better. I hope that you're ready for some fun hijinks. I'll just do a quick recap of yesterday. Yesterday was, yeah, it was a lot of just Pep shenanigans. And yes, Tim Pepper, quick rundown. I think that you know Tim Pepper. Yeah, you definitely know Tim Pepper. I'm the most popular streamer ever. Did you know I was invited to the White House? Kickflip. I gotta get him I have to get like a little skateboard. Like that was one thing that I was talking to Unimoogle about, where she's like, I could technically sew like one of those little tech decks to him. I was like, might not be a bad idea. Anyway, I was in a ridiculous mood, and also I was in just a not wanting to cover anything as far as like the bullshit in the news. But today was a day of catching up, because I woke up to legit like I signed into Ground News, and I was like, whoa, this is the first day that there's no way I'm going to be able to cover it all. Especially then all of a sudden Trump and Elon go and do this press conference, which I have to cover again. Like, I have to just cover it because Trump treated it like a live stream, which is... I'm not sure if anybody caught that, if you guys were watching it, but holy crap, it was weird. It was, for Trump, it was weird. I mean, the press was super uncomfortable. Elon was uncomfortable, and it was fun to watch. And then, yeah, he just had a random black eye, and it was hilarious because it took forever for it to actually be addressed. So it's an elephant in the room situation where you're just like, is anybody gonna say anything? Anybody? And then when Trump finally gets it brought to his attention, he does not let us down. It is one of the funnier bits of his presidency. So let's at least enjoy the funny. Like, we can do that, right? Donald Trump confirmed what I said. Peace. What did he confirm? Okay, well, we're gonna watch it. You are all about that, man. You were mad that I didn't even really challenge you. That's the funniest part, man. Like, I didn't even challenge really what you were saying. I was just like, hey, per other news sources and just in general, your government, it was not being confirmed or denied, especially at that moment. And then now you're just like, oh, all these weeks later, look. I think I did bug. Like, did I bug you when I just asked, like, how does it feel to not be in the limelight anymore in the news? Because you seem to have answered that with, like, some level of sincerity that I was not expecting. So, just got to be honest on that one. I'm smoking my last free joint I got from Merryfest last month. Oh, I got $5 freebies and a 50. Yeah, see, that's the greatest when that happens. It was a few times ago, but I was about to like just leave, and they're like, wait, you're not done. I'm like, I'm not. I'm like, I have my ID back. Once you hand the ID back, that's usually when I'm done, especially when you hand me my bag of stuff. They're like, no, we have a goodie bag for you. I was like, oh. And it had like some little J's in there, and it also had like a what the hell was it? Because it had a lighter in there, some papers, like that was cool. The lighter was garbage though. I'm just gonna say this much. It was like one of those little circle lighters that like I don't know, man. It reminds me of like those really, really cheap ones you get from the gas station. It broke. It literally broke within the first few uses. But yeah, I actually, guys, I just bought tickets to go to a festival coming up here in. Oh, the torchlighters? Yeah, I call them the rigs. You can rig them. I don't like. No, because the thing is, how many times have you been handed one that somebody did what I did, where they just you hit it, it's like a. Oh man, that happened twice to me, and you know what? It was self-induced. I just kind of like got high and forgot that I did it. They don't light and they just burn. Yeah. Well, that's the other thing too. You can taste it. Like that's the time. Like even if you're smoking like a water, like something like a water pipe, like then it's like, ooh, what the? That tasted like butane. Yeah, don't use those cheap lighters, kids. They're not great. Oh, I'm not marked under politics today. Crap. That's right. I ended show with Just Chat because we were chilling. I gotta go back to politics. Less ad rev. But I gotta mark what I do, right? And we're covering the politics today. Make no mistake. This isn't. I know. This isn't the chill stream. Despite the fact that Stan is. He does not seem thrilled with it. What's up, buddy? Hi. Looking all cute back there. Look at him. I got so many papers. 3 lighters, candy. Yeah, candy. That was it. They gave us some like these little sweet tart things, and then they also gave us the I don't want to call them pills, but they were like I don't know. They were like single use. They were kind of good. I took one for a concert that I went to, and I was just like, ooh, okay, that was a good feeling. You got a free shirt? I got a hat. I got OBC, I think is. Yeah, I think it's the brand OBC. Seth, what up, dude? Politics, what everyone wants to talk about, but no one wants to talk about. Yeah, and that's kind of weird, because, like, isn't that kind of funny how you're like, I don't want to talk about politics, but then some, like, they always engage with you at the parties. Like, come on, let's be real. Ugh. What is going on? Why am I getting alerts now? Rain stopping. That's good. No, yesterday was like a specific. I don't know, man. I was so bummed. Oh yeah, Anna, you did not get to hear about this. I'm losing my third space. Like, this really sucks. The place that I play D&D, I pretty much, I purchase all my like nerd stuff from. Yeah, it sucks. And it's a family-owned store, and it just sucks. It really sucks. Right? It's like, be honest. You do. Yeah, exactly. Just say it. Just say that you want to, like, I don't know. I've had more people more willing to engage with me because I do this now, which is weird. I had one situation where I went to this party, right? Specifically, it was like the first party that I got to attend after I like kind of started getting some traction with this. And they, I guess, my buddy's sister had just started like following me, and I was like, oh, that's cool. And she's a right winger, and she just wanted to go off on politics, and I was expecting it to go very poorly, because I'm just like, oh boy, here we go. She's just gonna talk my ear off about how wrong I am. And then it was the opposite, where she's like telling me how I'm like changing her mind. I'm like, go on. Yeah, Anna. Oh no. Yeah, oh no. This business that just celebrated its 30th year, and it's directly tied to Trump's tariffs and what's going on with the cost of everything situation. So, LOL. I mean, God. Oh man, not sure if you guys saw, I have a members only video up right now. Sorry, Seth, don't believe you are a member, but it will be going live at 5 o'clock, and oh, in 2 minutes. Here, we got smoke. We're going to celebrate, gonna board that plane. I don't know, I forgot the second part that you say, but I'm gonna just say, and get the F out of here. Back into the realm of fun. Pack your bags. That's what it is. Pack my bags. Weird. I actually just got kind of excited for that, where I'm just like, oh, God. First of all, how dare you? Well, your number, I mean, Seth, Ichiban. It said I was going to stop doing that. Damn it. I lied. I really got to stop. Somebody's going to dare accuse me of appropriation. But it's literally the beer. It's actually good beer, too. Although, I like Kieran. Kieran's good. We've got a minute. Who wants to smoke? I do. This is that moment where it's just like, oh, guys. All right. How fun is this when you're hanging out and you got, you know, a nice little crew amongst you, and you kind of, you know, we got like the smoker crew, but then you do that thing where you're amongst the other like people that don't, and then you just kind of give each other the look like, eh? But it does that thing where it grows, and you're just like, oh, I'm only getting like one hit of this. But local 420, let's go. I just did the lighter dance. Do I have the lighter? I got the lighter. Let's be real. This is everybody's nightmare. Because let's put this in another realm for now, because then it goes, hey, you got a lighter? No! And then you're like, do you have... Here, use my glasses. We got the sun. Here. If you put it at this angle, it's going to burn, right? I've never actually tried that with my glasses. Would that work? I think they're UV protected, so I don't think that would work. But it's a lens, you say. Thank you for the redemption. I appreciate that. I'm just starting to realize how these points work. Oh, I forgot. Hold on. I gotta change Tim Pepper's point structure, because yeah, I totally screwed up and only made him 100. That to rewards. There we go. There we go. There we go. I feel like that's too much, though. Hold on. I was just like, I did 1,000. That's too much. Nah, let's do 500. I'll be fair. Because it's a fun bit. I don't mind doing it. There should be some kind of cost, to it. Giving you all this free entertainment, guys. I was about to use my points for Tim Pepper. Oh, all right. You get a freebie. I did start the show with him. Like, I literally, once I kicked the camera on, I was just like, it's time for the Tim Pepper show. Everybody said it was about to happen, but it is actually about to happen. I already have the top podcast. Now I'm here in spirit, taking over this guy's show. Get used to it. Kickflip. Oh, she actually, wow. All right. You get a full minute. All right, Tim. Here. Let's do a conversational. I have so many points. Okay, well, that's not fun anymore. Damn it. All right, Tim, let's spill the tea. All right. Well, you're a shit lib. I'm not a shit lib, dude. I have this thing where people misidentify us as shit libs. We're shit leftists. You took my insult. You have 65k points. Holy shit. I'll use them. I have got to figure out this voice. Okay. Been a minute. How you been? Hey, what up, Tree? How you doing? It has been a minute, so you might be very confused about what's going on right now. I did a thing over on Twitch where you can redeem to have the puppet brought out, which I'm not sure if you've met Tim Pepper. I'm Tim Pepper. I am the ultimate non-right-winger podcaster, but I'm number one. He likes to do poker and sushi with the boys. If you catch my drift. No, he's literally little take on Tim Pool if you don't get the bit. I hate that where I'm just like, I have to explain this for people that probably don't understand it. Yeah, but see his neat little beanie that can't come off, so it's literally, Do you think he just like eventually will have it like super glued on, or like he'll do that thing where it's like a second wait. Or do you think he'll actually like have like hair transplants eventually? Because you kind of got to wonder why he didn't do it. Although, don't you have to have, like, something to work with? And that's the rumor, is that he has, like, literally no hair. Accurate to Tim's life lore? Hey, I'm from Chicago. I'm from the streets of Chicago. You don't understand. You don't understand. It radicalized me. Wait, where's the camera? Did it? Who knows? All I know is I want that little skateboard for him. He needs a little He needs a little kickflip. Because right now I'm just using like the tag, so it's more implied, which you guys can't even see it. So, he will never have it, or he will have it surgically implanted to his head to have it never removed again. There is only that one picture. I brought this up before where it is kind of like odd. Like, only one picture, really? Also, at one point, why not just own it? Just shave all of the hair off. Just go like full bald, grow out a better goatee. Maybe that's it. Maybe he's insecure about like the way they grows a beard or something. Oh, he does have like a tiny little chin. I care so little when people mention his hair. Oh, I know. It's a joke. The thing is, yeah, I guess. You know what? The more you think about it, it is not as funny. Although, I don't know. No, because I just had to pump the brakes on that. I'm like, no, because he does. It's the hat. It's the fact he doesn't own it. It's where I was just saying, where it's like, just own it, dude. Moonlord presumably pulled Matilda on him after being fired on his way out and now it's permanently there. Oh. Got it. I see. I didn't know the lore behind it. Tim Pool does not exist. The beanie is is sentient. Oh, that's that's what this is. I am Tim Pool's sentient beanie. He wore a red beanie once, and it became me. I found this weird Chicago streamer that I could attach to, even though he's a shit leftist. Is that a good insult? Give me better insults for him. Tim Pool. God, I feel like I'm going a little nuts here. It's gone into meta territory. Tim Pool does not exist. You only have the beanie. And I'm sorry, you have 65k points. Well, just know that you can redeem a bunch of those for emotes and the Tim Pool, or Tim Pepper. I gotta get better about that. But all right, so we need to talk about what happened today with this weird ass press conference, and also here, you know what? Let's just bring up the news for this one, because let's see how they're reporting on this. PBS administration is suing Trump administration over defunding. What? Really, that's it? Just Musk appears in the Oval Office with a black eye. We're not gonna know, like, just say, like, how we... Okay, well, I'm gonna do some objective reporting on this then. Alright, so Joe Dirt vibes. Tim Pool does not exist. We already did that. Now I want to write a short story about it, and I need to watch more Tim. Don't do that. Don't do that to your brain. You don't need to cook your brain just for a bit. Leave that to me. Which, let's be real, I don't even put, like, the proper amount of work into getting, like, you know, some certain sources, because I know I'll have to, like, sit there and watch Fox News for too long, which I found out later. Okay, actually, this was pre me finding out that there's a service that you can literally just go to, and or like a website that has all these clips for streamers like me and the news. So, although you do have to pay for it, so one of those things. Ask his kid to hit him. I know, that's, yeah, it's wild. I'm not sure if you guys watched my little short, which go check that out. It's over on the it's on the channel here. Link it. Why is it not here? Yo, did they remove it? Oh, here it is. Oh, okay, so I can't... That's kind of funny. I can't share my members only content until it is public. Ain't that a bitch? Well, for the members over on YouTube, check out the members only content. You will start seeing more and more. No, he literally did, like, he pulled the Fight Club. I want you to hit me as hard as you can. Like, it's the... Dude, I hate to admit this, but me and my buddy did that. He just... God, we were so edgy, guys. Driving around in his beat-up Volvo station wagon, and we just had that conversation where it's just like, yo, like, you've been hit, right? And he's just like, no. I'm like, really? I'm like, it's not as bad. And like, it's not as bad as you think, you know? Somebody that had taken a few and I just told him, I'm like, it's about, like, just, yeah, it's kind of like playing slap fight. He's just like, wait a minute, what about if you, like, do the Fight Club where you get hit as hard as you can? I'm like, oh, you'll get knocked out. He's like, even if you take it, like, sideways? So it was just like, well, you want to test the theory? I gave him a nice little whack, and he he landed like right against his. I just remember because he had a like maroon Volvo that he like landed against so hard that again, when you dent a Volvo, that's an accomplishment. Yeah, and then he got mad at me, and I was just like, "You wanted this," so it was like the dumbest, and also just yeah, that's how that goes when you punch somebody in the face. Oh, smoke a Tide Pod. Coming in, getting... He wants to see the Tim Pepper. All right. God. Got to get some new material here. Well, you know what? Well, it's his bit. It's literally his bit. I do the news. I'm the news guy. Here, guys. Let's do the news with Tim Pepper. Let's see. Number one. Tell Pep to be a better producer. Come on, get with it. I'm sorry, Tim. I'm sorry. Jesus. Let's get it. I'm waiting. I need the news. Man, he's a feisty little Pepper. Look at you. You can do your job. Musk appears in office with a black eye. It must have been a leftist. It's always a leftist. It's always the leftists. Or it was Zelensky. Zelensky came after him finally. I told you this was going to happen. Let's see. This is hard to do with my left hand here. Dude. Just the turn on me, I was just like, what the fuck? I was like, damn. All right. Leftist hook. Look at this poser. Look at him. I don't know why I would hire him, but he's here. You're watching the Tim Pepper Hour, or the Tim Pepper Show. Wait, Tim. God damn it, I can't get my bit right. Ah. This is the problem with live. What am I talking about, dude? If this wasn't live, I would have to do like so many takes of like just whatever the hell I'm trying to accomplish here. All right, so how would Tim Pool interpret? All right, PBS. Big Bird is suing Donald Trump. Why would he do this? Why would they do this? They're trying to indoctrinate the kids. Elmo! Not the best red puppet. Definitely not the best red puppet. We know who the best red puppet is. Wouldn't it be Pepcast IRL? Oh, there it is. Pepcast IRL. Oh. That's what that becomes? All right, that's actually not that bad. Oh, hey, I did a minute. Not that I'm actually timing it, but yeah. God. Maybe I should do 1,000. I think I'm going to do 1,000. I think I'm going to do 1,000. I hate to do this, guys. I'm going to do 1,000. Because otherwise, I feel like it is going to be Pepcast IRL, which, oh my God, at some point, this is going to... The nightmare that is when he finds, like, some of these clips. It's just like, look at this stupid leftist streamer. He has, like, a few viewers, and that's what they always do. It's like, he is so obsessed with you that he has a puppet. That's how a typical Tim Pool segment would start. Really? Then hard pivot into a casual conversational tone. Okay. Oh. Okay. That's actually not hard to do. It's almost like it follows a certain Pat Puppet is a riot. Well, I'm glad you enjoy it. It is definitely a now a staple bit. Just, again, I don't want to run it into the ground day 2. So, yeah, I'm going to do 1,000. I'm going to do 1,000 points because that is kind of wild when I think about it. Because, yeah. I can't believe it was 100. That was... Squishmouth's just like, I just redeemed 6 minutes of Tim Pepper. I was just like... I think I did it, though. I think I did commit to the bit. Enough to almost get to 6 minutes. Although I did the thing, which wasn't exactly fair, where I put Tim Pepper in the seat while I went and took a piss. So there we go. Much better. Much, much better. All right. 1K solid. Thanks. All right. Now I have a little bit more confidence in that. Man, I was trying to do like a more serious stream today, and yeah, that's going real well. What are we? Yeah, almost 40 minutes in, and I'm pretty sure that I just did the equivalent of a Pee Wee Herman's political hour. How boring. Who wants to talk about politics? Not the best Pee Wee. I can't do that thing with my voice. Like, it actually hurts. The fact we haven't been utilizing Tim Pepper more is a travesty. More Tim Pepper. He's been back there the entire time. You realize that? Like, literally, I think that since I started my first stream, he's been here. Or wait, I might have actually debuted him like the week after my first, but yeah, he's been a staple. Just like Pee Wee Herman voice is a Fred Durst, but subdued. Wait. No. Because my Fred Durst is a little bit... Well, I guess it would be nice. Oh, God, that song is a banger, though. Yo, you guys! We're gonna go to the bar, get in a fight, and hit someone! That song got me into metal. Yeah, I think it got me into metal, too. I hate to admit that, but yeah. I just remember my mom, she found it, and she's just like, do you know what Stinkfinger is? I'm like, no. She's like, well, I'm throwing this away. I was like, oh. Damn it. So I had to go rebuy that one. She also threw away Take Your Pants Off and Jacket. She's like, you thought I wouldn't understand that? Okay, my mom was a little bit of the Christian mom from the 90s, like, stereotype, I hate to say. She found me watching Howard Stern, and it happened to be one of the segments where they were having like a mud wrestling type of deal, and she took my CRT TV away for a couple weeks. That sucked. I don't know why this sticks out so much in my mind, but she also made me late for a VHS return to Hollywood Video, because I had Friday because it was one of those CRTs that had the VHS in it. So my mom took that, and she racked up a late fee that she made me pay. That sucked. When mom picks up the CRT, you done fucked up. That's all I had. You guys don't understand. We didn't have phones. Like, there was none of that. And that's what sucked. My mom, like, she had a really shitty computer that, like, barely connected to the internet. So it was just, like, not even worth it. So I had to go, like, watch TV in the common room. Where the family was. Oh, God. The good old days. Commoner TV. Ew. It's like, dude, I just remember, like, we had to watch. That's how I got introduced to Anderson Cooper, was from the show The Mole, because that was what my mom was watching at that time, and that's what we watched, and I was just like, all right, I guess I'm watching this weird game show with you. 30 minutes to load a pair of boobies. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, again, the good old days. Hey, you know what? There's something to be said, though. Somebody actually pointed that out, where they're like, yeah, you're like the last generation that had, like, this weird like you had everything, but it came like way later in life, like as far as like cell phones and all that shit. I was just like, yeah. But they're like, you also had. Oh shit! I got 2 streams up right now. Oh, hold on, guys. I gotta fix this. Oh, that explains what's going on. It's putting people into a waiting room and then they're leaving. Oh. Oh no. Oh no, 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 no. Yeah, get out of here. Fuck. Oh, I can't believe I did that. What happened? Okay, so Inside Baseball. When I loaded up my my OBS, apparently it started 2 streams, and one of them has a waiting room. Well, Miss Alice, hi, bye. Hi, bye. Oh, well, I'm glad that you got number 1 with that one message. That's kind of funny. Oh, where's Carlitos? So he can make fun of us for enjoying a boomer function, which, you know what? It is the most boomer function, and the fact that like Facebook did this years ago it is kind of funny where YouTube's just like, we're playing catch up, I guess. I don't know. I don't know. They want more chatters to be engaged with YouTube. I did have like again, little inside baseball. I did have a email where they were just like, here's how you can get more chat engagement, and do you have any feedback? And my main feedback was like, shorten the gap. Like, you guys have to get with Twitch on that one. Like, you guys, it's ridiculous how long it takes to have a message pop up, and then for me to be able to respond to a message, because there is a delay. Like, I understand some delay, like having a 4-second delay, that's fair, but I've caught this thing going to 6, which is insane. That's for Robin stopping in. Oh, wait. Oh, did Robin just, like, leave? I'm sorry, I missed that. Damn. Oh, stopping by to say hi, hit the like button, but in a few minutes, I'm off to dinner with friends. Oh, Robin, okay, cool. That would explain why my multi-stream is literally split right now. Hold on, guys. I gotta reset my OBS. I can do this without ending stream, though. I think. Here, I'm gonna disappear for a second. Reset. Reset. And reset. There we go. And there we go. And there we go. And then we got to stand back. Okay, cool. We're good. Oh, that's your emote. Oh, I just realized that. That's a good... I like that one. Actually, you know what? I should make that a goal. Where for... If you guys do, like, join the memberships, I will start customizing you your own emotes. That could be fun. Because I know with this channel point system, they actually opened a lot more of that stuff where they're just like, yeah, you can do all sorts of incentives now. I'm like, oh, neat. In my most Midwestern of ways. Oh, that's very neato. Oh, boy. Oh, boy, guys. Did you know that they're going to give me a whole bunch of free stuff? Oh, boy. Oh, speaking of, you want to go to the Midwest? I'm going to have to take me a trip to the Minnesota. Land of Lakes. I'm gonna have to go to the Mall of America, yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, don't you know? No, for real though. Apparently they are bringing the Japanese ride of that is right now exclusive to Japan of Godzilla, where it's one of those motion rides, but it's one of like the 3D motion rides. Yeah, I really want to take like a trip and go do it, but This sucks because I might not be able to. With my concussion history, I've been pretty much grounded from doing anything fun. And trust me, man, like I'm not one of those weirdos that like doesn't like roller coasters. Sorry, if you don't like roller coasters, I don't mean to call you a weirdo. That was a little mean. I do like roller coasters. They're awesome. Wait, Mitesh, what just happened here? Why did Mitesh's messages go away? Wait a minute. What? Hold on, guys. Now that's a problem. What the hell? Hold on, guys. I gotta check something. Alright, weird. Why is this not working then? All right. All right, Natasha, I'm not sure if you're listening right now, but just so you know, there's a weird thing going on over on YouTube where there's a little glitch where all of your messages disappeared. Like, they didn't like. It's just weird because it's only a few of them. Okay. I think I'm gonna have to go through my OBS here again. This sucks. Oh, you know what? I know what happened. I know exactly what happened. I updated my computer yesterday, right after I ended stream, and this tends to happen like right away, where whatever Windows has like a brand new update, it takes Streamlabs like a few days to finally like catch up, and yeah, the glitches that happen over here are insane. I might have to get like a backup just in case that if this starts like being a hardcore problem, then yeah. Either way, gotta love streams. Wait. Oh. Is to be elevated at all times. Okay, so get this shit. All right, real quick, story time. Story time with Pep. So today, I got specially selected, guys, from the IDPH, which is the Illinois Department of Health and Health Services. And yeah, it's kind of interesting because they were like, we will give you X amount of dollars for doing this survey. And I was like, you know what? Sure. And I was like, as long as it's not one of those online surveys, because honestly, I hate those. And it was literally a call-in survey where they call you back, and so it was kind of cool. I got to do this survey for the state, and a lot of the questions, I gotta say, were kind of funny. Specifically when they were going into cannabis use, alcohol use, and then tobacco use. Because just from them asking me, I was just like, oh, it seems like this seems wild that you guys would just imply that most people are doing this, and apparently people kind of feel the same way I do, where I think that alcohol use is on the rise, guys. I'm just going to go out on a limb with some of the reactions I was getting. But this is one of my favorite parts. when I do something with like a bureaucrat or like a service like that is if I can get a laugh from the person conducting it, that's how I know I'm like, all right, this is a good space. And also, I think that I had fun. So it was worth my time. And also, it was wild when they were just like asking specifically how much, where I'm like, oh. When it came to like the cannabis stuff, I was just like, this is crazy. Like, because you have to remember, like any census or anything that I have ever done, that would have never come up because it was still illegal. So, Aylin, what up? High Day Friday. Oh, I like that. High Day Friday with Pep. Ooh. All right, Aylin coming in with the heat. Appreciate that. Thank you. The delay is why I've switched largely from YouTube to Twitch. Yeah, I've had a few people kind of tell me that, where they're just like, yeah, consistently, it's actually easier to watch you on Twitch. I'm like, oh, but then again, you know, as long as you guys are popping in over on YouTube, hitting that like button, which I see that we have a few people over there that have not hit that like button yet. Come on, guys. Help out the stream, especially early on in this first hour. It really helps me out when you guys hit that like button. I wish I didn't have to beg, but I'm going to because I'm a YouTuber. So that's how that goes. No, for real, guys. I appreciate it. Also, sub to the channel if you haven't already. I noticed that like they gave me a new little peek into like how many people watch me versus how many people are subscribed. You know, we have a lot of returning viewers that are not subscribed. I'm not sure what's going on there, if you're just trying to like save your algorithm or I really have to earn it. But yeah, if you're not subbed to the channel yet and you're watching my content daily, I must ask, but why? I must know. No heat. It's a Benjamin. Ah. Oh, speaking of Benjamin. I wanted to hit that, but every time see the bear, I want to hit that. Not that funny, but also it is funny because think about it. Every time you see that, you're just like, Oh, wait a minute. I think that I asked myself internally the age-old question. I mean, it's not too original. Bud or booty? I think I'm gonna go with the half-baked approach here, where it's just like, I love Mary Jane. I love me some pussy. The fact that that's the last line dropped on the movie is pretty great. God, that movie. It's so wild too because like I just recently watched it again, and just seeing Jim Brewer, it's so disappointing. You want to talk about the hardest fall? Like I used to be a pretty big Jim Brewer fan. He used to go on Opie and Anthony a lot. He used to tell really fucking funny stories, and he was not political. Like he would not talk about politics. And then all of a sudden, like his wife got cancer, and then he did this weird, like hard right pivot, and like just became insufferable during COVID. And like, yeah, bud or booty, porque no los dos. I mean, porque. Yeah. It's okay. Yeah, we'll do both. Why not both? I still appreciate that. Bro, I literally didn't even recognize that. Half as from half baked at first. Like recognize them later. Yeah. Oh yeah. You didn't recognize them. Yeah. I mean, yeah. It's It's just so funny. It's just like, I'm not gonna do what everyone thinks I'm gonna do, man. And freak out, man. All I'm asking is who's coming with me? Who's coming with me, man? And Jan's just like, I'll go with you. Jan! Thank you, Jan. Yeah. And then we were boyfriend, girlfriend, and she's like, well, yeah, I'm like, total lesbian. Is oh man. Yeah. Oh fuck. If you haven't seen Half Baked, see that. You got to see that movie. My favorite part about my copy of Half Baked is the fact that I have it in a Blockbuster case because it was the last movie that I knowingly was just like, I'm gonna joint this because they were going out of business. I'm like, why would I return this? And they didn't charge me for it, so it worked out. Aged Like Milk, left out in the counter. Wait, it's a classic. Yeah, I mean, does it have some like fine or like age, like you said, aged milk? Yeah, it did have some, you know, sour, some sour points, but no, overall it's not one of the worst ones. It's not like Ace Ventura where I get literally uncomfortable at the end. God, there's a few of those movies. American Pie. I think that American Pie is going to be one of those. Not the movie, Jim's career in politics. Oh, yeah. No, it's insane. His career too. Let's be honest. Like, his career took a massive dive when he started just placating to right-wing audiences. Because realistically, he did that to him. Like, he didn't need to. That's what's wild. He could have just kept up with just... fuck. Is 57 with a wife and 3 kids? Yes. Okay. What about it? What does that... What merit does that have to anything? You know? Like... If you like his comedy, that's fine. Even as a right winger, like if the pivot worked for you, that's fine. I'm just trying to be objective here and be like, no, dude, like the comedy doesn't hit. Like, and it's not just because I'm a left leaning person or a leftist, as you will say. But in comedy specifically, where it's like, no, I really tried. I try to take that out of it, man, because funny's funny. That's what I try to say, and I get really mad when people get, like, their first instinct is to get angry at the fact that internally they laughed at something from somebody that they hate. That happens. I was a sucker and bought stacks of DVDs for $1 each when Hollywood went. Yeah, so did I. Same with Blockbuster. But, like, the thing is, Blockbuster at one point went to entirely, like... photo cases for a while there, and there was only like a few that had like the old school Blockbuster case, which that's kind of wild that became like now I'm nostalgic for it. I gotta find that, man. Yeah, I personally found him at least more funny before. Now he's just cringe. Yeah. Oh, again, see, this is where I can just say about Jim Breuer, like, just if you want to see funny Jim Breuer and like just long for a simpler time, look up when he was on Opie and Anthony talking about the pizza guy. That shit was hilarious because it's like it's a saga of like I think 2 or 3 different appearances where he's just like, all right, guys, we have Jim Breuer on the show and we just gotta ask what's going on with pizza guy, and he's just like, oh, I got some stories for you, man. And he actually, like, the funniest part is like for not smoking weed, he really does talk like Brian. That like was one of his funnier bits, just like, are you stoned? No, I just look like this. which, yeah. I'm still trying to figure out why Edgewax was just like, here, I'm going to drop this little nugget where it's just like, it's just so factual. I'm not used to that where it's just like, Jim Brewer is 57 with a wife and 3 kids. Wait, Edgewax, are you a bot? Oh, that seems like it's prompted. And like when, yeah, wait. That's not even a good bot if that is. That's wild. Because that would be a really stupid prompt. That's like 1987 prompt. Fire in the bowl. Man, you guys are going for it today. I'm trying to take it easy. I'm gonna fire up at Mountain Time 420, but right now I'm gonna kind of chill, finish my coffee. I need to get something to eat today. That's something I have been neglecting. Yesterday, a chicken carbonara, but that's pretty much it. Twitch. Give me a second. Where's this one? Update. There you go. Holy crap. Sorry, I was getting angry. All right, let's do the news thing. Let's watch this Trump thing, because this is very funny. You're finishing your joint, then going to the dispo. I did the... Actually, you know what? Fun little fact about that video that I released today. I was in my garage, and I was smoking a J right before I filmed that, so... I was feeling pretty good, and also... While I was smoking it, I was watching that press conference, and I was just like, what the fuck did I just watch? So hence the new format, guys, where I was just like, I'm just gonna, whatever. Why am I hiding from my own shorts? Like, that's the weird thing that I did, because when I first started this channel, I started doing this thing where I was like making cat videos, because I'm like, oh, I'll get new viewers, which... I did, but that kind of damaged my channel a little bit, because at the beginning I had so many people following thinking like, oh, this guy's just cat videos. This guy has really good cat videos. And then it was just like, politics, leftist politics, what? Yeah, so that kind of was not cool. But yeah, we're going to see more of that kind of content, little news updates. I'm going to try and do like little Saturday updates. You know, little 2-minute videos here and there. Also, I'm gonna do a few, like, I don't know, man. I'm not sure if you guys are interested in this, but there's a new wave of, like, not just Gamergate, but like Comicsgate, and I think that this might... It doesn't feel organic. It feels like this one's being manufactured by a very subsect of the right wing, where they're just like... with every because they're trying to use like the public's changing dynamic on LGBTQ issues, and they're just like, we feel like we need to be more represented in comic books and like video games. And you got Disney, who actually is capitulating to this after they fired Kathleen Kennedy. They're going for like these boring Jedi stories, like, that's again just Luke okay, we're getting the Luke Skywalker stuff. Like, I have a feeling that once they get this stuff, they're still gonna hate it, because that's just how Star Wars fans are. Let's be real. Actually, there's a video I wanted to watch later in the show specifically about that, how nobody hates Star Wars more than Star Wars fans. But yeah, here I want to watch this Donald Trump thing, but I also don't want to get high halfway through the thing, so we're gonna start it at 5:20. So at 5:20, my local time, I'm CST, Central Standard Time, as it should be standard. So let's just say at the 20 minute mark, or the 20-minute mark of the hour. Jeez, can't get that out. We'll be covering the Donald Trump bit. But before that, let's chill. Because, yeah. trying to be a little bit more responsible when I'm recording these things. Because, I'll be honest, I was doing some editing the other day. Yes, I know. Editing, weird, on a Pep Talks video. But I realized that, yeah, there was just too much there. And I realized that, yeah, I smoke a little too much on camera, where it's like, oh, this really disrupted the whole entire, like, bit, or like the entire, not bit, entire segment. As an original trilogy Star Wars fan, don't call me out like that. I love OT Star Wars. It's not a call out. Like, trust me, I'm not. I've been longing for something like that, especially after like the end of Mando. Like, I don't hate legacy characters and I don't hate legacy stories, but it's just one of these things, man. Like, Andor was such a breath of fresh air. Also Skeleton Crew. Like, Skeleton Crew was low-key one of the better Star Wars projects that they've had out recently, where I was just like, damn, I really enjoyed it. But yeah, it I don't know. They called it woke, I called it taking chances. And that's one of the things that I'm already pissed off that we keep getting remakes upon remakes, and everything has to be within an IP that's already established. You know, that's getting old. You know, it's not, everybody talks about comic book movie burnout. I think that this is like IP burnout, man. Like, I think, again, I saw it with Indiana Jones. People are getting burnt the fuck out on all of these characters and just these stories. We want to see new stuff. That's why I've again been finding myself really enjoying like the Jack Quaid movies that he's been putting out. I just watched Novocaine and I just watched Companion, and both of those were refreshing. Companion, I'll admit, was a little played out, where it's like, okay, literally, like, what would happen if there was an advanced AI in a robot that didn't know that it was necessarily a robot? Like, not the most original story, but the way they did it was really, really good. There was an lol, I'm teasing, because it's true. I got so burnt out by Menace that I haven't tried one since. Really? Phantom Menace wasn't that bad. Like, in retrospect, it's not that bad. And the thing is, it's made for kids. Like, maybe that's why it wasn't that bad to me. Although, we're about the same age. It's really weird. What did you not like about it? Like, outside of Jar Jar Binks and, like, those bullshit shenanigans, honestly, watching it back, it's a good start. Which is even weirder, because as an adult now, I actually appreciate, like, the political side of it, where it's like, it starts with the trade blockade and, like, the boring shit, the stuff that I hated as a kid. I'm like, why do they have to be talking about politics? Get to the lightsabers, damn it. Indiana Jones and a walker. I mean, that last movie was rough. And the CG already doesn't hold up. They just played it on something. It was like on HBO or something, and I was just like, it does not look good. Midi-chlorians ruined my entire spiritual factor. Really? I mean, I just see it as having, like, whatever. Well, okay. Yeah, midi-chlorians are... Well, okay. Wow, you really are one of the OGs. Like, you were one of the OGs just like, this makes everything suck. I think that they did something in depth. I mean, it's Star Wars in 2025, so what they've done is there's either a Legends continuity thing where they are trying to adopt it or will adopt it later, because they've done most of that. Yeah, I could see that. I could see it. Wow. So you didn't see any of the new ones? Like, you didn't see Last Jedi or Force Awakens? See, Force Awakens was not bad, and everybody was so pissed. They're like, it was just a remake of A New Hope. I'm like, no, it was a revisit, which, if you're going to do that kind of thing, not the worst way to do it, especially introducing new characters. Like, it's so weird how everybody complains about, like, things being derivative, and then they get really, really mad when things didn't match up because they were expecting it to be derivative. That's why they made the last one the way they made it, because they were just like, oh, the last one was too, it it was way too much. Like, it was too divisive. Perception is people's demise on particular thought galaxies, perhaps? What? What fate does it take to be a Jedi? If there's a genetic factor to it, it's a slippery slope to eugenics. No, I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say that. Well, I mean, if it's gonna be that, because like the way it does, like manifest in everybody. Everybody has like a certain level of, you know, metachlorian count. That's why they're able to detect like who has, you know, more ability with the Force or more connection with the Force. Or you're right, no, because that does take away from the fact that it's like, yeah, what about the people that were just like they felt the spiritual aspect? Well, then it's the metachlorians guiding. I don't fucking know. The older I get, the more I am less inclined to be like, yeah, you know what, I'm gonna make this make sense. It's like, dude, they make laser sounds in space in a vacuum. I'm okay. Like, it's stupid fun. Grossed me out so bad as a kid. Really? Wow. Star Wars did change. It did. Those franchises are dying because they didn't change. Star Wars is changing. Well, no, that's why I mean, like, yeah, Andor brought in a whole new, like, level of Star Wars fandom that I had not seen before. Like, for real. Star Wars is, like, the most popular I've seen it in years. And it's, like, so I can say this just because of my third space that's closing. But, yeah, K2SO stuff, like the stuff from Rogue One, all of that disappeared with specifically Andor Season 2, man. Like, they came in and bought all of it. Actually. I may have been one. I bought this back when Rogue One came out. I feel like putting them somewhere. Well, K2SO. K2 rules. Also, just a little nerd aside, they have a game that's kind of like Warhammer, like Star Wars. K2 and Cassian are very, very, very good characters because they're infiltrators and tanks, essentially. So, y'all need Dr. Ganj philosophical thought patterns and tune into Swamp Weed Thing. That would be me. Like, if I turned into Swamp Thing, I would just look like a dude in a ghillie suit, but it's all pot leaves. It's like, you smell that? It's just like, no. What are you talking about? All right, here. We're 5 minutes out, guys. 5 minutes out until we get to the fun times. I need a better title for this stream. What are we doing here? Elon beaten and broken. No. Here, let's do Trump and Elon's weird press conference coverage. There we go. I'm high as Wu-Tang gets. Let us. Damn, dude. Yeah, I was that way earlier. I gotta be real. Smoked me a nice little J. as I said, got inspired to make that video after breaking my rule and watching that press conference. Let's do it live. Matash, what up, dude? Hey, real quick, I'm not sure if you were here for it, but I just need you to check on your end, maybe. Anything that was, I'm not sure if it was the super chats or what, but I have this weird blank message here from you, and I have a few of them, so I'm just wondering what the hell YouTube did. So I don't know what the hell is going on that. The new high is overthinking media. Or wait. Wait, I meshed those two together. That actually kind of worked. The new high is overthinking media and shiz. Don't you know? Yeah. Overthinking media. This is why I try to stay uplifted, is overthinking media. Yeah. I mean, I'm trying not to overthink it. I hope that you guys are, like, finding some comfort here with that, where it's just like, no, guys, let's chill out and... Oh. All right, hold on. Here we go. I got a better one. You did not send any super... No, it was 20 hours ago. I got myself worked up over 20-year-old Star Wars trauma again. Well, again, if there's one thing that you should watch, it's definitely Andor. Andor is so good. It really is. Like, start with season 1, and then finish with Rogue One, and then I have a feeling that it won't ruin anything for you, because it has so little to do with the prequel trilogy. Like, there's no battle... Wait, are there? Do they use battle droids? I can't remember. I don't want to say this because I can't remember if they used battle droids in season 1. I don't think they did. I'm pretty sure that they go entirely away from all the battle droids. Yeah, no, they totally do. Jar Jar Binks. I mean, I got a friend that legitimately wants Darth Jar Jar to be a thing, so I'm not sure. It's just... All right. Oh, hey, we're there. Mountain time. I'm glad that I looked up. Holy shit. I just realized my alarm's not working. It's because it died. That makes sense. Need to go get 2 watch batteries. That's fun. Huh. Cool. What up, Pun Pun? How you doing? The idea of rebelling against a shitty government is appealing. The thing that I also... What I like is how, The Mandalorian explores just how the universe, or like the galaxy, would not be perfect if the rebellion had one, and how it does turn into another nightmare bureaucracy that also starts like folding in on itself. Like, they have some really good commentary there. Because I like the fact that that's why Leia leaves excuse me, that's why she leaves the Republic and starts the new rebellion against the First Order because, you know, they get complacent again. They start saying, like, the First Order can't exist. These Imperial cells don't exist type of thing. It's just, yeah. Addicted to video games? Oh. That's a real thing, man. You gotta be, like, people gotta be careful with that. I got a buddy who's got a kid that he just turned 30, and it's a problem. I don't need more of that DS9 messed up pretty bad. Really? I just started watching DS9 again, and I gotta say, like, I'm finding a new enjoyment for it. Again, I covered this yesterday, but Cisco, I actually have to appreciate Cisco. Like, I'm gonna just say, I appreciate Cisco a lot more than I did the first time watching it when I was a kid. Because, I don't know, he was always kind of weird. Like, he still is. Like, let's put it this way. Avery Brooks, as an actor, has some tics that, like, he gets, like, really close. Like, he's got, like, Vincent D'Onofrio in that Law and Order show. Is his kid 30? Yeah. Well, my buddy's, you know, older. Yeah, that happens. But yes, his kid is 30, lives at home, does not have any intention of leaving, which is wild. And yeah, literally has nothing to look forward to. So, like, I don't know. Whatever. I try not to be that involved where it's just like, I just hope that there was something to be said about the way that my dad handled some things with me, where it's just like it did light a fire under my ass. He may not have been the, you know, nicest person, but is it without someone being a demigod goddess of some sort, perhaps? Wait. I thought they had brought down the Empire and had some kind of Republican form of government. That's what kind of happened. Yeah. It's essentially like, what if... no, it's essentially what if centrism won? Because they're trying to do this thing where they're trying to be like, we don't want to radicalize anybody that was part of the or like that lived under the Empire that might have saw that the Order was, you know... Because that's also part of the problem that starts developing is there's like these space routes where like piracy becomes a huge problem. That's why Han Solo is doing what he's doing in Force Awakens. Again, Force Awakens on its own, it's a good continuation of the story, and I gotta say, I really do appreciate where it ended up. So, Deep Space Nine took me some time to get into. Still haven't watched all the episodes. Yeah, I mean, I've never watched all the episodes. That's why I started at episode 1. But I forgot about this. It's episodic. Like, it's not like Villain of the Week or it's actually like a good binging show where like it continues each episode after each episode, and then yeah, it has some like special episodes, I guess. But no, man, I really enjoy Deep Space Nine. Also realizing that it is essentially an allegory for Israel-Palestine is just like wild to think about it that way, but you're like, oh shit, it is. I mean, the literal space station, the wormhole, all of it. It's just like, oh, the Cardassians versus the Bajorans. That's fair, Mitesh. That's how the Maquis, you know, Hamas. It really finds its footing as a show in 2 or 3. Yeah. Well, I don't know. I appreciate season 1. I thought it was pretty organic, like the way that they went from Next Generation. You get your like 1 or 2 episodes where they got Picard in it, and then you get the episode where you like the episodes you fall like you really appreciate Miles again, which is so cool. Like, I always appreciated the fact that he was like the guy that they took where it's like, dude, he was such a tertiary character where like you'd almost call him like a third stringer. But man, that's cool. That's not how you spell Kardashians. Or Cardassians. Cardassians. There isn't a that's also a difference. I'm gonna be that guy. I have to be that guy. Space opera. do be best opera. I mean, yeah. All right, so what's everybody's thoughts on Firefly? Because we all know that Joss Whedon sucks, but Firefly's such a good show. At least in my opinion. I never cared for Picard. You never really? Interesting. Were you like a big Kirk fan then? Because like that's the thing. I was not that big of a Kirk guy. Kirk was always kind of pretentious, man. And it's because my first exposure to him was the movies. I'm pretty sure it was actually Generations. I hate to say this, but it's kind of true. No. It was an undiscovered country. Last Voyage. Wait, Last Voyage? Voyage Home? Voyage Home. Whatever one has the whales. I remember that one being like the first one where my buddy's just like, you need to see this one. It's a good one. I'm like, okay. You like Pike? Nice. Wow. So do you like Strange New Worlds then? Yeah. I like Strange New Worlds. It's a good show. It's just wild how they like did a hard aesthetic pivot. I don't know why. Maybe it's the nostalgia factor for me at this point, but I kind of wish like this is why Picard worked for me is because God, when the last episode when they get that Enterprise back, like dude, that was whew. That's all I needed. Wish Marshall Barrett had gotten to be number 1. Gene was trying. Yeah, that would have been nice. She was cool. I mean, whatever. She has her place of forever being in Star Trek. Although it is so kind of disappointing to know like just how much Gene Roddenberry cheated on her and like how it was like a huge thing and like everybody knew. Like, that's unfortunate. But she pulled a Rita Marley and was just like, nah, you know what? I still love him and I'm going to uphold his legacy. So you also got to say there's something there. Like that's love. Damn it, Gene. When I found that out, I was so disappointed. I was just like, oh. And you know what? Oh, this is the funniest part. So you know when you're like in high school and or God, this actually might have been middle school. When you get like that assignment where they're just like it's a biographical assignment on one of your favorite people. Mine was on Gene Roddenberry, and that's when I learned that, and I was just like, oh. And get this, the first one I did when I was in elementary school was on Walt Disney. I found some not so great quotes when I was like, oh no. And then, yeah, I also had a cousin that, he funny enough, he became a priest, but I don't know, his politics, like when he was growing up, seemed pretty left-wing, because he was even just like, yeah, he's kind of racist, dude. It's like, when Vernon did similar for Bob Fosse. Now I don't know who you're talking about. Now you're doing those things where it's like deep cuts. I appreciate your knowledge, but damn. Newest Star Trek for me was Lower Decks. It is hilarious. I do love the Lower Decks crew. Again, Jack Quaid. Man, that guy. He just decided, he's like, I'm going to go and become a freaking just bona fide movie star. And, yeah, also that just means that everything you see him in now is just like, yeah. Jensen Ackles did that too. Where all of a sudden, like with Supernatural, you go back and you realize he's in so many like schlocky ass horror movies. You're just like, but it's got Jensen Ackles in it. Broadway choreographers. Oh, right. Fosse, right. My mom took my sister to see Fosse. I just realized that. I think I know I'm gonna get my sister for her birthday this year. Get her a nice framed Fosse poster. Hell yeah. Alright, well, I just figured that out in real time. Wouldn't that be a bitch if she actually, like, this is the day that she just, like, decides to watch? It's like, so. She would do that to me, too. All right, guys, I've still unlocked enough. Now the question, do I go get my water now? Yeah, you know what? Just make it easy on myself. Here we go. Protein shake. By the way, these are really good. Nuri. Do you think that they're when they had their pitch meetings for marketing, they were just like Nuri in a hurry, and then they were just like, "That's a little too on the nose, guys." It's like, yeah. Alrighty. What happened to Jenny Craig? Did Jenny Craig just like fall off, or did she just gain all the weight back and then that became a problem? So I don't see Jenny Craig anymore. That would be wild if that's actually what happened. It's like, yeah, she they found out that those meals actually give you a heart attack. So very hard to be addicted to video games when back gets tired and I want to lay down and rest. Well, I mean, I'm here for the for that portion of things too. If you've got your headphones and all that. I'm just picturing you literally just like you have your game headphones and you're like, must lay down, still have pep talks. I wonder that was. All right. You guys ready? Let's do a segment. Let's do this. Playback time. Go. All right, so I covered this in one of my recently released shorts because I couldn't believe my eyes and what I had just seen. Trump and Elon Musk had a press conference that is just, it really is kind of beyond belief. And this is right after a wave of news hit where they were talking specifically about like some White House leaks about Elon Musk specifically having issues with Stephen Miller. And there was a whole rumor about Stephen Miller's wife walking out with Elon Musk. And I guess there's a possible, Hollywood scandal type of behavior there. Allegedly. I'm trying to be very careful with this one because I saw Keith Edwards. I think it's Keith Edwards. He was, dude, like, he went full on with like the YouTube thumbnails. He went on with the titling, all of it, where he just essentially just went like, Elon steals Stephen Miller's wife. It was just like, whoa, that's irresponsible. So, but yeah, that is something that did in fact go around, and they were saying that yes, in fact, she did leave. So it's not as salacious as you think. It's not like she arm in arm went out with Elon, but there is like a rumor that they have something else going on, and that here's what I don't understand. The basis of the rumor is that Stephen Miller himself did this as a plant situation where it's like, or what is it called? Honeypotting or something like that, where it's like, he uses his wife as the honeypot for Elon Musk and she seduces Musk and then they use him for their gain. That's the theory. And then now you got people adding their little, drama sauce to this where they're just like, no. And then it's spiraled out of control because she actually found out that she has feelings for Elon and she looked at Stephen Miller and did in fact realize that he is a ghoul. And now there's an actual thing there. It's like, interesting. Stephen Miller absolutely does not get off to women, allegedly. Again, that was just one story. You had more stories come out at the same exact time, specifically about his drug usage, which this one got me because I was like, okay, we all knew about this. It had already been kind of leaked to the press, but the way this one leaked, I was just like, this is Stephen Miller. Like, this is all alleged. This is all just a pep talks, thinking his little thoughts, but I'm pretty sure that Stephen, come on, the timing. Turn into Alex Jones here. The timing is it's just too convenient, man. Too convenient when I see it. Because think about it. Like, this embarrassing news comes out about Stephen Miller's wife, specifically with Elon Musk. And then all of a sudden, they're talking about his drug usage and just how much worse it actually is. And this is coming from leaks from the White House. Like, that's the one thing that was verified, was that these were, in fact, from the White House. So now you're having the trouble in paradise scenario right after Elon announces that he's leaving the Trump team. So then fast forward to literally today, and you got this. You got Elon striking his full mannequin pose. I mean, holy crap. Can this guy be any more of a robot? I mean, let's be real. He wants to be, but also, just to finish up on the alleged drug use, when I heard the amount and what he's taking, they're talking about ketamine mixed with psilocybin mushrooms, mixed with, oh God, what was the other one? Adderall. And it was just like, dude, that kind of cocktail, that's insane. That's insane. And that, again, kind of explains what we already knew here. So, but all right, let's get into this train wreck and also see this guy that doesn't know what to do with his hands, and it has total cuck energy. Like, dude, doesn't he have the energy of a kid that just got talked down and told to shut the F up and this is what you're going to do? Like, doesn't he? Oh,
fantastic job. He didn't need this. He didn't need it. And,
that's not my audio. That's the AP audio. Hold on.
Hello, President Trump.
Government's a little bit nasty, Peter. You haven't noticed that. You've had a charmed life, right?
You tell me.
Very charmed. I think you've had a charmed life. I think what I'll do, if you don't mind,
You had a charmed
numbers
life.
have just come out, which are rather extraordinary, and I thought I'd play a tape of one of the people who I've respected over the years, from Joe Kiernan. And
All right, so we got Trump doing one of the. Can you bring out the laptop? I want to do a little segment here. I love this guy from Fox News. I also watch this guy, Pep Talks. He has a great format. I kind of want to copy his format, but I don't have the time to go into it and get myself a streaming setup. So you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to use everybody else's microphone, and I'm going to just ask my aide here to bring the laptop, and we're going to watch a great segment here. Look.
Rick Santelli, this just came out, and we'll just play that for a second.
Personal
Very much the vibe of stand up there, hold still and shut up.
income is up 0.8%.
He's actually that.
That is almost
Oh my God! He's just sitting there. He's just like,
triple
hold
the
on.
expectations.
That's a big number. Look at that big rebound. That's a huge rebound, right?
The income.
Look at that. Look at that.
Numbers, really, for the first 4 months
Say what you will, this
of the year,
guy.
they're stellar. They're really stellar. I mean, I could go back and look at the first 4 months of many different years. Really,
I didn't think this one through. I kind of want to see it. I mean, I wanted to watch the news. I wanted to show everybody this segment, but now I realize that I can't see the back. I can't see through the back of the laptop.
very strong numbers, and you're right. This administration is
I'll know when to stop it. He'll stop talking, and I'll just be like, all right, that's the end of the segment.
criticized for just about everything under the sun. I've
What do you think about this, chat?
never, ever in my lifetime had glimpses
hit ones in chat if you think that this is a big W for Trump.
into the politics of an administration in the form of transparency like this.
I hate that this is real life. I know, this feels like an SNL bit, doesn't it?
Why don't we be
How does anyone take him seriously? Especially, like, dude, he devolved into his worst self, like, at the very back end. Like, this is Bleach Trump. Like, this is inject the bleach. Like, this is totally that mode of Trump.
give credit where credit is due?
This isn't the rally Trump.
Income really shooting.
Rick, I also thought everybody
I'm already getting bored with this. I kind of fucked up.
Gonna get-
You know what? I think that I'm giving them a little too much information. I didn't think this went through. I wanted to show you something that was really fun.
One last
I should have showed you a cat video instead. At least I know how TikTok works. TikTok. Gotta love the TikTok. Only 20 seconds. Wait a minute. You're telling me that they're letting you do way more than 20 seconds? What's wrong with this? We got to shut down TikTok.
Of imports that were going to be tariffed, and they were loading up on things. How the hell they already fix the trade or not?
His listening face. Oh my God. Okay. This is wild. I have watched this man in the room with diplomats, like full on heads of state, not listen with them as much intent as he is right now, where he's just, listen, they're talking about how great I am.
But to cut it in half,
that's a very interesting back of this laptop.
that's crazy. So there wasn't a lot of front loading of things.
I'm so proud of myself. Somebody come pat me on the back, and I love a little pat on the back.
The tariffs hit.
I pat myself on the back all the time with my little tiny hands. Kind of feels like the pitter-patter of rain.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, it really does call into question some of the conventional wisdoms. And
He really does look like you just told him. It's like, oh, Trumpy ate all his chicken nuggies.
you know, it's going to be interesting to
I did. I ate all my chicken nuggies. I'm a very good boy.
see what happens next month
Do I get some extra TV time?
when we get this number, or we see some of the other numbers like current accounts, see how they fared. Because I don't know, I've been watching these numbers a long time. I don't think I've ever seen the trade deficit cut in half in 1 month.
That's crazy. That's absolutely crazy.
Not bad.
Yeah. You see what I was doing there?
Not bad.
Come on, guys.
You can take it away.
I see Howard and Scott are here,
Yeah.
so it's great.
Yeah. Oh God. How? Okay. If SNL cannot just coast in you,
You want to stand over here, you might as well. You're the ones that
the material.
help produce those numbers, and it'll only get better.
I don't know what, dude.
The
Elon, figure out what to do with your hands, you awkward little fuck.
tariffs are so important, and that's why we were so happy with the decision yesterday,
See?
where the tariffs continue, because
I love the fact, again, here, I got to move chat for this, but check this out. He totally does not know
without the tariffs, our nation would be imperiled.
what's going on
We would
with
be
his face
imperiled. I
here.
think I can say that with
Trump is a complete loser. The fact that people blindly worship him made me distance myself from the
great
right.
charity, Scott.
Really?
And Howard.
Paper mind. Stick around for
And so we were
for
very
this.
happy
I
to
would
get that
definitely
decision, that big
be
decision
interested in
yesterday.
having some of your perspectives.
And today
Welcome to the stream, man. Appreciate you being
it's
here.
about a man named Elon, and he's
A man named Elon. I'm gonna tell a story about a special boy. Look at the special boy sitting next to me.
One of the greatest
He needs to be told that he's special. Otherwise, I think he
business
he
leaders
might not be here,
and
folks.
innovators
You know what I'm saying?
the world has ever produced. He stepped forward to put his
Very troubled young man, but he has lots of money, so I must control him.
very great talents in
Elon looks creepy when he smiles. Like, the thing is, he's trying to smile. Like, this is it. He doesn't know what to do. And honestly, I think that he might be having like a hardcore crash out, because think about it. The drug story comes out. So immediately you're going to have every aide watching him just going, you cannot take any of that stuff. Like, he probably had to do a piss test. Oh my God. Knowing Donald Trump, he probably did that. Like, dead serious. You know what? Have him he needs to take a piss test. He needs to piss clean, or at least whatever would read clean by Elon standards. He can't come in here all high as balls.
of our nation, and we appreciate it.
He's a robot confirmed.
And I just want to say that Elon has worked tirelessly helping
When Bender from Futurama has more personality than you,
lead the most sweeping
well, I mean,
and
that's not fair
consequential
assessment.
government reform program in generations. And you know the kinds of things that he's found and his people have found. He's brought a group of very smart people in, and they found things that are pretty unbelievable.
I love watching his like real time, like first grader standing on stage during his first school play energy.
I have to say that the numbers that we're talking about are substantial, but they're going to be very much more substantial with time, because many of the things that we're working on right now, we're going to have to remember Elon.
He's the ultimate yes man right now. He's literally nodding yes to everything this guy's saying.
As we find them, but the numbers could double and triple, because many things, we don't want to go out with them until we're sure, but we've found things that are unbelievably stupid and unbelievably bad. With the Department of Government Efficiency, Elon's delivered a colossal change in the old ways of doing business in Washington. Doge has installed geniuses with an engineering mindset and unbelievable
Oh, that's why they're also coming out, is because they there's a new report that was from the government themselves, where they have to, do that thing where they release their quarterly assessments. Well, it turns out that the Department of Doge is, or that's kind of redundant, but yeah, the Department of Government Efficiency, if you will. Yeah, they're costing the taxpayers more money than they're saving us, and yeah, they're gonna just foot us with the bill. Oh, but at least you got all of our information, guys. That's
talented
cool.
people in computers. I actually asked Elon one time, what's their primary thing? And they have a lot of primary things, all having to do with being smart. But he said the thing that they're really the best at is working with computers, so that they can't be outsmarted by.
He keeps looking at him like it's like. I gotta keep him on a short leash. So if I keep looking at him, I gotta make him respond.
Somebody that's not so honest, that happens to also be good with computers, but not as good as these people. But the mindset and
this really does just feel like a bit.
The senior ranks of every federal department, and it's really changed. And with Elon's guidance, they're helping to detect fraud, slash waste, and modernize broken and outdated systems. So as you know, we're talking about various systems and changing systems, and sadly, it takes a long time to do that. You'll change, let's say, a system at IRS and computerize it properly, where the job can be done in one
computerize
at the time, but it takes.
Yeah, dude, they got to computerize it. We got it. That's how you do it. You got to put it in the computers.
It takes sometimes years to rebuild those systems, but we've started. In many cases, we've started. I will say that this has less than.
The fact that people listen. If I hear one more person talk about Joe Biden, I'm gonna lose my shit, because this is, it's easy. It's easy. Just because it's Trump doing it and he is a little bit funnier and like, I was about to say it makes more sense, but he doesn't. That's kind of where I'm going with this. The fact that he keeps rallying, just like railing off like this, where, dude, he isn't making any sense, and it's just like, look, I've done such a good job and everything's great, everything's going well. Don't pay attention to what the fake news is saying. We just got to keep on keeping on. You know what I'm saying?
To do with Elon, but the air
don't believe the fake news.
Traffic control systems, we're bidding out to the best companies in the world. Those systems right now, they were what the previous administration was horrible. What they did, they spent
God, if you're there, please say psych, because this ain't it.
Billions and billions of dollars. And in the end, it didn't even come close to working. They tried to hook up wire to copper, and it can't be done. And they just spent billions of dollars and just wasted money. Actually made the system much worse. So we're going to get a brand new modern system. Congress is working with us on that, and we're going to get it done as quickly as we can. But it's in the works, and once it's done, it'll be good for 30 years. But we have a system that's 48 years old and would have a modern.
And somehow he got boring.
Computer hooked into a very outdated computer.
I love computers. We got the computers. Computer. Tell me how great I am.
Billions of dollars. They turned on the system, and in never any cases, from local to countrywide, they never worked. More than 75,000 bureaucrats have voluntarily left their taxpayer-funded jobs to come out and really do the job. Countless wasteful and unnecessary.
Again, I don't use teleprompters. I just write it down like I'm old school.
Contracts have been terminated, and you know that we have terminated many contracts, and many contracts, Elon, are right now being looked at, and it may be 6 months, it may be almost a year in some cases.
He can't not. He can't not.
Going through procedures, we're going through courts, and we'll remember you as we announce billions of dollars of extra waste, fraud, and abuse. Just as an example, Doge canceled 101.
Hey, got the boom mic.
$1 million.
Hey, day one shit. Let's go.
For DEI contracts at the Department of Education. $101 million, and that was just.
Feel like I'm watching
a small section of the Department of Education. $59 million.
If you haven't seen that movie is hilarious.
$1 million for illegal alien hotel rooms in New York City.
Takes the door in.
And the landlord never made the kind of money that he made in the last short period of time. $59 million to a hotel in New York City. $45 million for diversity, equity, and inclusion scholarships.
He's even doing this. Like, he's just
in Burma. Does anyone know?
As someone who really can't stand still, like
about Burma?
This is kind of like this is also why I would be like, if they asked, would you like to stand behind the president? Which no. Even if it was Bernie, yeah. Let's put it this way: if Bernie won, and they were like, "Would you like to stand behind President Sanders and just be a fixture?" It's like, no.
Social and behavioral change in Uganda.
I want that kind of
$40 million to improve the social and economic inclusion of sedentary migrants. I can say it's $2 billion to Stacey Abrams and her environmental movement.
All right. Blah,
And there was
blah, blah,
$100
blah,
in
blah,
the
blah,
account,
blah, blah, blah.
being spent on another environmental cause. 20 billion, not 20 million, a lot, not 200,000, which is a lot. So think of it in her case, you have $100, and now all of a sudden she gets hit with an infusion of $2 billion just before I take office. $20 million for Arab Sesame Street in the Middle East. Nobody knows what that's all about. Nobody's been able to find it. $8 million for making mice
Yeah, it's because it doesn't.
transgender. So they spent $8 million on
You kind of just gave up the goat right there.
making mice transgender. And those are
Right?
better than
Is it gave up the ghost or gave up the goat? Uh-oh.
many of the others. I could sit here all
Actually,
day
I
and
don't know.
read things just like that, but we have other things to do. So it's much, much more than just that. We're totally committed to making the Doge cuts permanent and stopping much more of the waste in the months to come. We want to get our great, big, beautiful bill finished and done. After that, we're going to be, we put some of this into the bill, but most of it's going to come later. We're going to have it cauterized by Congress, affirmed by Congress. In some cases, we'll make cuts. In some cases, we'll just
Ow.
use it in a different layer to save the money, but it's hundreds of billions of dollars. Doge has also fully modernized the federal retirement process and continues to work very hard
Why is he dressed in all black, bro? He's not. Bro's not built to be an evil
on the
billionaire.
IRS modernization. But
Honestly, like that would be part of it if he didn't just like go full fucking weirdo with this shit. But I mean,
we're taking that off.
This is why the story that came out about his drug usage,
Over with Doge.
it tracks.
Many of the Doge people, Elon, are staying behind too, so they're not leaving. And Elon's really not leaving. He's going to be back and forth, I think. I have a feeling. It's his baby, and I think he's going to be doing a lot of things. But Elon's service to America has been without comparison in modern history. He's already running one of the most innovative car companies in the world. You look at his factories and compare them with some of the old factories we have, and it's a big difference. And the most successful space company, and I guess in history you would have to say the largest free speech platform on the internet, etc. Yet Elon willingly,
When it's not about him, notice how he just he literally goes.
with all of the
Word for
success,
word.
he willingly accepted the outrageous
He has nothing, no improvising here.
Abusive.
And watch, he'll improvise when it's about him.
slander and lies and attacks because he does love our country. I know that very much. He loves our country. Comes from another country, a country that's going through trials and tribulations, I would say. But he's all about the USA, and Americans owe him a great debt of gratitude. So I just want to thank Elon for his time as special government employee. Can you imagine? They call him an employee, but it's a special government employee, and for coming and helping us. And he really has changed the mindset of a lot of people. A lot of people thought, maybe we'll cut 1% or 2% or 3%. Then they said, wow, we can cut a lot more than that. And we're going to do it very surgically. We're going to continue on the march. We're making America great again. When I was in Saudi Arabia, and we were in, as you know, three really great countries, predominantly the three. Qatar was great, UAE was great, Saudi Arabia, incredible. Such an incredible experience to be in those three countries. But the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia, and I must tell you, the great leaders of the other two that we just mentioned, they all said the same thing, that the United States is the hottest country right now anywhere in the world. And 6 months ago, we thought it was dead. It was like a dead country.
Dude, they keep zooming in on him because Elon keeps doing this. Like you can almost hear the audible just.
And it would have been a dead country if we didn't have the right result on November 5th. It would have been a horrible, horrible situation.
The right will complain about the elites, then clap while an unelected billionaire guts their government. This is why his second term is really. Understand why. Wait. Oh, why his second term is really making me understand why people are worried about fascism again.
Situation was going
Oh, I appreciate that.
with the borders, with transgender for everyone, men playing.
I mean, this is how they got, like, this was, like, how they did it, though. Like, this stuff doesn't matter. When it really comes down to it, none of this is the stuff that matters. But this is, every time I talk to, like, people in my life that are right-wing, they'll still bring up the woke stuff. They'll still bring up the transgender and sports thing, where it's just like, number one, we're, what, how many months into this presidency and we're still on that? It's just like, dude, wait a minute. Like, he technically did the stuff about that, but you're still like, nope, this is what I have to work. It's like, yo, at what point do you just acknowledge it's like, this shit's not great?
in women's sports.
Like, the economy is not doing that great. Like, if you guys could recognize the economy not doing great under Biden, what's the thing? What is this weird thing that keeps you from having this, like, the same perception when this guy's in office? What is it?
But they were saying the hottest country anywhere in the world. And then I played that little clip because that was one person who's respected, but there were two people because Joe was in that one too. Joe's a good man. But that was one group of people saying something about the success of what we've done over the last 4 months. They cannot believe it. In the one case, they said they've never seen anything like it as long as they've been doing what they've been doing. They've been doing it for a long time.
So he pulls one news clip of a guy glazing him from literally like state-run media. And he's just like, look how great I'm doing. This guy just said how great I'm doing. I love that guy. I love Joe. And you know what? He said I'm doing good. That means I'm doing good. Right, guys? Come on.
Time. So I just...
And also bringing it back, how quickly did he just trail off and not... He was like, nope, you know what? I'm done with you, Elon. I'm going to talk about myself some more.
I want to thank Elon for helping. And again, you know, the...
All right, I got to talk about Elon. Hold on. Where was I? Thank you, Elon.
The United States
for,
right now is the hottest country anywhere in the world. There's
whatever.
no country as hot.
Oh, my God. All right, we're going to do a high guy analysis for this segment. Uh-oh. Because is there a fly? What's he staring at, guys?
And,
let's play the game. Oh, is it a fly? I think it's a fly. Does he see a fly? What's he see? What's Elon see? What's he staring at? What you looking at, Elon?
We came...
It must be a fly.
When I left, we had no wars, we had no problems. We defeated ISIS. We rebuilt our...
I'm about to get him. Look. Elon.
Military.
Elon, look.
And,
I'm a fly.
we had no...
Oh, dude, this is weird. Okay. And like the little hands clenching, okay, we're going to give a play-by-play analysis of Elon Musk is looking at Trump like a very, very...
inflation. And when I came back, we had a lot of inflation. We had wars all over the place. We had the...
What's he looking at?
Embarrassment in Afghanistan where we gave up billions and billions of dollars.
Mind you, just quick reminder, nobody has noticed the black eye yet.
Of military equipment, the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country, I believe that strongly. We have Russia with Ukraine. We had the attack on Israel in October, the horrible attack, October 7th. Horrible, horrible attack. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. And now we have something where we're really healing a lot of that. We stopped India and Pakistan from fighting. I believe that could have turned out into a nuclear disaster. And I want to thank the leaders of India, the leaders of Pakistan, and I want to thank my people also. We talk trade. And we said we can't trade with people that are shooting at each other
in the chat with
potentially using nuclear
talking about how Trump confirmed what I was saying. He's the cause of the peace.
And they're great leaders in those countries, and they understood and they agreed. And that all stopped, and we're stopping others from fighting also, because ultimately we can fight better than anybody. We have the greatest military in the world. We have the greatest leaders in the world. We put one of them in charge of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, as you know, General Raisin Kane.
Excuse me.
And we wiped out ISIS, completely wiped out ISIS in 3 weeks. They said it would take 5 years, and we did it in 3 weeks. And that's the way it is, but we don't want to have to use our military. We want to be peace through strength when we can. And that's the way we're going to have it. So I just want to thank Elon and all of his people. Most of those people are staying. Almost all of them are staying, and they're going to be with us. And you're going to see the results coming long into
almost all of them, except for Stephen Miller's wife,
the
right?
future. Even a year and 2 years later, you're going to see a lot of the results, and those hundreds of billions of dollars are going to be adding up, and they're going to continue to add. It'll be interesting. It's really interesting.
Okay, so just when I thought that one of the weirdest things that you could do, like facing sideways, was be a professional wrestler. Where here, I'll do this. Where when you're a professional wrestler, this is how you have to watch TV. You have to be facing camera, but also looking sideways. So Trump just outdid that.
To see what the final number is going to be. But again, Elon gave an incredible service. Nobody like him. And he had to go through...
That's so funny. Not even a few months ago, the military was too woke to shoot a gun.
The slings and the arrows which is a shame because
I only like America when it's my America.
he's an incredible patriot.
Come on
The
now,
good
we all know how this works.
news is that 90%
Get
of
with
the
it.
country knows that, and they appreciate it, and they really appreciate what he did. And I gave him a little special something we have here.
Thank you.
A very special, that I give to very special people. I have given it to some, but it goes to very special people, and I thought I'd give it to Elon as a presentation from our country.
Thank you.
Thank you, Elon.
Thank you.
Take care.
The way he just tried to grab that. Can we just watch that awkward handoff again? It's really quick.
A very special.
It's a very
that I give
special. It's a
to
big
very special
key.
people.
It's
I
very
have given it
special.
to
Do you
some,
think he? Do
but
you
it
think
goes
he
to very
thinks it's
special people,
a
and I
medal?
thought I'd give it to Elon as
It's
a
a key.
presentation from our country.
Here you
Thank
go.
Elon.
Thank you.
Take care of yourself.
Thank you.
Take care of yourself. All right. You have a good one. I'll see you later.
The luck of this is amazing.
A large lot.
Well, let me say perhaps a few words. That this is not
I didn't know that you were actually going to talk. You're just supposed to be a fixture. Hold on.
the end of Doge, but really the beginning.
Keep it a tight 5 here, Elon.
My time as a special government employee necessarily had to end. It was a limited
Dude,
time.
his movements are like a robot. His movements are like a. I mean, listen, dude. I've been around a tweaker. He's tweaking.
Thing. It's 134
He's tweaking hard.
days, I believe, which ends in a few
People in Tennessee just be like, "Oh, dude, I see this guy outside the gas station all the time."
days. So, so that it comes with a time limit. But the Doge team will only grow stronger over time. The Doge influence will only grow stronger. It's I could liken it to sort of Buddhism. It's like a way of life. So it is permeating throughout the government, and I'm
He is higher than having SpaceX rockets, right? Well, I mean, that's not hard to do when they all blow up and end up on the ground.
confident that over time we'll see $1 trillion of savings and a reduction
Zing.
in $1 trillion of waste and fraud reduction. The calculations of the Doge team thus far, in terms of an FY25 to FY26 delta, are over 160 billion, and that's climbing. We expect that number will probably go over 200 billion soon. So I think the Doge team is doing an incredible job. They're going to continue doing.
I finally
doing an
found
incredible
something to do
job,
with my hands.
And I'll continue to be visiting here and be a friend and advisor to the president. And I look forward to time spent back in this amazing room. By the way, isn't this incredible? Look at this incredible. I mean, it's stunning. I think
The stuff. Isn't
way
this
that the
incredible?
office-
The stuff.
how the president.
It's like he just looked into my stream and was just like, "Look, isn't it incredible? He's got really cool Godzilla stuff, guys."
has just completely redone the whole lot.
I'd guess amphetamine, Ben. I mean,
beautiful.
this one's this is a mix.
I love the gold on the ceiling.
Thank you.
I love Oh! Yo, I couldn't even make that funny. Did he just really just go, "I love the gold on the ceiling"? Look at this. Oh, okay. I'm getting uncomfortable.
That's been there a long time. That was plaster. Nobody ever really saw it. They didn't
Yeah.
know the eagle was up there, and we highlighted. Essentially it's a landmark, a great landmark, and that's 24 karat gold, and everybody loved it. And
Well, that just became an instant meme.
now they all see it when they come in. So
The ceiling is sparkling.
it's been good.
The Oval Office finally has the majesty that it deserves, thanks to the president. So I look forward to continuing to be a friend and advisor to the president, continuing
He keeps looking at his dick. Why does he keep looking at his dick?
to support the Doge team, and we are relentlessly pursuing $8 trillion in waste and fraud reductions, which will benefit the American taxpayer.
Trump's doing the thing that we all did, where you heard the rumors and it's just
So-
like, I wonder if he actually did it. Did he actually break it?
That's it, really. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you.
All right.
Great job.
Thank you, President Trump. The president mentioned that you had to deal with all the slings and arrows during your time at Doge. There's this New
Some
York
of the people, some of the media organizations in this room were the slingers.
Well, so there is a New York Times report today that accuses you of blurring the line between.
Is the New York Times, is that the same publication that got a Pulitzer Prize
See, this.
for false reporting?
I'm glad that Elon is exposing how bad they a lot of these people are at doing the thing where it's like, wait, that one publication, the one that's critical of us, weird. Oh, well, you mean the one that also, you can't trust them. You can't trust them, but Fox News, Peter Ducey,
Reporting
go.
on the Russiagate. Is it the same organization?
I gotta check my Pulitzer account.
At some point, you have to realize, just like, when does the North Korea thing start to click with these people, where it's just like, oh, maybe that's not a great way of doing this, where we only have one source of media telling us exactly what we want to hear. That's weird. No, that just means that it's reaffirming exactly how the world is for me. It's almost like I'm living in an authoritarian country. Weird.
I think the judge just ruled against the New York Times for their lies about the Russiagate.
I mean, this is the secret that nobody actually wants to admit, is that, like, a lot of these people, they like the fascism. They're very comfortable with it.
Folks, and that they might have to give back that Pulitzer Prize. That New York Times. Let's move on.
Okay, then
Next
President
question.
Trump. I got one for President Trump. President Trump, Biden aides who used to work here are in talks with Republicans in Congress who go and testify about what they did or didn't do to possibly conceal President Biden's decline.
Well, I don't think he passed that piss test, guys.
Do you think that Dr. Jill Biden should also have to come in and testify about what she did or didn't do?
Well, I hate the concept of it. It's the wife of a man who was going through a lot of problems, and everybody that dealt with him understood that. And I guess it came out during the debate loud and clear. That was the biggest signal of all. They have to do what's right. The country was, there was a lot of dishonesty in the election, as you know, 2020. That's been now caught. People understand it was a rigged election. And when you go further out, when you see the auto pen, I mean, I think the auto pen is going to become one of the great scandals of all time, because you have somebody operating it, or a number of people operating. Because I knew Joe Biden. Joe Biden was in favor of opening up borders, letting 21 million people into this from prisons and mental institutions and gang members. He wasn't.
You keep saying the mental institutions because you literally. You looked at asylum seekers and you're just like, they're from asylums. They use the word. They totally said it. Insane asylums. And he never corrected himself or listened to anybody, if anybody even bothered.
Not at all.
But that's why that's a thing, guys. That's why honest to God, that's why this is the reality we live in. I don't care who you are. Don't care if you agree with the fucking guy, but you have to admit, that's kind of stupid. Like, if your dad was consistently doing that, if your dad was at Olive Garden and he was just like, look, they're asylums. Look, they emptied out the asylums, and then it's just like, Dad, they're asylum seekers, seeking asylum. Whoa, yeah, asylums.
And who signed these orders, proclamations, and all of the different things that he signed that set our country so far back, that was so bad for our country.
I'm glad that the lead poison generation's leading us down into the apocalypse. It is kind of funny.
And how would it work? Like, we're in the Oval Office right now. If there was a group of rogue staffers that worked for you who wanted to advance a bill or an executive order without your knowledge, how could they do it? How do they go
Well, it's very hard, because I'd read your newspapers or your media the next day, and I'd say, well, I didn't approve that, and I would find it. I mean, they wouldn't.
That would require you to actually read your bills, though, which we have already been able to prove that you don't.
Get away with it for long, because I never signed.
One of my favorite things that's already happened in this administration was when he described a bill, then had to be corrected on the fact that that wasn't what he signed.
Who the hell signed that?
I love that. I love the fact that this guy, again, we're just going to be able, at least I'll be able to do this, because I don't know what maybe it's just because I just stopped giving a fuck about everything, really. But realistically, people are going to look back at this time as one of the most profoundly stupid in all of history, and we have it all on video, not just all on video, it's all being encapsulated into this forever machine.
Letters to people, because
eventually AI is just going to troll us, just be like, do you remember the time that you guys had Donald Trump as president? Ha ha, ha ha.
I think they said 20,000 letters a week. And
total ponage.
Like to be able, when somebody takes the time to write a letter, it's nice to sort of write back. And auto pens are meant for that. Auto pens are not meant to sign.
He really does have tiny hands.
Major proclamations.
Look at those tiny little fingers.
Or tax cuts or borders, anything having to do with the border, which is so important. And if it happened on my watch, I would be able to see it.
His hands make him look really old.
Because the next day or sooner, I'd be...
Yeah, can't really put the makeup on that. Yeah, it is a reminder. Again, I'm going to keep hammering this one, too. He's old as shit, guys, and he's losing it. He definitely is not the Donald Trump from, his first term. That's for sure.
Reading about
he's
something
just,
that I knew nothing about.
He's kind of like this. He's just rambling. He's a rambling old man. The only thing that makes this different than him rambling to the media, or like him doing this at a golf course with like his buddies, or worst case, or actually this is where he really does, like the nursing home, where listen, what's about, I had this one guy, Elon, he did a lot of good things for me, and also, you know what, I did some great things, and the gold, there's so much gold.
And who the hell signed this? So I almost never use the auto pen.
It's almost like I heard about this auto pen, and I immediately conjured up this idea that it's just like, oh, wait a minute, they got this machine that it signs executive orders without you even reading it. It's completely insane. When again, I know that we have to work extra hard for Trump like supporters specifically, you know, in the online community, but for real, man. Look up what the auto pen is. Just look up how every other president has used it, and it's a boring procedural note, or what would just be a procedural footnote in any president's legacy, but this is the way that they're trying to completely just go like, the scandals, there's so many scandals, when the biggest scandal realistically is the fact that he was an old fart that we all knew, and somehow, some way, this media cycle, like within the last 2 months, has completely convinced us that the biggest scandal in all of political history was Joe Biden. Get this, was old and senile. Oh my God.
And in fact, yesterday I was signing about 81, I think it was 81 proclamations and
meanwhile, let's completely, again, ignore everything that's going on.
Statements to people that I think should be signed by us. I think when you write letters to foreign dignitaries or presidents or prime ministers, you should be signing those letters, not done with auto pens. I understand he signed almost everything with an auto pen. It's a very dangerous.
That's just not true though either. Like that's just.
It really means you're not president. Whoever.
I hate the fact that I'm trying to fact check him on his dumbest lies, the childish ones. Like these are the ones that like your 4-year-old would come up and tell you, like, Daddy, I made the greatest coloring picture. My teacher said it was the greatest picture they had ever seen, and they should be in the Smithsonian.
Operated the auto pen, and we think we know who that is.
Like that's the level of lies this guy tells.
And it was actually more than one person.
Kind of sad. Again, the fact that that's the intellect that fooled America into going like, yeah, that guy.
That's not what the president.
Which again is there does need to be, you know, some reflection on the Democrat side for what they did with Biden, what they did with Kamala, how we didn't have our primaries. But it is also just a referendum on how, listen to your fucking constituents and stop playing these games. We get it. You want your damn lobbyists to still be there. You still want your out. And the only way that you can have that guaranteed is if you work with these dipshits. The thing is, they strong-armed you, and now they're going to push you out.
I hardly used it.
My favorite part is how he keeps threatening primaries to his own allies without, like, and then the Dems are sitting here just like, yeah, keep it up. It's like, dude, you guys do realize the more you do nothing, the more 2026 slips through your fingers, too.
The tariffs on China, you said that they violated the agreement with the U.S.
Well, they did. They violated a big part of the agreement we made. You know, if you read that whole statement, I was very nice to them. I helped them because they were in trouble with the stoppage of a massive amount of business. But I'm sure that I'll speak to President Xi and hopefully we'll work that out. But yeah, that's a violation of the agreement. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, can you give us an update to the latest ceasefire agreement that Israel has agreed to, but Hamas still considering?
Well, they're very close to an agreement on Gaza, and we'll let you know about it during the day or maybe tomorrow. And we have a chance of that. And I think we have a chance of making a deal with Iran also. They don't want to be blown up. They would rather make a deal. And I think that could happen in the not too distant future.
Isn't that what he said about the Russian deal, the Russian and Ukrainian deal? He said this about the Iran deal again. Like, just a quick reminder. He's the reason that the Iran deal isn't even there anymore.
It'd be a great thing if we could have a deal without bombs being dropped all over the Middle East.
And now he's saying that he's going to double the steel tariffs.
That would be
fantastic.
A very good thing.
That was the new update I just got.
We want them to be safe. We want them to have a very, very successful nation. Let it be a great nation, but we can't have them. They cannot have a nuclear.
And now he's saying he would look at the facts if he would pardon Diddy.
It's very simple. And I think we're fairly close to a deal with Iran.
This is hilarious, guys. And people are still arguing whether or not him and Epstein were a fucking thing. Come on. At least have some. At what point? At what point does every QAnon or conspiracy theorist that was all about this stuff just go like literally just walk into the sea, do the lemmings thing? Because at this point, you have just proven that you are just just useless, complete, like to him even, like to everybody. You don't believe in anything.
I have a question for you.
Yeah, please.
You don't care about
just now that you look
anything.
forward to being a friend.
I cared about the sex trafficking and exposing everybody, and Jeffrey Epstein. Wait a minute, you're telling me that this one guy that I put all of my life into, I might have actually been best friends with him? Hold on!
Advisor to the president. So do you expect to continue
That's somebody I want to interview, is somebody that is going through that right now.
advising the president and Doge informally, or are you going to sort of shift your focus entirely to your companies?
Well, I expect to continue to provide advice whenever the president would like advice.
Wow, this is like big cuck energy, because he's like holding back tears here, like knowing that he's losing all of his power.
I mean, I'm
just want to be an influence.
a friend and
Okay, I gotta let
advisor,
my dog out.
and, certainly, if there's anything the president wants me to do, I'm at the president's service.
Mr. Musk, on Doge, you said that there was a $1 trillion promise for cuts from Doge.
Yes, I think we do expect over time to achieve the $1 trillion.
But what have you found in your time here was the biggest roadblock to getting those cuts? Was it the cabinet, or was it Congress, or something else? What was the biggest roadblock from your work?
It's mostly just a lot of hard work. It's really not any one person or Congress. It's going through really millions of line items and saying just each one of them makes sense or does not make sense. Obviously, at times when you cut expenses, those who are receiving the money, whether they're receiving that money legitimately or not, they do complain. And you're not going to hear someone confessing that they received money inappropriately. Never. They're going to always say that they received money appropriately for an important cause. Naturally, that's what you'd expect. So we just got to. It's just a lot of work going through the vast expenses of the federal government and just really asking questions. What's this money for? Are you sure it's actually being used well? Many times we can't even find anyone who defends it. So for a lot of the expenses, there's actually no defender at all. And then we have to just go work through the process of stopping the spending, where there's often literally no defender. Nobody even knows why the money's being spent. It's truly absurd. I mean, we find situations where there are millions of software licenses with 0 people using them. 0. Exactly. This is the quizzical expression. You're like,
The reason that they made that face at you, where you just went, yeah, exactly, is because they went, that doesn't make any sense.
Surely.
And also, it sounds like bullshit.
If there's millions of software licenses, someone should be using them. No.
It's kind of funny how, like, even the right wing, like the Fox News media sphere, has like had to kind of do that pivot where they're just like, oh, Elon might be full of shit.
Then we got to go through the process of saying, okay, look, if no one's using the software, we
It's funny to watch, though.
Software license agreement.
That's
everywhere in the government, by the way.
Mr. Musk, what do you think would be easier, colonizing Mars or making the government efficient?
It's a tough call, but I think colonizing Mars and making life multi-planetary is harder. And as I said, we do expect to achieve over time the $1 trillion.
Elon's completely in the cut corner. I mean, it's weird.
But if you say, I think
this doesn't have the same energy that it did the first time he was in the same position where he had his kid there. Like, because with that one, he was kind of trying to like posit himself as like the puppet master. And that's also like when his kid wiped the booger on the Resolute desk, like that kind of shit. This is actually like kind of funny in retrospect, because like, look at his smile, look at Trump's smile. This is him loving the fact that Elon is floundering and that he looks like such a beta.
Official end of Doge, which the president may choose
to use the right wing language.
To extent is the middle of next year. Say by the middle of next year, with the support of the president and Congress, could we achieve $1 trillion of savings? I think so. We're on track to do so.
Do you have faith that Congress is going to...
Thank you, Mr. President.
Humiliation. Yeah. No, this is definitely giving that vibe off hardcore.
And earlier in the week that Doge had become a whipping boy. And as the president mentioned, you went through a lot to go through this process.
Yeah. Oh,
was it worth it for you, and what would you change?
Yeah, so what we found was happening was that if there were any cuts anywhere, then people would assume that was done by Doge. And so we became like essentially the Doge boogeyman, where if any cut anywhere would be ascribed to Doge. A friend of mine's daughter, who's at law school at Georgetown, thought that Doge had cut the Senate, the internships, the legal internships for the Senate, and we have nothing to do with that. So if they haven't cut, it's not to do with us, just as an example. So you know, it just became a bit ridiculous where any cut anywhere was somehow Doge, yeah, including things that made no sense, and we would agree it made no sense. There are many things that occur in the government because it's the banal evil of bureaucracy. It's sort of the frankly largely uncaring nature of bureaucracy. It's as the great Milton Friedman said, money is spent most poorly when it is.
That kid is 100% the reason he's booted.
Someone else.
That little shit, he wiped that booger on that desk. I watched it over and over. I couldn't believe it.
Money being spent on people you don't know, and that's how federal spending is.
I want to do a bad lip reading where it's him and X walking off the helicopter, and he's just like, "Look, hey, can I tell you something? Your dad doesn't love you."
And then you can't really even blame.
He's only using you.
The individuals, because the way the government works is complaint minimization.
Do you know the word human shield?
So when you do try to.
Daddy, what's a human shield?
When someone within the government tries to stop.
Where'd you hear that? The president.
There's usually someone that complains, and then.
His little pursed lips.
Manager will say it's not.
Wrap it up, Elon. I said keep it a tight 5.
Worth the trouble. Just pay it anyway. That happens over and over again.
So was it
Wait, oh my God! Oh my God! Okay, I need to pause on this. Enjoy this for 1 second. I need to go get my dog, but look at this body language, and also, you know what? Here, guys, I need to do this. This is too good. Okay, this is gonna fuck with stream, but gotta do it. There we go. There we go. Yeah. All right. Give me 1 second. I gotta let my dog in. Let's finish this. Oh. Okay. That worries me. I went to let my dog in, and there was a rabbit in my yard just kind of chilling while she was out there. Huh.
I think it was an important thing. I think
Well, she's up to date on her vaccine,
it was
so.
a necessary thing, and I think it will have a good effect in the future.
Thank you, President Trump. This week there was a video on board a plane that showed the First Lady of France slapping her husband, Emmanuel Macron. Do you have any world leader to world leader marital advice?
Make sure the door remains closed. That was not good. No, I spoke to him, and he's fine. They're fine. They're two really good people. I know them very well. Well, you know, they spent 2.8 billion. We spent 1.5. We spent much less. We spent about half.
What do you think about the Democratic Party plan to avoid being swept in every battleground state again by spending $20 million to study how to speak to American men?
Well, you know, they spent 2.8 billion. We spent 1.5. We spent much less. We spent about half of what they spent.
That's stupid.
And at the end, they were $28 million short. They had to be. They spent 2.8 billion. It's a lot, but they couldn't get 28 million at the end. And now they want to spend. I read that they want to spend money to learn how to talk. That's fake. You don't want to be fake. You shouldn't have to hire consultants to.
Yeah, honestly, like let's be real. This is where Trump is right. And you're not going to hear that a lot on Pep Talks, but I'm going to be fucking just upfront with this one, guys. He's right about this. They shouldn't need to spend billions of dollars on consultants on how to talk to Americans when this is right here. Just talk. We're people. Act like people. Not this administrative teacher state. Like, because that's realistically, that's what it is. And I've said this numerous times. That's why Elizabeth Warren, outside of her good politics and like she has good speeches, but realistically, big teacher energy. turns me like immediately the second she starts talking. I'm just like, ah, fuck you. I don't want to. I don't want to go to class today.
America needs, because then they should be, the consultants should be.
At least with Trump, that's why we're here. That's realistically why we're here, is because he does know how to talk to the American people.
Running the deal, not them.
Like idiots.
But I read that they want to spend a lot of money in each state, so we won all 7 swing states, 7 out of 7.
He talks in it. I know how to talk like them. They're a bunch of morons. You know what? What's going on?
We won a lot more than that. We won the popular vote. We won everything. And they want to spend money to find out what they did wrong. And I mean,
yeah, and again, that is something they should do.
Well, I can tell you every one of their programs, when they say men playing in women's sports, I would say that's not a winner.
Again, just if they could just do something to just be like, we're not focusing on that, and fine.
When they say,
like, this is an unpopular opinion, but at some point you do have to just be like, okay, well, like, are we going to make this our, like, because they are so good at finding the farthest left leaning fucking like California based raisin whole grain fucking fed leftist that is doing some wild shit that none of us agree with, and then they're just like, this is the norm on the left.
Transgender.
And we're not good at, I'm going to just say this as a leftist, because I have the problem where it's like, yeah, I'm not really good at countering that.
For everybody, I think that's not a winner.
Outside of just going, yeah, it's fucking wild. That's whack as fuck. But then I get yelled at by a bunch of people where they're just like, well, that's not very big.
Open borders, so the entire world population of criminals.
Sorry, as reductive as hell, but it's true.
I don't think that's a winner. I mean, I just gave them that for free. But I don't know if they'll change their ways. I see them all the time. I see people that I know in Congress, Democrats, they're trying to justify some of the things.
The issue is more complex, though. The reason young males are falling for Andrew Tate, Adin Ross style BS is reflecting some serious loss to AF energy.
You can't justify them. They're, I always hear they're 80-20 issues.
That's not the case. They've always been like that, dude. What are you talking about?
I say they're not.
Just because just because they focus more on the fact that these guys exist, which you do know why that is, right? It's because a lot more people have realized, like, oh yeah, these guys really suck. Like, even like, my favorite one that ever happened was, this is just a personal story. I have a friend that was essentially the Andrew Tate of of our high school days. Like, he definitely had that mentality. Guess who's the one now that he has 2 daughters just kind of freaking the F out because he's just like, yeah, these boys with their Andrew Tate mentality and objectify. It's just like, it's almost like I knew someone like that.
80-20, then 97-3. They might be 99-1. They're not 80-20. They wish they were 80-20. And
Trump's not wearing his wedding ring.
They're wasting a lot of money if they're going to continue with that nonsense.
And this is a little bit more of a page 6 question, but back when you hosted The Apprentice, you mentioned once in 2012 that Diddy was a good friend of yours back then. He has since found himself in some very serious legal trouble.
Yeah, that's true.
Would you ever consider pardoning him?
Well, nobody's asked. You had to be the one to ask, Peter, but nobody's asked. But I know people are thinking about it.
That means somebody's totally asked him. Oh my God, dude, he totally tells on himself every time. He's like, for everybody that says that Trump's a good liar, he's not.
You know what they think?
He's really not.
About it. I think some
like,
people have been
holy
very close
shit,
to
right there. He just told on himself. Like, no, somebody from Diddy's camp literally called him and was just like, hey man, so if there's a if there's a conviction, how much would it take?
Asking, first of all, I'd look at what's happening.
Yeah, no, he's literally been offered money for a pardon already.
And I haven't been watching it too closely, although it's certainly getting a lot of coverage.
If the price is right, the price is right, Puffy.
I've spoken to him in years. He used to really like me a lot, but I think when I ran for politics, that relationship busted up from what I read. I don't know, he didn't tell me that, but I'd read some little bit nasty statements in the paper all of a sudden. It's different. You become a much different person when you run for politics and you do what's right. I could do other things, and I'm sure he'd like me, and I'm sure other people would like me, but it wouldn't be as good for our country. As we said, our country's doing really well because of what we're doing. So it's not a popularity contest.
What? Anybody else? What did he just say?
So, I don't know.
What?
I would certainly look at the facts.
Huh? That was some Joe Biden level. Like, just because he doesn't do the ums and ahs, and I think that's realistically what it is Joe just sounded older. He just rambles.
If I think
like if he did that, it'd just
somebody
be
was
like
mistreated, whether they like me or don't like me, it wouldn't have any impact on me.
Mr. President, on the big beautiful bill, would you like to see the Senate build in?
Well, data from the recent elections and polling show young men, particularly Gen Z men, drifting rightward. This is across the board. Yeah, I'm not arguing that they're not. I'm not arguing that the left is definitely losing men, but at the same time, it's not like that. It's not this big.
Some support for your tariffs on the big beautiful bill, or should
What's
that
the
be a
word I'm looking
standalone bill?
for? It's not a big deal because eventually they are going to start like shifting their politics a little bit, because like if this speaks to them that much, that does honestly also kind of speak to, like, I don't know, like how many of them are just the terminally online lonely dudes that like can't get women.
Support on the tariffs. I mean, I was so honored that we got that ridiculous stay lifted, because that would have taken away presidential power. It would have taken away everything that was granted by the founders. It would have been a terrible thing. And it would have, most importantly, would have left us vulnerable. We have a lot of countries that use tariffs on us and use them viciously, actually, viciously. And if we didn't have the power to use tariffs on them, and instantly, not when you go back to...
I mean, 145% tariff on fucking China? That made no sense in the first place.
Hundreds of people to agree on something that would take months to get just one simple proclamation. If we didn't have the power to counteract...
This is the stuff that, like, it goes from being funny to just like, no, you're profoundly stupid, and this is the stuff that's costing America.
Their powers.
And it's going to fucking put us into a... If you think the deficit's bad now, it's gonna get way worse. And I love how now that Trump is president, the only deficit talk I get to hear about is how we don't have to worry about it and how it doesn't work like a household debt. But again, Biden president, we gotta worry about the deficit.
You wouldn't have a country left.
I'm so sick of this shit.
Fast.
I really
am. You have
am.
to be fast and nimble, as they say. And
I'll also be like honest too, where it's like, no, I don't see people fucking like pressuring the Trump administration on Gaza right now, and it's really getting to me. They keep talking about Biden, and it's like, what's this doing? What's that do? It makes you feel good, right? It makes you feel good because you're just like, I'm right. I was right all along. I'm right. Instead of just like, oh, well, I still have to like deal with the horrible realization that this is all still happening in real time.
Moment, I think, yesterday when that stay was lifted, and hopefully now we'll go to court and just win that battle.
Trump, the man himself.
If we don't have the power to do what they're doing to us, we are going to be a great nation no longer.
Elon Musk was once idolized by folks on the left in this country before joining your administration. Now he's considered a hero by conservatives. Why do you think this man and what he's done in American life has been so politicized? Does it
his life has been amazing. When I look at so many different things, I look at that rocket being guided back into position. I've never seen that before. I thought it was a space movie. I thought it was a movie. You look at what he's done in terms of communication. It's been unbelievable. So many different, even tunnels going underground, not having to go through all the process of going. He's got a company that.
Okay, here we go.
Does that. He's got so many different companies. Starlink, as an example, he saved a lot of lives, probably hundreds of lives in North Carolina. I don't even know if you remember, but I called you. They needed Starlink in North Carolina. And I didn't know what the hell Starlink was. I said, what is it? Who owns it? He said, do you know Elon Musk? I said, you happen to know the gentleman. This was before his government stay. And they said, we really need it, because North Carolina became an island. It was, people had no communication. They had no access to anything, and they were dying. And I called up Elon. And
yeah, it's weird how they're kind of without FEMA. But glad they got internet.
You can't get it because it's so successful. It's very hard to get. And he had so much of it brought over there, and they told me it was unbelievable. It saved a lot of lives. So, he's just done a lot of things. I don't think, frankly...
Honestly, I just see men swinging right as a great opportunity to put in less effort.
I don't think he gets credit for what he's done. But he's a very good person, too. You know what? If he wasn't a good person...
Just be like, is that what your new pickup line's going to be? It's like, listen, I'm a lefty. You can take me or leave me, but... that's what you got lined up next. You gonna give me a chance or what?
If he wasn't, but he did the same things. I probably.
It's also raging because Tinder announced today that they're gonna test a feature that allows women to filter men by height.
He happens to be a really good person. who loves the country.
Mr. President, one big, beautiful
Absolute meltdowns.
bill. You had indicated
All right,
this week that there
that's
were some things you didn't like about what had passed in the House. What changes do you want to see the Senate make? And you had also indicated there were things you didn't like about the bill. What would you be suggesting he push senators to change in their version?
Well, I'll tell
as a single man on the left, it's really a boost.
I'll go first. It's an unbelievable bill. It cuts your deficits. It cuts.
I love how they keep focusing in on Trump specifically to get away from Elon's awkwardness.
No, it's a huge cutting. But there's the things I'd like to see maybe cut a little bit more. I'd like to see a bigger cut in taxes. It's going to be the largest tax decrease or cut in the history of our country. I'd like to see it get down to an even lower number. I was shooting for a slightly lower number. I would have liked to have done that. But with all of that being said,
yeah, somebody told you how deficits work and how we have this thing that keeps increasing. And if you keep cutting taxes, then you're not going to have any revenue going into the GDP. Here's the thing, too. With all the these jobs coming back,
the tax cut and the fact that
at what point are here's the scariest thing that I've come to figure out is with him saying that he doesn't even want to do the 2028 thing. That just means that legit by that point, they're so comfortable that everything is going to be just, so set in its way that they're just like, yeah, we don't even have to worry about the Dems. We don't have to worry about any of this. We're going to have a complete slave class.
Tax
like,
cut,
just
which
wait for it.
It's
It's
going
going
to
to
be
be great.
successful 4 years in the history of our country, the economy, and this is going to be even better. And you see that by the reports that came out just yesterday or tonight. I guess they were released this morning at 8 o'clock. You see the kind of numbers where somebody that's a pro is like, whoa, I haven't seen numbers like this since I've been doing this.
Notice how none of them are talking about brain manufacturing back anymore.
These are human emotions of professionals that have never seen numbers like, and we've just.
Well, you had that one guy who was really bad at it because they were just yeah, so we're going to have a bunch of new car factories, but we're going to have to pay people a lot more. He's just no, we won't. No, we won't.
We've just started. The bill is.
All of a sudden, that whole cheeseburger theory that they were crowing about when we were talking about increasing the minimum wage.
Great bill. It's going to be jiggered around a little bit. It's going to be negotiated with the Senate, with the House. But the end result is it extends the Trump tax cut.
It seems to me like they're trying to shove as much evil before 2026. What scares me again is the fact that they don't seem concerned about 2026 and the fact that they're doing the thing. They're openly saying how they're trying to steal the election by we're trying to protect the elections. That's what it's the same shit, guys. If realistically, the best thing, if we're, left-leaning Democrat, center, doesn't matter. If you care, sign up to be a poll watcher or a poll worker, because these are the positions that they are handedly taking over. And that's why they're just able to do this just through questioning, through legal stances, just oh, that signature doesn't look great. Hold on, we gotta do a signature match.
You'll have a 68% tax increase. You're going to go up.
You see the news that Trump contracted Palantir to create a master database on every American. Well, that explains why he went after all our data then.
8%. That's a number that nobody's ever heard of before.
Which actually, that's completely illegal. That's the reason that they, the NSA and all of these, the IRS and all of it was separate. That needs to be challenged in court immediately. And I'm surprised that, again, I'm surprised that I haven't heard about it, but we'll see. Maybe you got the Legal Eagle team out there taking care of us because it seems like they actually give a shit.
You'll have a massive tax increase. If it does get approved, you'll have a large tax cut, the largest we've ever had. When you add the past tax cuts that we got you, the Trump tax, the Trump tax cuts,
and that added to the deficit. I thought you guys actually cared about that, but apparently no.
It's an amazing bill. It does amazing things. With all of that, it's going to be adjusted a little bit over the next coming weeks, and I think it's going to be passed. The Republicans want to pass it. With all of the great things it does, including an extension of debt, it's the extension. We have to extend the debt. If we don't extend debt, we're in default. Now, the Democrats might like our country to be in default.
No, you rich. This is the rich elitism that I'm fucking sick of, and I'm gonna get mad here because again, they're the guys that tell us the bootstraps. Yet these assholes want to extend their credit limit when we just had a fucking bad Moody's just decreased our fucking credit score. What are you talking about? This is insanity, guys. that we don't have more Republicans out here just going fiscal responsibility.
But in 250
Like, what?
years, we've never been.
Holy shit, I have never watched so many people do it, just goose stepping towards a collective butt fucking. It's insane.
That was handed to them by a very well-meaning man that gave it to them because he thought it was the right thing to do. It could have been their problem before the election, but this man thought it was the right thing to do, and he was well-meaning. I don't hold anything against him for that, but that was put on our plate when it should have been on the Democrats. September 28th, a famous date. It should have been taken care of by the Democrats, but this person, a man of power, gave it to us so that in June that.
Watch Surveilled on Max.
Well, we have to take care of that because if we don't take care of it, we have a country in default. And we don't ever want to.
The thing is, I'm starting to give a shit about anything that goes into depth about like the NSA, the FBI, the scandals of the Bush administration. Like, honestly, this is why I don't give a fuck about anything about Biden anymore. Is just because this is all happening, guys, and we're just watching, and we're just like, yeah. But you know what we need to do? We need to focus on what the old man did.
Have a country in default. You know,
like I know that I'm hammering this one, but it really is starting to get like to me, where I'm just like, because this weekend was spent having too many of these discussions where I was just like, why are we talking about Biden again?
I'll tell you,
like we're almost 6 months in, and this dude is literally like
certain senator Elizabeth Warren said that she would
to use his
never
using a rocket ship to fascism
ever allow a default on our debt.
And that much.
She would never let it happen, and she would like to get rid of the
Firewater. I hope you have subscribed to the channel, and also leave a like on the
debt ceiling. What's called the debt
stream.
ceiling. I call
Seems
it
like
the
you're
debt
having
extension because we really need an extension. That she'd like to
I
see
hope
that
you're
gotten
having
rid
fun.
of, and there are many people that agree. Many Democrats agree with that, but we gave that through, and you know, I don't want to say an error. He did it well-meaning. They gave that to us. It was a Democrat problem just before the
I've
election.
been on social media less because I can't deal with the ridiculousness of it all. If anything, that's actually good. Like same here. I've been on social media a whole lot less.
But felt that really for the good of the country, we should extend that. But Elizabeth Warren and various other people would like to see that. Her whole career, she wanted to see it terminated, gotten rid of, not being voted on every 5 years or 10 years. And the reason was because it's so catastrophic for our country.
But.
And I always agreed with her. That was one thing I agreed with her on. Now, I haven't spoken to her, but I would say that if you asked her that question now, she'd say, no, it's their problem. But it's a very
If the Democrats ever fail on messaging on the deficit again, I just don't want to do it anymore. I just don't want to do it anymore.
And she happened to be right. It should be gotten rid of, or
holy
it should
shit,
simply
guys.
be extended. But that's one of the things that gets taken care of in this bill. That automatically gets extended for a 4-year period. And it should be.
Oh, 4-year period. So you're telling me that's going to sunset after you're out of here. So, you know, just in case you don't win kind of thing.
But I agree with Elizabeth Warren on that. I think we should get rid of it. It's too catastrophic.
Yeah,
please, go ahead.
What message do you like to send to international students?
Yeah, I find myself skipping out of political stuff when I go on Instagram. Between the bots and sensationalism, I'm exhausted.
Yeah. Are they still welcomed to study in the United States? And
I've blocked most of it.
To students, well, we want to have great students here.
That's the one thing I'll say as a content creator that does this. It has given me a nice little like outlet for everything. Like I bring it all here. Once I'm off, it's limited politics for me. Like occasionally I'll listen to something.
I think Harvard, you know, it's close to 31%. That's a lot. Our country,
mostly like Godzilla streamers and shit like that.
He's given $5 billion plus to Harvard over a short period of time.
Oh my God, he's doing it again.
Knew that. We found that out. I wouldn't say that was a Doge thing, but we found that out over a period of time. That was.
Oh, even Elon sick of Trump shit here. That's kind of refreshing to see, where he's just like, okay, can you fucking wrap it up?
We ended up in litigation for other reasons because they're very anti-Semitic. And in finding out and in going through the books, we found out that the country gave them $5 billion plus, much more than that, actually. And we're having it out with them, and let's see what happens. I think
the more I stare at that White House key, the more it looks like something you'd order off like one of those trophy sites.
We have a very good, well, it's a very sad case. It's a case we win. We can't lose that case because we have the right to make grants. We're not going to make any grants like that. But I don't think Harvard's been acting very nicely. I think Columbia wants to get to the bottom of the problem. They've acted very well.
Okay. He has been acting like super weird. But that, what the What was that? You saw that, right? You saw that. I saw it. I hope you saw it. We're going to see it again.
It's a case we win. We can't lose that case because we have the right to make grants. We're not going to make any grants like that. But I don't think Harvard's been acting very nicely. I think Columbia wants to get to the bottom of the problem. They've acted very well. And there are other institutions, too, that are acting. But Harvard's trying to be a big shot. And all that happens is every 3 days we find another $100 million that was given. 2 days ago, we found $200 million more. The money's given to them like gravy. I'd like to see the money go to trade schools, where people learn how to fix motors and engines.
He gave him an out, too, which is really weird, because, like, he was just like, have a good one. And I think that, like, that was Elon's kind of like,
where people learn how to build rocket ships.
But then Elon was just like, they might have more questions for me.
Because, you know, somebody has to build those rocket ships. Yeah. And I'd like to see trade schools set up, because you could take $5 billion plus hundreds of billions more, which is what's spent. And you could have the greatest trade school system anywhere in the world. And that's what we need to build his rockets and robots and things that he's doing, and to build lots of other things. And, you know, I went to school with people. In some cases, they weren't good students, but they could fix the engine of a car better than anybody I've ever seen. They could take it apart blindfolded. They had an ability at that. And they did very well. They made a lot of money. You know, it's a very skilled job. It's great. But I'd like to see a lot of money going into trade schools. I've always felt that. And we probably found
the fact that there's people out there that hear this and they're just like, he really respects what I do.
Found our pot of gold, and that's what's been wasted at places like Harvard. And the money's been wasted. Yeah, please.
Yeah, well, I wanted to ask quickly, Mr. Musk, is your eye okay? What happened to your eye? I noticed there was a bruise there.
Well, it wasn't. I wasn't anywhere near France. So, what does that mean? No,
I didn't notice it.
First lady of France.
I didn't notice.
Yeah, no, I just wasn't around with Lex, and I said.
He's so unfunny.
Go ahead.
Oh my God. Like, dude, it is so, I at least have to like take the joy that I can out of this, that the richest man in the world just cannot buy cool. Like, he can't buy a personality. The one thing that I have over him is just a natural personality. At least I got that. And now I can go cry into my pillow.
That was X that did that? Yeah. X could do it. If you knew X,
I saw his mom right now. But I didn't really feel much at the time, and then I guess it bruises up. But I just wasn't around with the kids.
I didn't notice it, actually.
I didn't notice it. Yeah, sorry, I was too busy making a yuck there.
There's not even a 5-year-old punching you in the face, actually.
That was X that did that? Yeah. X could do it.
I told him to punch me in the face.
What does that mean?
I didn't notice it.
First lady of France.
I didn't notice.
Yeah, no, I just wasn't around with Lex, and I said, go ahead, punch me in the face, and he did. Turns out even a 5-year-old punching you in the face, actually.
Go ahead and punch me in the face. Like, can we just sit there and for a second, like, all right, any of you guys with kids, I know there's a few of y'all, did you ever do that? Did you ever just, like, when horsing around with your kid, you're just like, you know what would be funny? Just punch me in the face.
That was X that did that? X
let's teach him violence.
If you knew X,
fantastic. This guy's he has 13 kids? 13 children, eh?
But I didn't really feel much at the time, and then I guess it bruises up.
14?
I didn't notice it, actually.
I know that you try to stay pretty neutral because.
Wow, he said that like he was the one who did it.
Not your war.
Like, honest, God, dude, I know that somebody made this joke before I jumped on this story, but for real, it actually does kind of seem like Trump actually might have decked him with his tiny little hands.
But
these tiny little hands, they may be small, but they hit like bricks.
By the way, not my war. I just want to solve
New York bricks. You forget, I'm a New Yorker.
The problem for people. This was not a war that was going to happen if I were president.
Right, and so not your war, but as you.
Next time, Elon should ask his kid to kick him in the nuts.
Try to fix it.
I want you to kick me in the nuts as hard as you can.
And as you survey this hellscape of.
Do you think he'll make like a
Ukrainian?
Or like he'll just like do like the anime cry emote where he's just.
It's horrible.
And you and your team deal with a very stubborn Vladimir Putin.
Yeah.
Do you look?
And Zelensky.
Yeah.
But do you look at this conflict?
And Zelensky. You forget that they're both bad boys.
Now,
we need a reminder that they're both bad boys. I just don't like Zelensky. He embarrassed me.
Look at this and see.
He really is just such a catty little bitch.
Putin as the good guy or the bad guy.
So I've known him very well.
He embarrassed me. I don't like it.
I went through a lot of things with him because. Russia was, the Russia hoax turned out to be a total hoax.
Oh my God. Sorry, Dad. X gonna give it to you.
New York Times, they got a Pulitzer Prize. They have to give back the Pulitzer Prize.
Woo!
That's my lawsuit, and they're doing very poorly in that lawsuit. But you know, they wrote stories.
All right, you know what? At least X does have that, or like in college, anytime it's just like he makes a good zinger. It's just like, woo, X, go give it to you.
Washington
Go
Post
give it
also.
to you.
I have gotten to see things that I was very
I
surprised
mean,
at.
we should. That should actually be the meme. Is X wiping that booger on the Resolute desk, and then woo, X, go give it to you.
Shot into
there we go.
Cities like Kiev during a negotiation that I felt was maybe very close to ending. We were going to solve a problem. And
Trump is the gayest president we've had for sure. I mean, dude, Liberace definitely, like,
rockets got shot in.
He would look at Trump and be like, I'm taking some pointers. I'm not sure if he sounded like that. I'm sorry.
Cities and people died.
I'm pretty sure he did.
I saw things that I was surprised at. So, and I don't like being surprised. So I'm very disappointed in that way. With that being said, I'd like to see it end. 5,000 people, I think the number's even more than that, but 5,000 people a week are being killed. Mostly soldiers, but also people that live in little cities and towns throughout Ukraine. And I'd like to see that stop.
And I asked Caroline this yesterday, but I want to ask you directly. So many of the things that you're trying to do are held up in court right now. If the courts are going to have so much influence over U.S. policy, do you wish you would have just become a judge instead?
Yeah, well, look, it wasn't
Peter Ducey really is just an insufferable little shit.
meant to be that way. If you look at the founders, the president had certain powers, and you have your three groups, and they all had supposed to be pretty equal powers. But you can't have a judge in Boston running foreign policy in places all over the country because he's got a liberal bent or he's a radical left person. That's what the executive branch is for, and you have checks and balances. But we had millions of people pour into our country, many criminals poured into our country, murderers, mental institutions from all over the world being emptied out into our country. And if we don't
Have you seen the video? Yes, I have.
And get them out quickly.
Yeah, where he passes out.
You could lose your country very easily. This is a bad, that anybody would allow this to happen to our country. You know, with all of the things, we took over inflation, we took over some wars, we took over a lot of problems that didn't exist when I was president. None of it existed. We wiped out ISIS. Other than that, we had no wars. Putin was never going to hit Ukraine. Israel would have never been attacked. That attack, as you know, Iran had no money. They didn't have money for Hamas. They didn't have money for Hezbollah. They had no money whatsoever. That wasn't going to happen. All of these things that happened weren't going to happen. You wouldn't have had inflation. So it's very sad when I came back. But
literally, Reagan judge is knocking his shit down. Yep.
Is the hardest is that they allowed 21 million people into our country, and many of those people are stone cold criminals. They moved their criminal population into the United States, and of all the things that are bad, I solved inflation. I believe.
That's hilarious. So you know how he was giving that stock report at the beginning?
Already, I got the fuel prices down. The fuel
it all went down at the end because of his stupid China thing.
Prices came down. That's one of the reasons.
This guy.
They screwed up the energy.
This guy.
They screwed up the cost of gasoline and oil.
At least he ain't
gas. And you had tremendous inflation. The greatest inflation probably in the history of our country under Biden. And when people said, oh, but the economy was, no, the economy was terrible for the people because they couldn't afford the energy. And the energy brought everything else up. Energy is the big deal. But with all of that, we solved that already. In 4 months, we solved it. $1.99, $1.98 gasoline. First time people have seen that in a long time since my term. But the hardest thing to solve is millions of people pouring into our country, many of whom are criminals. Because remember, these countries are smart. Their leaders are very street smart. They're sending the people that they don't want. They don't want the people that are there, that are law-abiding, that are productive, that are working hard.
Oh, wow. We're just going for like the straight up racist lies from like the 70s now. Cool. They're sending their worst. They're sending their criminals. They're sending the unwanted ones.
In jails, we have them. They allow them to come in. And I always look to the other side, like, why would somebody do something? In business, I try and study, why would they want to do this? Why would they want to sell it? Why would they want to buy it? One thing I can't figure out is what would an administration... What were they thinking?
What was it that Jesus said? Don't give us your tired and your poor. We only want your strong. We only want the strong and the good ones.
About millions of people from prisons all over the world, not just from South America, Venezuela, all over the world, from the Congo.
The protector in chief.
In Africa. Hundreds of people, thousands of people from the Congo, rough prisoners, from Asia, from Europe, rough parts of Europe. Why would they allow them to come into our country? Why would they do that?
Because that's called refugee status, numbnuts.
It's the one thing.
That's kind of what we do. It's called goodwill and earning goodwill with the rest of the world. You know, this thing that it used to be an imperial project, but I guess you're right. You know what?
I can't figure out.
If this is going to be the end of American imperialism, I guess we got to take the bad with the good, right?
And I don't believe it was Joe Biden. I really don't. I mean, look, he's been a sort of a moderate person over his lifetime, not a smart person, but a somewhat vicious person, I will say. If you feel sorry for him, don't feel so sorry because he's vicious. What he did with his political opponent and all of the people that he hurt a lot of people, Biden. And so I really don't feel sorry for him. But he wasn't a person that would allow murderers to come into our country. He wasn't a person that was in favor of transgender for anybody that wanted it, take kids out of families, et cetera, et cetera. So I just don't understand why a thing like this, how a thing like this could have been allowed to happen.
Because it's not a thing. Wait, especially that second part. That's not a thing. Like, you have this fucking myth about, like, these kids going to school and then disappearing from their family and coming back transgender. Like, it's all indoctrination. Like, seriously. Also, can we just acknowledge this? These shitty fucking parents. Like, God, this is why I am so glad I'm never having children.
Very sad for our country.
I think the fundamental moral flaw of the left is empathy for the criminals and not empathy for the victims. Empathy for the criminals, but not empathy for the victims. And there's been way too much of that. That needs to stop. To the president's point, there's been immense judicial overreach that's unconstitutional. That was never intended. And it's undermining people's faith in the legal system. It needs to stop. It's gone too far.
And just today, we had, just a couple of hours ago, we had a great decision from the Supreme Court, thank goodness, that was very important. We had two important decisions yesterday on the tariffs, because again, we have to be able to fight a fair fight with other countries. Howard, would you say?
This is effing painful.
We have to be able to use
it is
tariffs to fight people that
it really is. Like, it's painfully embarrassing for them. Like, again, this is going to be looked at as one of the more embarrassing moments of Trump's presidency.
I mean, if we didn't have that power of tariffs,
it's definitely going to be looked at as the moment that we all did realize, like, oh, Elon really is on drugs, huh?
We would economically be destroyed as a country because they will destroy us. Other countries will destroy us.
I mean, it's also hilarious. That's why I've been playing the whole thing. I was going to do this as a broken up segment, but you know what? Screw it. We're going for the full hour.
Unchecked tariffs. We can check them when we have the use. They tried to take that power away from us. And if you take that power away, we're not going to have a country. We won't have an economically viable country. But it's very important.
Sir, your cabinet has made a criminal.
On immigration, that we be able to get people out without having to go through a long court case. I mean, it was up to some of these judges. Every single one of these millions of people, criminals, prisoners that were let go from jails because they save a fortune when they do. They brought them into the United States. You know what they're saving? The money they're saving? But some of murders, it's very important that we're able to get those people out of here fast, bring them back to their country where they belong. And those countries take them. Because if they don't take them, they have to go through the wrath of the United States, and they take them. But we have judges that don't want that to happen, and it's a terrible thing.
Shut up! Just shut up! Just shut up! At what point does somebody just tell this guy to just shut the fuck up?
That's going through the court.
God, you just keep talking. Blah, 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 blah. I'm very good at this, blah, 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 blah.
It's just a
blah, 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 blah,
right now,
blah, blah, blah.
Situation. But when ICE and with Border Patrol, they've done an incredible job. When they do this incredible job, and they capture 100.
Says the little effing criminal who's pardoning scammers, liars, thieves. Yeah, again, whatever. White collar criminals. That, you know what? Because robbing people of their money, again, CFPB bullshit. Like, this is the thing. People don't understand that the reason that they're getting shitty customer service right now, which I've been seeing a large influx of people going on Nextdoor, because that's what they use it for, to remind people, don't use this service, and this customer service has gotten horrible, and this customer service has gotten horrible. Do you know why? Because there is no CFPB, Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, to come after anybody that fucks us over. So you know who's really, really ballsy right now? Scammers.
Dealers and we can't keep them for years here as we go through trials. We have to get them out rapidly, and we know who they are.
It's like watching The Apprentice. That's the problem.
We know who they are.
Like, we're doing, the thing is, we had this discussion in his first administration, is how often do you actually platform these things? Like, the AP would actually do, like, at one point, they would stop platforming every single one of his little pressers because they realized that it was just not worth it because they realized that they were just becoming state media at that point.
And
now
we're very careful about who they are, but we have to get them out rapidly. Or again, we're not going to have
don't want to miss out on the clicks.
The country, okay? Maybe one or two more. Go ahead.
Are you concerned that tariff may also affect companies like Tesla, which has parts manufactured abroad? And this is also to you, Mr. Musk.
Well, he's going to end up building his whole car here. I mean, I thought he built his whole car. Pretty much he does. He's got incredible factories. And like I looked at one in Texas. It's unbelievable.
Nobody's buying Teslas, though. Like, that's the thing there, fucking Prez. Like, nobody's buying these shitty cars. So you can pat yourself on the back all you want, but your base did not save Tesla. Like, Tesla's still tanking, bro. So, like, own it.
I know.
Like, that's the one thing I need I need this, at least with it, like, while I'm still here, to see like the Trump base, like especially the Gen Z males, at least just like start to kind of get it, where it's like, oh, this guy kind of sucks.
All of the manufacturers,
like, he's not as cool as I thought he was.
Will build their parts here too. I mean,
because again, the troll the libs thing, that's realistically all this is. And like, these guys took their dad's energy from that shit and they were just like, yeah, you know what? This is why ladies hate me.
It used to bother me. They make a part in Canada, a part in Mexico, a part in Europe, and sent all
those damn libs
all over the place, and nobody knew what the hell was happening.
All these girls falling in love with trans girls. Like, no, we got to do something about this.
You build a car, make it in America. And I gave them a little leeway on that, you know, gave them some leeway. But over the next year, they've got to have the whole thing built in America. That's what we want. We want America to buy American-built cars. Thank you very much, everybody.
We want America to buy American-built cars.
Good meeting. It was a good meeting.
Are you considering?
It was a good meeting.
Keep going, keep going, keep going. Thank you. Thanks, guys. Let's go straight out here. Thank you. Thanks, guys. We can come back for the reports.
Elon started whistling at the end. Just when I thought he couldn't get any more awkward and weird, he started freaking whistling after doing one of these. That's literally how that ended. Okay, so that was a wonderful trip into the abyss that is known as our parallel universe. Oh, wait, it's not the parallel universe. This is the actual universe. Well, I hope you guys enjoyed that. Yeah, he still thinks he's hot as that all the time. And he's just... Ay, ay, ay. It's almost sad. Like, this is the part where, like, we all called them the cultists. We all like called out the cultists during the first administration and then some. But now it is kind of just, it's like, dude, at what point, like, just, I mean, I'm getting sick of shouting into the ether. I don't give it, like, again, I have a very special situation going on where, yeah, you know, a little bit of that depression, but it's definitely not like your what I would call clinical bouts. Yeah. Tragedy happens in your life. You start looking at things a little bit differently and just looking at things that, like, this is what matters. This is what actually matters to me. And, you know, realistically being, like, completely outraged all the time at this stuff, like, it is kind of wild. Like, because think about it. If you just, like, shut off your phone, like, how much happier your life would be, you know? Because I was thinking about this myself, where I'm just like, I've had a lot more peace, you know, having my phone-free hours, where I'm just like, yeah, no, I'm gonna go play a console game, because that's another thing I will admit, like, when you attach yourself to a PC, it is harder to get away from that kind of stuff. So, yeah, if I'm a game, console game. If I'm going to, been reading some books and just escaping, which is nice. But like I said this yesterday, it's like so weird that I'm losing my third space. Get all my media from the library. I'm probably, you know what, I'm going to be pivoting to the library coming up here, especially with this this closure happening. So good. It sucks, but yeah, Trump's tariffs didn't do anything. See, this is my favorite thing that I'm going to get to see, is eventually it's going to happen, because there's this one guy who knows the shop owner, and he's a mutual friend, where like the guy, well, ex-friend I should say, because like the guy literally like is so up his ass about his politics, like him being a Trumper, where like he just doesn't care. Like he'll get a few beers in him and he will just burn every relationship that he has just based on the fact that he cannot admit it's like, hey man, you might be wrong about this, or like you're being completely unreasonable, because he's one of those guys that's just like, we'd be better off if this was just a completely right-wing authoritarian country. It's just like, holy shit. And the thing is, he doesn't get it. He doesn't understand that if like, it's kind of that whole dog that catches the car theory, where it's just like, once that happens, he would be like, oh, now what? And then they would turn on each other. Weird how that works, right? Oh, but my broader point is that this guy, he's one of these dudes that's just like talking about how great Trump is doing right now while ignoring the fact that it's like, oh, but you know, this small business that you have like put a lot of time and energy into, and you know, it's going away because of his policies. You're making less money because of his policies, but sacrifice for what? For what? Because they can never answer what the hell they're gonna get that they're sacrificing for. Like, the closest thing I've gotten was, well, we'll get a tax cut. It's like, no, you're not. And if you do, it's going to be minuscule. Like, it is not going to be offset by what you're going to be paying to get those tax cuts passed. You're going to be paying more at the store. You're going to be paying more in healthcare. You're going to be paying more all around. But yay, you know, that incremental little saving there. Ugh. Man, coming in hot with that one. I'm glad that that's over. All right, so we're going to chill for a minute. I need a news breaky break. So, Anna, I hope that you're still here. Sound off if you are, because I have a video specifically for you that I saved from yesterday. Because that's how I knew that you were not here. I asked you to sound off. Where the hell did it go? Here it is. If you are not hanging right now, then we got some more passive content to go through. I am, but not 100%. It's okay. I gotta leave soon. I was getting ready for Comrade Karaoke. Oh, nice. Right. The Radiohead situation just got really bad. Ooh, I will watch that because I am, well, was a... I don't know. There's still some good songs. That one's hard, though. That one's like, here, what happened? Oh, Ben Shapiro begs for war with Iran. Just going for it, eh? Interesting. Let's see.
All right, so now let's move on. Let's talk a little bit about Ben Shapiro here. So, Shapiro, he's been waning in relevance recently. The numbers on his YouTube channel have gone down.
Stop talking about relevance. Who gives a shit?
Completely and utterly washed.
I do think that it's kind of fucking like catty from all media standpoints to talk about relevance. Yes, I'm a smaller creator, so it's easier for me to say, but for real.
Now, because he did that Jubilee debate, and it went horribly for him. Just terrible for him.
I didn't see anyone defending him.
It was
Everyone
like the
was
opposite, opposite of Sam Cedars' appearance.
Yeah.
Where even the right-wingers were showing clips of Sam Cedar owning the right-wingers, but they thought Sam must be the right-winger because he's owning.
The best of this.
And these got to be liberals because they look stupid, right? So polar opposite, he just literally like melted in front of the screen, and he refused to be straightforward. Oh, what do you mean by you? What do you mean by God? Like, he refused to just say the shit that he thinks, and I think we're getting to a new era of bluntness now that all that bullshit is sort of going away.
Yeah.
But anyway, Ben Shapiro's on the downswing, and you could see this clip right here is really indicative of why he's become a bit of a joke and completely pathetic, because he's part of the conservative intelligentsia, right? And he's going to talk here about the issue of Iran, and he's effectively begging Israel and the U.S. to go to war with Iran. Take a look.
So a kind of shocking story from Axios yesterday emerged that suggested that President Trump had cautioned Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu in a phone call last week not to take any action that could jeopardize negotiations between the United States and Iran on a new nuclear deal. Okay, so first of all, I have a question. Israel is not involved in those negotiations. So why should Israel hold off? Real question. Israel is the country most under threat from Iran, not the United States. Okay, so if we were going to take the full-scale J.D. Vance isolationist realist position, shouldn't the United States just sort of wash its hands and walk away and say whatever happens, happens? But I notice that's not what's happening. Instead, these so-called restrainers inside the administration, they're not attempting to restrain the United States, which is already restrained. I promise you, my 100% certitude is that President Trump is not going to authorize a bombing raid on the Iranian nuclear facilities. Whether or not we should, I don't think it's going to happen. Okay, that's just the reality. So why is the restrainer team inside the Trump administration trying to stop Israel from doing that thing? Why? With what bad deal? Iran keeps saying openly they will not stop enrichment.
Well, he really is going for it.
The United States is so desperate for a deal, what, for the sake of a deal? The Iranians know this, which is why they're pushing. And so when Trump warned Netanyahu not to go and do anything about Iran, just trust us. Okay, listen, I will trust that President Trump will cut a good deal if he continues to maintain the Trump 1.0 stance, which is no nuclear enrichment at all, no nuclear facilities at all. That was something that 3 weeks ago the Trump administration was saying. President Trump himself, again, I'm with Trump 1.0 on this, not Steve Witkoff and J.D. Vance 2.0. Donald Trump 1.0 killed Qasem Soleimani, destroyed the Iranian economy, and held them in check. Then Joe Biden came in, reversed a bunch of that stuff, and you got October 7th and a vast regional war. Why wouldn't we just go back to Trump 1.0? That is the foreign policy that actually shaped the Abraham Accords. Why is that not the thing? Instead of calling the Prime Minister of Israel and telling him he needs to restrain himself on Iran.
Oh, how dare you tell Israel to restrain themselves? That's crazy.
Yeah.
Obviously, they're very restrained and calm and not doing anything bad at all on a daily fucking basis when they bomb kids.
Well, I love how he plays dumb here. Like, well, with what power would you use to restrain Israel? It's like they cannot exist without us. Literally, they can't exist in their current state
but
without us.
But they did effectively buy the U.S. government, so he has a point there. Like, hey, Netanyahu's actually the boss, bitch. That's kind of what he's saying, right?
Yeah,
it's just the quiet part out loud.
That is what he's saying.
It's the quiet part loud.
So apparently, based on U.S. intelligence assessments, Israel cannot destroy Iran's nuclear program on their own. They would need our help. But what they can do is some sort of a strike that would lead to an Iranian retaliation.
Later, Anna.
That
and make the U.S.
would
join on their side.
require us to.
I'm glad that you sounded off because, yeah, the video I had prepped for you is a little bit longer. We'll watch it next time.
Join in to protect Israel like we did before.
More nerdy D&D fun.
And that's really what the Shapiros of the world and the Netanyahus of the world are toying with. That's what they want, is to do some sort of a strike that leads to Iran feeling the need to retaliate and then dragging us into it to protect them, because that's what we always do.
So he's wrong literally in every imaginable way in this clip. A few things. He brings up that, well, Israel's under threat from Iran.
Yeah,
no, they're not. No, they're not. Iran is under threat from Israel. The country right now that's in the midst of doing a genocide and ethnic cleansing right in front of our eyes, on top of also bombing Lebanon, Israel bombing multiple countries right now as we speak.
Yeah.
That country is the rabid one that's out of control, that's doing offensive military action. Nobody in their right mind says, oh, Israel is acting in self-defense these days. Like, what are you, crazy? Of course not. So this is a total fiction. The fiction, oh, Iran is out of control with all this stuff. Iran's top proxies were Hamas and Hezbollah. Both of them are weakened immensely right now.
Yeah.
Israel sees that as an opportunity to, in their language, cut the head off the snake. Let's go get Iran. And you heard the way he talked about, it was great when you crippled their economy last time. So you are cheerleading for civilians to be starved, to not make any money, to live in a dilapidated country in extreme poverty by design. So again, you are the violent one. You are the one making threats. It's such bullshit. Say Israel is under threat from Iran. Nobody in their right mind believes that. It's literally the reverse. Iran is under threat from Israel. The other point is, he said Trump won't authorize a bombing raid. He literally already did publicly on the campaign trail multiple times. I remember I covered it. It was a huge deal. He said, I think Israel, if they want to, go ahead and attack the sites. Go ahead if you want to. Go ahead, attack the sites. The idea that I don't even believe, I think this is all kayfabe bullshit, where they try to pretend like, oh, Trump's really disagreeing with Netanyahu. He's really reeling him in. No, he's not. He doesn't fucking have that in him. He doesn't have that in him. I'm sorry. And then when he says no enrichment, like that's got to be the line, Ben knows that's illegal under international law. That they have a right under international law for nuclear power, for their power grid, for nuclear power, for scientific research. It is not on the menu. It is not on the table to say no enrichment at all, full stop, period. That's not a thing.
It's a poison pill.
It's a poison pill.
Everybody knows it is.
So,
I mean, Bibi's out there calling for the Libya model vis-a-vis Iran.
Which says it all. That means let's go kill the motherfucker like we killed Gaddafi. That's what that means.
Let's sodomize him to death is actually what happened to Gaddafi. So, no, I mean, it's very clear what the game that they are trying to play. Now, I am more hopeful than you are that there is some possibility that there is actually a deal that was struck here. So the latest in terms of the enrichment position is you had Witkoff come out, and this was very disheartening, say, like, no enrichment, that's our line. Some of the reporting recently has been that they think there may be a compromise position where there's a consortium of regional states that do civilian nuclear enrichment and that U.S. companies are brought in on the deal. So you have U.S. capitalists who could profit off of it, and that might be a solution that Iran could be open to, that the U.S. would be open to, so that, you know, in the context of Trump like wanting to make money off of everything and do these deals, that might be a potential compromise. But in terms of where Shapiro and where Netanyahu, like where their interests are, I don't think it's any mystery to anyone what the game is that they're trying to play here. And the other thing that they've done to try to, like, sort of like how Trump, were calling Trump a chicken for backing off the tariffs or whatever, and when he got called on that to his face, everyone sort of freaked out, like, oh, this is gonna like goad him into like levying a bunch of tariffs. They've been also trying to use that kind of psychology with him, where they'll say, oh, well, this is just like Obama's deal. You know, you're just getting back into Obama's deal. You know, why are you just redoing Obama's deal? And so that's the other tactic that they're using to try to keep him from actually closing
I hope he didn't radicalize any of you.
Iranian nuclear deal.
But that's actually a correct point. The only deal you can make that's a real serious deal
is
the
accurate.
Obama deal.
It is accurate.
But he pulled
Just
out of that deal.
Yeah, no, whatever the end state of the deal is, if there is one, will almost definitely be very similar to what Obama negotiated.
Right, and Trump was the one who pulled out of that.
He'll have some face-saving piece, like I saw they're open to allowing in America.
It's like, again, the drug deal, the drug deal, the pharmaceutical bill. Like, it's literally the same thing
Inspectors, which
that
was not
Biden
allowed
passed,
under
where
the
he's just
Obama
like, wait a minute, so you're telling me you already agreed to this? Just put my name on it.
So he'll have some face-saving.
It's the same
I
thing.
think that's
he'll
that
have
simple,
some
though.
face-saving sort of flourish that he can point to that makes this totally different than the one he got out of before. But yeah, it's going to have the similar contours.
Just play this out, though. Even if there is a deal and you know he makes a big deal out of it or whatever, Israel is eventually going to plant some fake shit about how they're not following the deal and they just disrespected you, Mr. President. And can you believe that they did this and they betrayed you and they backstab you? And that mixed with the fact that Donald Trump has taken hundreds of millions of dollars from the Israel lobby, he's going to do it. He's going to do it. I'm not like, I can't imagine a scenario where I would actually imagine the best faith interpretation of what Trump is reportedly doing that I just take that at face value. I just don't see it. I mean, it's not like Miriam Adelson gave him that $100 million for shits and giggles. Like, there are terms attached to that. One of them is like, let him finish the genocide in Gaza, let him annex the West Bank. Another one is going to be, at the very least, let Israel do their fucking war with Iran, right? And Trump also said in that interview with Newsweek or Time, like, oh, Netanyahu can't drag us into that war. But if he goes, we'll be happy to go as well.
Yeah.
It's like, what?
Yeah.
Because, again, the idea that this guy has, like, hardcore convictions, you know, oh, I'm going to stand on this on principle. Fucking, Trump doesn't have that at all, not in the slightest. There's not a principled bone in his body.
No, but I think he likes the idea of making a deal. I think he likes the idea of like, oh, maybe I'll get a Nobel Peace Prize. Like, I think that's the kind of stuff that he likes. And if you can put, whoever came up with the idea of like, oh, let's get American capitalists into the, you know, the civilian regional nuclear enrichment coalition, I think that was a pretty intelligent play vis-a-vis Trump. So we'll see. I'm not like at all confident it's going to get done, but I do have some, like, I don't completely foreclose that is a possibility at this point. Just to go back to the Ben Shapiro clip, the one other piece that made me sort of lose my mind is when he described them as isolationist. Like, I don't know how people say these sorts of things with a straight. How many countries? I mean, you've been keeping track. Like, how many countries does he threaten war? He's still threatening Canada, Panama,
Mexico,
Greenland, Gaza,
yeah,
Mexico. Like, in what world is this an isolationist administration?
enough.
Not to mention that so much of their foreign policy is centered around preparing for and escalating towards a war with China.
The only way you can say that they're isolationists is actually economic isolationism, because they launched a trade war on the rest of the world. Foreign policy-wise, they're the exact opposite.
Totally.
They're total imperial, old-school style imperialists.
Yeah.
They've graduated beyond just neocon warmonger. They've gone to full imperialist, where like we have a right to just take whatever from anywhere we fucking want.
Yeah,
period.
no, that's right. The innovation, which is really just like a return, like you're saying, to like 1900s imperialism, is we're not going to cloak it in language of human rights anymore, unless
It's
we're talking
not though.
about
Hold on.
African.
But I made this point earlier where like no, because under that mentality, we would still like do things to influence other nations, you know, that were tentatively good.
White genocide. Then we'll use that language.
Not just
But
all these
otherwise,
bad things where
we're
it's
not gonna
just like,
cloak
oh,
our
we just blow up
ambitions
and
in this,
then
like, international
offer to
do-gooder
put a
language
Band-Aid on
anymore.
it?
We're just going to take what we want to take.
Yeah.
We're going to go and we see some resources here. This, again, is a good prep for the Naomi Klein conversation. We see some resources over here that we want. We're going to fucking take it because we've got the guns and we've got the money, and that's what it is. That is the true definition of their foreign policy. In no world can you describe that as isolationist.
Yeah.
It's not isolationist.
Right.
It just doesn't embrace any of the like democracy, human rights language that has been, you know, in place since World War II.
It's a final point. It's also just so crazy to me that to imagine a scenario where Trump pulled out of the Obama deal, which they were following it perfectly. We know that.
It
He
was
pulled
working.
out of it. He ripped it up. By the way, that makes our word shit on the world stage. Like, everybody knows we're full of shit.
Yes.
And then what? Now you're going to get back into a very similar deal?
That really was the start of just the blatant, like, I don't care what the other administration did, fuck it. Where to Obama, like, it's actually to his detriment, where people like me, we criticized Obama for carrying on Bush policies.
And then, like, what? Expect everybody to fucking pat you on the back?
Yes.
Like, what the, you could have just not gotten out of the deal to
If
begin
we
with.
only knew that this is what he could have done. Oh, shit.
No, but they will. They will, because he's a toddler, and they'll. Oh, good
Right,
job.
yeah.
You went pee-pee in the
Well,
potty. Way to go. You know.
Netanyahu won't be saying that.
I,
He'll be
made a
secretly
big, I
seething.
made a great big dookie, and everybody loves me. All right. Legend of Sean. Shout out for recommending this. I'm going to take a look.
Wait.
A debate on racism goes off the rails. How long ago was this? 3 years ago. Maybe not. Sorry. I got excited. I thought this was new. Because that means that there's a good possibility I'm reacting to something that I've already seen. I like doing that with like the plan on doing so. There's like, I think I did 2 Majority Report videos on that. So, all right. No, yeah, it's Trump's fault that Iran now has nukes at the behest of at the behest of Israel, of course. Yeah. Cassandra Detroit. Yo, how you doing? Welcome. Nice to meet you. Hope you are doing well, and also, yeah, if you are new to the stream, hit that like button. It definitely helps me out. Remember, smaller streamer, guys. God. Although, you know what? I don't actually begrudge the larger streamers for doing the same thing, because the algorithm, it really is. It's kind of wild, like the way that it works. So. All right, let's get to this next bit. Man, doing a hard pivot. I'm doing well, actually, for everything going on, whether it be political or private. I mean, I do private, but private life. That's the one problem I have is I overshare. It's great for streaming, but yeah, you guys pretty much know everything that's going on, so don't know if I like yet. Oh, well, that's okay. It's okay. I appreciate people that take their time, but no, I'm doing well. I'm a pretty personal streamer as far as like I was saying, I let people know what's going on in my life. Recently my mom she has passed on. It was unexpected, so yeah, very open about my grieving process and how this is helping. So Also, we do politics here, but it doesn't really matter what your politics are. You could be right wing, left wing, center. Me, I am more democratic socialist, but I am more than happy to discuss things with you. We cover news of the day, and we also have a little bit of fun. So, oh, wait a minute. Oh, wait, that's not the puppet. My bad. Well, as I said, we have a little bit of fun here. We have a little puppet that you can redeem over on Twitch. Like your icon. It's very colorful. Eye-catching, if you will. Sorry about your mother. Are you familiar with Ram Dass? No, I'm not. This is the first I am ever hearing of it. Him, them. It's almost like I got this fancy thing that can... Ram Dass, also known as Bada Ram Dass, an American spiritual teacher, guru of modern yoga, psychologist and writer. Oh, interesting. Man, everything's going like metaphysical since Saturday, because on Saturday I was a guest on somebody else's stream. I did my first tarot reading, and I gotta say, definitely sparked some interest in me. Now, I'm still a little skeptical, and I understand how it works, but damn if my reading wasn't like dead on reading or whatever. Draw. What do you call it? Is it a draw or is it a reading? I've always heard it called a tarot reading, but either way, let's do a little thing on Ram Dass. Yoga's cool. I like yoga. I like psychedelics. Psychedelics are cool. Harvard Divinity School. Ooh. Tufts University. Spiritual teacher in the lineage of Neem. Karali Baba. Ram Dass. Timothy Leary's for... Oh! That would explain the psychedelic thing. Well, that's actually very cool, because my mom... Damn. That's kind of shitty, because like my mom was really into that. Like, yes, she was into psychedelics, but at the same time, Timothy Leary, and I think she would know who Ram Dass is, and I'd probably be able to have a very good conversation with her about it. You know, all things considered. All right, I gotta go let my dog out. She is being a weenie. Give me 1 second. While I do that, I'm going to let Tim Pepper take the reins for... Just give me 60 seconds. There you go, Tim. Oh. There. Oh. Hey. Like I said, that was quick. Fourth tower of Inverness, that's it. First was introduced to him through the first tower of Inverness, a radio drama from 1970 from when I was 12. Fourth tower of Inverness, that is. Psychedelics saved my life. I think that it plays a small part in why I'm able to grieve properly and, you know, kind of guided almost. Because, yeah, I do microdosing on, I probably shouldn't say, but, yeah. Yes, Dave, him. Are you familiar with Ken and his bus? I'm not. But anyway, you sound cool as hell. I know my mom would have had a great time talking to you. But yeah. Also, did I mention 420 friendly? Speaking of, we are just short of 50 minutes to get to the 420 fun half. So you know what that means. A little bit more news before we get to the fun. So let's take a look, see if there's any updates we need to go through. Trump tells U.S. steelworkers he's going to double tariffs on foreign steel from 25% to 50%. And this was right after making his deal with Japan. Great job, Trump. Whatever, man. All right. Oh, now I get to find a new video. Ah! I had an LSD cult. Oh, whoa. Damn. Well, Cass, that's kind of wild. Yeah, you know what? I think Abba and Preach. Let's see what they got to say about this.
I'm going to screen record.
You can do this live. I'm home.
What do you mean live? Oh, you're back in Montreal?
Yeah, that's what I've been trying to say. But anyways, yeah, you want me to pass by?
Yeah. You can definitely pass by. We missed you over here, so we appreciate having you back.
All right, I'll be there.
Come on, man. You're not happy to see me too?
I'll be there in 20.
Okay. See you soon, Dad.
Don't call me Dad.
Yeah, I love this. All right. That was kind of. I'm glad that they put that in the video. That was good.
I like when you like this, Daddy.
Yeah, where you put my bag?
Daddy, I like when you scrambling and scraping. When you scrambling and scraping.
Dude, okay.
Hey, y'all, we got a special guest in the building, but he's back.
Well, you?
I thought he was still gone. Okay. So, some good stuff.
I guess.
So, well, we talked about this, and everyone said we was crazy.
And this one's a little bit more of a page 6 question, but back when you hosted The Apprentice, you mentioned once in 2012 that Dick.
All right. We saw this part. I'm going to go let my dog out.
Back then, he has since found himself in some very serious legal trouble.
Yeah, that's true.
Would you ever consider pardoning him?
I know people are thinking about it. I know they're thinking about it. I think some people have been very close to asking. First of all, I'd look at what's happening, and I haven't been watching it too closely, although it's certainly getting a lot of coverage. I haven't seen him. I haven't spoken to him in years. He used to really like me a lot, but I think when I ran for politics, he sort of, that relationship busted up from what I read. I don't know. He didn't tell me that, but I'd read some little bit nasty statements in the paper all of a sudden. You know, it's different. You become a much different person when you run for politics and you do what's right. I could do other things, and I'm sure he'd like me, and I'm sure other people would like me, but it wouldn't be as good for our country. As we said, our country's doing really well because of what we're doing. So I can't, it's not a popularity contest. So, I don't know, I would certainly look at the facts. If I think somebody was mistreated.
But everyone said we were crazy. I don't think. And what did he sit here and say? I'll consider it. What do you think is the best way for Diddy to get off? I have one theory.
To get off? I think
I was watching True Stories the other day, and I realized I must sound like a nut to normal people when I tell my life story. I kind of feel the same way sometimes.
And after that, he wants, like, we already know the nipple stuff, right?
But if you're part of a psychedelic, cult,
you think it's Trump?
That's at least yours was fun.
Trump been handed out.
Mine was all authoritarian and like doomsday.
Pardons like cotton candy.
Nah, man, no. I don't think it's gonna happen.
Maybe not because of how profile this is, but I'm saying that's his best odds.
When you said that the first time, I was like, this motherfucker's tripping. I said, you tripping, he's not gonna do that. And then I got home, and of course my phone heard me say that. And they proceed to, I don't even know how or why, but my phone and my algorithm proceeded to show me every people that Trump has pardoned. I was like, it is actually a thing.
Oh, yeah.
I'm going to go ahead and shut the fuck up then.
The prosecutor in New York had a slam dunk case that they were about to prosecute against Mayor Adams. And Trump got his AG to basically shut that shit down. And then Mayor Adams switched his whole tone and he became very pro-Trump right afterwards. That's what we're talking about, the guy who runs New York. You dig? So he's very transactional in that sense.
Yeah,
There's
100%. But I don't think that Diddy's gonna have any kind of push or pull or. And I'm saying that, and I'm here. I remember all the people that do support him and defend him. So I'm like, you know what?
Do you think Kodak Black has pull? Any more than Diddy? Do you think Kodak Black has pull? No. There's been convicted felons, people who were like slam dunk cases, convicted of fraud. There's people who tax evasion, like the gay couple that everyone's happy's out now. Like these people literally were either stealing money, doing it. Some people engaged in other different kinds of crimes. He pardons them. You can say whatever you want about the president, however you feel about him. He's pardoned a lot of people. I'm just saying, he pardons, Diddy. Lifetime supply of baby oil. You know what I'm saying? Keeping that shit glistening, making sure his orange skin looked nice in the Oval Office.
Glistening?
Think about it.
Am I happy?
That if this
I like to glide down the halls of the West Wing.
we all have to admit it's not the craziest thing this man has done. It's not.
No, it's not. It might happen. At this point, I'm like, you know what?
And I think it would be popular with a lot of people. Because a lot of people were out here yapping on behalf of Diddy, in terms of this guy being this or that, and he shouldn't be in jail. So, yeah, that could definitely be a thing, and I don't think it would be that shocking. Go ahead.
Just him considering it just proves a bit your point. He doesn't even have to do it.
That's stupid.
I don't even know why you would consider this guy's on camera just beating these broads. It's just so crazy to me. But again, none of this has to be logical. Okay,
disgusting.
Hypothetical.
Go ahead.
One or the other. They can get a pardon. Who do you want out and for what reason? Diddy or Kelly?
Kelly.
Kelly?
Yeah.
Same. Because he come out with some bangers. Like Diddy just take that. Like, nobody cares if he comes back out.
Yeah, well,
Wait a minute. That's your logic?
Kells is the actual talent.
Facts. Bangers.
Diddy outsources and steals.
Bang underage. Yeah.
Hey, you got some bangers and they're underage.
That's it. The idea that we live in a time and age where people can get convicted and if Trump likes them, or in some cases, in one guy's case, this was actually crazy. So this guy was convicted
That's why
of
I'm saying the
defrauding
Epstein
investors.
stuff is definitely
Very
like, come
slam-dunk
on.
case.
It's so
Essentially what he
obvious at
did
this
was
point.
he pretended
That's why
he
any
had a
conspiracy theorists that like love
hydrogen-powered
Trump, it's like the
truck, which was
easiest dunk
supposed
to just be like,
revolutionize trucking. So he got
yeah,
investors to buy
like,
in. He showed them a demo of a video of the
there's
truck
no
itself
even point
and
to
how it
trying with
functioned.
you.
Now, at first, I was positive this was fake. Trevor Milton is like, the case was so open and shut. I mean, it literally was already over. According to the DOJ, Trevor Milton lied to investors again and again on social media, on television, on podcasts, and in print. But today's sentence should be a warning to startup founders and corporate executives everywhere. Fake it till you make it is not an excuse for fraud. And if you mislead your investors, you will pay a stiff price. Oh, no, you won't. Actually, you won't. Actually, you'll get away with it. Just donate some money to Donald J. Trump, because it turns out Trevor Milton, right before his pardon, coincidentally, had donated over $1 million to the Trump campaign. They had a truck. They said they had this hydrogen-powered truck that worked. They're just lying about the capabilities of their vehicle. This was not powered by hydrogen here. It was rolling. In addition, they had internal emails where they revealed that their truck, which was supposed to be powered again by just hydrogen, but instead there was an electric cable that went up to power it. So when they were doing their show, it looked like it worked. I mean, you get the point. It was like a blatant fraud.
Using
fraud.
100%
legit fraud.
Easiest point of fraud. So he would take money from all these people and literally didn't have a deliverable to give them back. So people invested millions.
I mean, that's why they flooded the zone, guys. But this is also what's kind of funny. Everybody thought that there was this master plan. It was all about just getting more money
In his product.
It's so it is kind of funny. Like, just how little they care.
It wasn't what was represented to them, hence the fraud case. This guy goes to jail. His lawyer is Pam Bondi's brother. Pam Bondi is Trump's general attorney. Attorney general, the other way around. So, here's where it gets crazy. This man from jail, after being convicted, makes donations to the campaign in the tune of millions. From there, the case gets brought to Trump. He comes out and he says something along the lines of,
Again, I don't know him, but they say it was very unfair, and they say the thing that he did wrong was he was one of the first people that supported a gentleman named Donald Trump for president.
which is not the truth, but it doesn't matter.
No.
The money gets passed through.
But yeah, we're in a post-truth era. What he just did right there, that's being in a post-truth era where people just accept that, where it's like, it doesn't matter.
Guy gets his pardon, gets let out of jail.
I really can't emphasize enough. I hate that this stuff is being politicized. I would never make it political, but it is inherently politicized because the people releasing what I believe to be criminals, I guess now he's not a criminal, it is a political statement. Like, I don't know what to say. It's just pay to play, average corruption. You pay me, you're the bro, you have the attorney that's the bro of the attorney general, you get a pardon. And look at the way Trevor talks about it. He plays right into the whole politics thing.
Done by the same offices that harassed and prosecuted him. And I'm now officially 100% pardoned. And I wanted to tell everyone out there, all the people that supported me and fought through all the bullcrap, fought all the lies, fought against all the short sellers and the destruction that they do and everybody else involved, the greatest comeback story in America is about to happen. And I just wanted to tell you guys, thank you.
We live in a timeline where people are literally just buying get out of jail free cards. And it's normal.
It's just been like that. It's always been like that. It's just that it was not so overt. It was not so overt, the deals and stuff like that. It's just now it's really just no shame in the game. In your face, no shame in the game.
The tax evasion one just pisses me off too. Because you see these people, like all of us, if you try to avoid paying your taxes just as a regular person, like you're just not going to get off on that.
Nope.
If Diddy gets pardoned, it's a pretty big deal for him because he's likely to get convicted on the RICO charges. And the thing with racketeering is if you get convicted based off bad boy records, they can seize your assets because your criminal enterprise, all money affiliated with it or in the commission of, is seizable by the government through civil forfeiture. So his whole fortune may disappear if he gets his charge. The pardon allows him to keep his money. So technically speaking, it's in his best interest to give Trump 100 mil or 50 mil, all of that. What?
You want Trump to take that.
I'm just saying, if I'm Trump and I'm just trying to make a racket before I got to go out, it makes sense to pardon the man and take that money. And listen, you can say whatever you want about Trump, but he does like when people are very complimentary to him. Because you might think about it, when he was asked, would you consider it? What is the first thing he said? He said, we used to be friends.
We used to be friends.
But he started saying not so good things about me in the news.
From what I heard, I didn't speak to him.
Right? So you see how everything is quid pro quo. Say nice things about me, I might do you some favors.
Again, why is this...
In fact, a lot of the people who are
why is this like news to people?
In jail who are trying to...
Like, how come it took them this long?
Get out from Sam.
That kind of bothers me. I don't
Remember
know.
the guy who did the big like $1 billion crypto fraud?
I don't know, man. I recently did have like that realization that like way too many people don't follow politics and they just don't even understand what's going on. Like literally, they don't know what Trump's doing.
They nailed his ass. Basically, you're running a Ponzi scheme.
Yeah.
So this guy's in jail. All of a sudden, he flipped all of his politics. Now he's very pro-Trump. Why? Because he's seen other crypto bros who were in basically get pardoned for this sign crime. So their strategy in prison is to be like, yo, Trump, we like you now. And it's been effective.
Yeah.
There's a lot of them who've been getting off.
Yeah, Sam Bankman-Fried, if he get like the thing is, at what point does it like become just like the hey, turn the faucet off because you guys are being too obvious with this?
All the people, oh, you guys are crazy. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool story.
Whatever, man.
Anything else?
If that happens, that is going to be.
My dog is harder to manipulate than the president. Yep.
Hey man,
I think that if that happens, I think we should do a 3-minute long video, just us staring at the video, let the camera like this.
Yo, you know what?
Dude.
You know what Biggie said, man? Bad boys, they move in silence and violence. Take it from your highness. You don't know 10 crack commandments? You don't know?
Yeah.
Never get high on your own supply. Number 3, never smoke or crack where you rest at. I don't care if they want an ounce, tell them about number 4. Damn, I remembered all the crack commandments, but I be singing along every time. I never wanted to sell drugs, though. I just be like... You know the crack commandments?
Yes, I know the song.
But would you know any of the commandments? There's 10 of them.
No, I know one. The best one.
I was a big fan before I killed Biggie. You know what I mean? I was singing along all the time. Oh, it's my birthday. Sing. Happy birthday.
Oh, that's your Diddy. Okay, that's your Diddy era. All right, cool.
Happy birthday to you. Woo! Happy birthday to you. Woo! Happy birthday, it's fabulous. The only nigga that got the name that I want. It ain't get. Happy birthday to you. For that boy.
Hey, Trump. I want to party with you, Trump.
Oh, that's why you
Let
got
me
to-
out. I want to party with you, Trump.
Huh? Why won't you party with me for your birthday, man? We partied for my birthday before. You came to my party. No, but me and you ain't never really party. You know what I'm saying? Eyes.
You gonna take Trump shopping?
Whoa,
That would be
wow. Hey, I ain't never about to party with you, Trump. My bad.
Diddy gonna beat the case and then turn into someone's bitch.
Hey, man, if it means I get out with my $400 million fortune, I'd be sucking Trump off, too. If I was facing what Diddy's facing, you wouldn't? You wouldn't become a Trump fan if you were facing life in prison?
I wouldn't do all of that shit.
Hypothetically speaking,
I wouldn't do none of that shit.
you was the diddler, and you facing life in prison.
I could never be the diddler.
This is the thing. You don't even have to try and like conceptualize this if you're not that type of person.
For the sake of this hypothetical.
Like, nah, Preach is right about this.
You like this too much.
For the sake of this hypothetical.
Stop manipulating me.
Stop manipulating.
Come on.
Stop manipulating.
For the sake of this hypothetical.
Stop manipulating the microphone too. Stop it.
Okay,
Stop
people
it.
at home, you in the diddler's position, facing life in prison, about to lose your $400 million fortune, which your family relies on to live every day. Are you sucking 80-year-old peen from President Trump? Let us know what y'all think at home.
I'd rather do gay stuff with my wife.
All right, that's it. Peace.
Gay stuff with my wife. Like go to Home Goods. I like a good trip to Home Goods every once in a while. So I guess you could say I like doing some gay stuff with my wife. That was one of the funniest things. What was that, last year? Oh, you probably like doing gay stuff with your wife. It's like, what? Not gonna lie, I would probably do the same for my family. All right, Dom Toretto. Jesus, I didn't know that we had Vin Diesel over here in chat. PP Jackson. Didn't know, man. All right. Oh, man. Always do your stretches. Seriously. I really, oh my God, dude. I got like that muscle like right in between my back, like in my shoulder blades, like in my neck. Oh, it's just so fucking sore right now.
We don't want America's future to be built with shoddy steel from Shanghai. We want it built with the strength and the pride of Pittsburgh. It's Pittsburgh steel.
You are listening to President part of the announcement today. What's your understanding of things right now?
Yeah, we had heard from White House officials that there might be some news in this speech today, and just there, the president announcing that he is lifting these tariffs on steel and aluminum coming into the U.S. from 25%
They have very pointy faces.
to 50% is certainly going to raise some alarm bells, and is really just the president only increasing something that he has believed in ever since his first administration, when he put steel and aluminum tariffs in place and then reinstated those, lifted some when he took office this time around, and now says he is lifting it to 50%. He seems to say there was some deliberation, Phil, over whether to do 40% or 50%. And his Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent, was on hand today inside the Oval
Somehow the steel worker holding a sign less awkward than Elon Musk today.
Office and is there with him right now in West Mifflin. And so that is a headline coming out of this, as the president is there to announce a deal that really, Phil, I mean, this is the culmination of back and forth negotiations and questions of what was going to happen here since 2023, when Nippon Steel came out and said they were going to buy U.S. steel to the tune of $15 billion. It caused a ton of backlash here in the United States. President Biden vowed to not let it happen because he was worried about U.S. national security. Trump himself actually opposed this about 6 months ago. He had posted on Truth Social that he would not allow this to happen. And even today, there are still questions about what
You're telling me that Trump contradicted himself? No.
this deal means and whether or not how the control structure is really brought up, because Peter Navarro told us yesterday in front of the White House
Them's real men behind Trump.
that the Japanese company is not going to have any kind of involvement or control when it comes to final decisions. Now, I think some people have said, it's hard to see that they're going to invest billions of dollars in this company and not have any decision-making power at the end of the day. And we haven't gotten a ton of clarity out of the White House on what exactly this detail and this deal is going to look like that the president is on stage touting, in addition to announcing those much higher tariffs on steel and aluminum coming into the U.S.
Yeah, the terms of that, the details are extremely important. Also, my appreciation to Caitlin, who is often my gut check for, wait, that sounds new and really important, confirming.
He's just like, oh, those tariffs sound high. Oh boy, howdy. Yeah, 50% tariffs is kind of wild. Yeah, sorry about that, guys. Yes, day one shit, Kirk. Thank you for clipping that. Appreciate it. Feminist shreds bigot.
People have been waiting for us to go through the Charlie Kirk Q&A/debate at the Cambridge Union in England, of course. It turns out, it doesn't hit like the same thing when you go randomly to a college campus and
like Cambridge.
Yes,
they definitely got a new editor.
Yeah. A bunch of smarty pants over there.
Well, and it's also a debate club. Like they're there for a debate rather than I was hanging out on the quad. And I saw this dude here, and so I came up and asked him a question. It's a little bit different. And so we have other clips, but we're just going to play one for now. Do we know who this? We don't know who this woman is.
Yeah, I think I can find her. I think it's Tilly, but I'll get the actual her TikTok here in a second.
And well, let's just listen.
So I'm a feminist. My question is about the role of women, though. What should women's role in public and private life look like, and what are the material benefits of that?
Well, thank you for that. Can I take it? I don't even want to take this detour, but can we both agree on what a woman is?
Yes. An adult human female is a biological state of being that is also socially experienced. Can I please elucidate just one example of that social experience?
Yeah, I was going to answer your question, but sure, go ahead.
Yeah, okay. So let's say you're a member of a tribe, and that in that tribe, you have the biological female anatomy, and in order to become a woman in that tribe, you have to also get a tattoo. That's a social experience that's mapped onto biological reality.
So can a woman have a prostate?
Can a woman have a prostate? Biologically speaking, a woman is an adult human female that has a biological reality, but it's also social experience, right? So I don't just...
Yeah, it's super easy. Can a woman have a prostate?
So as per my definition of woman, I would say that people who have a prostate are biologically male, but they can sometimes be socially treated as women.
Okay, got it. So women can have prostates. Got it. Okay.
Pause it. And just to be clear,
he thinks it's such a gotcha. Oh my God, his Vegeta hairline.
In other words, what she could
it's over 9,000.
Also be saying is that gender is a social construct. And when we refer to a woman, which is a gender, a woman, this social construct, can in fact have a prostate because they could have been born biologically as a male.
And there are trans people who they would, on site, identify as the wrong gender based on physical outward appearance and guess wrongly about what their sort of organs are like.
I went to this prostate cancer website because it encourages people to get screenings about who can have a prostate. Men, trans women, non-binary people who were assigned male at birth, and some intersex people. The thing about this argument that is so bad.
The whole gender thing is so exhausting. I can't understand even a little bit of
faith
it.
Is
it's just it's not even that, like, wait, did you just say you don't understand? Okay, we'll get into that a little bit. But no, it's like literally just, I'm exhausted with the whole premise of this when it's just like, this doesn't have any fucking merit.
Like, it ignores
when you look at just the statistics of like how many people this affects, even in their circles, where it's like, because they don't have any trans people coming for their jobs, their freaking their girlfriends, wives, the daughters, any of their sports positions. Like, it's just not happening.
For existing presence.
I'm so sick of this being the main fucking discourse on any of these political sites or like in any political debate right now. Every right winger, and that's why they're controlling this, is because they're trying to do this thing where it's like it makes you automatically insane, because like just by taking the debate, they're just like, oh look, you're already crazy, you're coming from the craziest point of view, I'm the sane one. That's honestly why I'm kind of turned off from doing this shit right now. It's because like until I'm actually matched with the debate where it's just like, oh, so are you actually going to respect my point of view like equally to the other speaker, or is this just a, hey, look at how wild the left is?
1 to 2% of the population that isn't just like trans ideology that contains both traits of male sex
They want to disrespect trans people out of existence.
and female sex, and sometimes that overlaps with trans people, and sometimes it doesn't.
And my favorite response to that is like, why are you fixating on such a small amount of people?
Right.
It's interesting that like when you're talking about intersex people, we are talking about a very small sample size, and then all of a sudden that becomes relevant.
Also, this whole challenge about the prostate, it sort of grants that you can't tell if someone's a man or a woman unless you can inspect whether they have a prostate or not.
Exactly.
Charlie wants to volunteer.
Exactly.
So women can have prostates. Got it. Okay. So you're a feminist that actually isn't just fighting for women, you're also fighting for men.
So, yes, men also experience harms from patriarchy, but I argue...
We're talking about the same feminism, though, just make sure. Yeah, sure.
Any feminist, he's referring to like a figment of the conservative imagination's understanding of feminists, which is like a zero-sum women over men sort of thing.
Exactly.
A classic moment when you were supposed to run an errand and totally forgot.
Or any feminist is like, actually men are harmed by misogyny too.
Any feminist writer, even ones that like are too conservative or too white or capitalist focused, makes the argument that misogyny is harmful to men as well as women. Whatever. But he thinks it's bra burning, armpit hair.
We hate men.
We hate men.
Incidentally, I will also say, I'm at the age where I know a lot of older men. Because it's the generation that precedes me.
Yes.
And they're still referred to as men, even though they may have had surgery to remove their prostate because of prostate cancer.
Good point.
Now,
harms from patriarchy, but I argue...
We're talking about the same feminism, though, just make sure. Yeah, sure, go ahead.
So men also experience harm from patriarchal domination, but I would argue that those harms come from that system of domination itself. In the same way, for example, this isn't a threat, but if I reached across and punched you in the face, then my hand might hurt, right? So are we understanding that there are patterns of power? So I would also fight for the rights of men as a feminist, just as I would fight for the rights of women.
Sure. Do you think women are happier than they were 40 years ago?
I think I would have a few responses to that. I think that women report more stress and dissatisfaction today because not because they have more rights or because of feminism, but because they're under dual pressure to both excel professionally and also because of the domestic labor in homes that is structured around outdated expectations. So, for example, studies like the OECD's Better Life Index show that women's life expectancy, education levels, professional achievements have risen in countries with higher gender inequality. So I would argue that what you're calling unhappiness is actually visibility, because now we hear women expressing dissatisfaction, whereas in the 50s we prescribed them Valium and we lobotomized.
Yeah.
But no, though.
Yeah.
That's really rich. I didn't know women not to complain 50 years ago. That's funny.
Pause it for 1 second.
Wow.
That is his response? Like this
women
dude...
be bitching?
First of all,
Charlie
he's
Kirk
30. What is he, 35 now? Is he hit 40?
Takes, guys.
No, he's younger than I am.
Women.
I think he's like 33.
Yeah. Women nag.
I know he's supposed to be a college student, and he's just the world's oldest college.
Meanwhile, she's making a great point where it's like, yeah, you had us drugged out of our minds and didn't give us like the right to even have a credit card.
Clock is ticking, buddy.
Exactly. It's like dazed and confused that the character.
Well, no, the thing is, like, you see the memes out there, and honestly, I think this is what they're getting pissed at, but it is something I see a lot of, is like the whole women like, especially women in their 20s, they're doing like this trend. I saw it on TikTok recently where there was just like, I would rather just not, was in line with the whole men versus bear thing, where they were just like, I'd rather just be alone at this point than even deal with this.
He's just like, I get older, they stay
Which that's sad.
the same
I
age.
mean, if they're just like taking,
bro, he's 31.
Just giving up entirely, because that is like, I mean,
he's actually saying 50 years ago that women weren't known to complain.
How will you ever know?
Like where is his whole? It's fascinating.
But she just said it. This was a problem in the 1950s where women who were a little bit too hysterical or naggy, his reaction is misogyny to what she describes, right? Where he says like, oh, I've never known women not to complain. Oh, such nags, such bitches. I get it, Charlie. But like, no, that's what she just said. Women were prescribed like prescription drugs to keep them kind of amenable. They were sometimes lobotomized. There's all of this culture and art.
Watch Mad Men.
Watch Mad Men. There's all this culture and art about how women like couldn't express themselves and were suppressed because they had to be secondary to their husbands, and it created a lot of pain. Like that women's health study that Trump ended up like canceling, right? That long form study, and then he reinstated.
I was just
going to
say this.
Yeah,
Charlie Kirk was born, I think, close to the exact same year that the U.S. government did their first large study of women's health.
Yep.
Every other, up until 1991, every large study by the U.S. government of health focused on men's health and just presumed that maybe it'll have some benefit to women's health.
They were just testing it on men,
and
like, so not
her
like,
saying that women weren't heard,
right,
is that society was in no way providing an outlet to hear women, in the same way that society in the U.S. wasn't even studying women's health.
Because women's pain was not taken seriously. It proves exactly, or disproves exactly what he's saying. I just want to read this short quote from Bell Hooks. As workers, about the effect of patriarchy on women, or on men. As workers, most men in our culture, like working women, are controlled, dominated. Unlike working women...
No repentant man appearance today.
And working men are fed a daily fantasy diet of male supremacy and power. In actuality, they have very little power and they know it. Yet they do not rebel against the economic order.
If he was smarter, he would just show up at 420.
Or make revolution. They are socialized by ruling powers to accept their dehumanization and exploitation in the public world of work. And they are taught to expect that the private world, their world of home and intimate relationships, will restore them their sense of power, which they equate with masculinity. They are taught that they will be able to rule in the home, to control and dominate, that this is the big payoff for their acceptance of an exploitative economic social order. By condoning and perpetuating male domination of women to prevent rebellion on the job, ruling male capitalists ensure that male violence will be expressed in the home and not in the workforce. And that's about capitalism. But it is also about how that patriarchal system is used as a way to subjugate men and and immiserate them in their home, as opposed to like, having a more liberatory perspective about
It's a psychological wage.
Right.
Rich, I didn't know women not to complain 50 years ago. That's funny. Hold on a second.
Notice the difference. I mean, I shout out the Cambridge students there, how the roar that they gave her response and the just complete no sell they gave Charlie there.
Exactly.
Why are suicide rates going up more for women?
I think that
They're not
encourages...
complaining. Materially, women are killing themselves more. Why is that?
I I think that even if both men and women have become unhappier, men's suicide rates have risen as well, and that's also been exponential. Yep. Can you at least concede that feminism offers only one potential explanation? There could be also other explanations.
Of course, obviously, but feminism is the glaring thing in front of us, where we have fertility rates down, we have marriage rates down, we have unhappiness.
Pause it. I'm sorry.
And we did.
Okay, so fertility rates are down in Western countries. Maybe not fertility rates. Birth rates are down in countries like the United States, right? Women are having less children than before. That is because we have no universal child care, we have no social safety net, and people are less likely to have kids because of how expensive it is. It is also a white supremacist lie that the population rate is decreasing across the planet. When they talk about that, and Elon Musk does the same thing, they are speaking about white, wealthier Western countries, and they don't bring up the fact that that's not the case in other areas of the globe. And it's a step away from a eugenicist point of view. I just want to point that out.
Something in the 1960s out of the universities of Bretty Friedan and Gloria Steinem and all these feminists that basically said, you're trapped in a home, go get a job, freeze your eggs, take birth control. And all of a sudden, women are way unhappier than they were 40 years ago. And I just have to ask the question, why is that? Is it working? And maybe there are biological differences between men and women that we should respect. And that deep down, a lot of women want to get married and have children. In fact, we should applaud it and we should support it. And we should say, it means nothing if you're going to go be a CEO of some shoe company or be some banker in London. What matters if you raise children and you have something to pass down long after you're gone.
Yeah, I think I would bring 2 points to that. The first one is just really simple, which is that you can ascribe liberalism all you want as the cause of the unhappiness.
That guy behind her looks like he could turn into the Joker tomorrow.
I would argue something else. I would say that it's certain economic policy.
Right? Like, look at him.
That has very little to do
and
with
he also does look like his politics suck.
social acceptance of alternative lifestyles.
Like the
I
way
would say
he
that we
keeps
can
rolling
recognize
his eyes at her and like just kind of looking to his bros.
is that income inequality across a vast swathe of Western countries has increased, which causes all kinds of social ills, a lack of social cohesion.
No, most women just don't want the type of guy that Charlie Kirk is.
Housing price growth doesn't correspond with wage growth. Monopolies increasingly become kind of emboldened to interfere with politics, and monopolies don't prioritize social health either. I think that those offer more compelling reasons for a decline in happiness than an increase in freedoms, because just one more thing, on an intuitive basis, generally speaking, people want more freedom, not less.
Okay, so if that's true, why is it? Do you agree that the happiest women of the West are married with kids?
I would have to look into it, but I think there are certain
And objectively, we know that, right? The women with kids are not the ones tearing down statues, right?
No.
Okay, I'm sorry.
That's complete horse shit. Holy shit.
Correlation without causation. If you are married and you have kids, you know what's more likely? You're a more likely cohort. You're more likely to be wealthier and have the ability to afford having kids. And that is why, that's correlation.
It's
and
insane
not
these people come from, like, literally are coming from a perspective where they're like in these like little McMansions and they're just like, why can't you just be like us?
Causation. If you have kids and you're married,
God, I love this
there's
woman.
a chance that you're more
may have a little bit of a
economically stable, so you could have made those choices. So you're proving her point.
Yeah, when she says housing is and income is not, housing's rising faster than income, that's exactly what she's saying.
Yes.
It'd be nice if you had a house and some kids.
Right.
People can't afford it.
Actually have obligations.
Does tearing down statues correspond to some kind of smiles per capita data set that I wasn't aware of?
Again, it's like, it's a little bit of a one-liner. The happy and the grateful. The happy and the grateful usually don't go burn down Wendy's in their spare time, of which we saw in our country all throughout a single summer. But as a side note, you would agree.
I'll just say I was in London in 2011. There was massive
No,
amounts.
that's who I was talking about. Dave, I'm with you. The girl wearing the American flag sweater. I am. I don't know.
Violent
the one that I would cast as Sue Storm.
Protest about a cop killing a person when I was there as well, because people don't like when cops get to murder people.
Also, shout out to the fashion choice here of wearing an American flag sweater to the debate with an American conservative.
After study, survey after survey, that the women of the West that are married and have children, especially a lot of children, are far happier than even the ones that earn more money correlated at the same age.
So I also don't think that happiness is a very good metric, and neither do you, because you think gay people shouldn't just pursue happiness by being gay. They have other moralistic considerations to be making. So I don't think smiles per capita is a particularly convincing way to measure whether or not we should encourage women to be autonomous. I think we should maximize agency within a fair system that has reasonable parameters because it's expedient, it's good for the economy, it's logical, it's the moral thing, because if we we can't prove the material harms, we shouldn't discourage it. And also, self-reported studies is a really flawed way to do psychology. It's the week before my university exams right now, and I'm standing here explaining the basic methodology behind survey collection in sociology, which you don't even think is a real subject, to Charlie Kirk. If I took one of those...
She rules.
...surveys right now, I check extremely...
She rules. And the thing is, Charlie Kirk realizes how much of, like, kind of a numbnuts he is because he didn't do any of this. He didn't put in any of this work. Like, I would immediately just shut down and be like, especially if I got invited to something like this, I'd be like, I am so out of my realm here.
Miserable. But so would a Palestinian child who's been torn to smithereens. How are we going to measure...
You would say extremely miserable?
No, I'm kind of making a joke.
No, I mean, but seriously, like, but hold on. I mean... Like,
chill, guys. Come on.
Like, that's an important point, though, is that the women in the West have it the best.
Here we go.
In the world. And yet they're way unhappier than women of sub-Saharan Africa. There's something fundamentally wrong here. Because the women of sub-Saharan Africa have something that a lot of women in the West do not have. The women in the West have cats, and they have good jobs, and the women of sub-Saharan Africa, they have a belief in the divine, and they have kids.
Bro, what's
and
your
maybe
problem
there's a
then?
biological undercurrent that is keeping a lot of women from realizing their full potential. And so without reading your phone and just like, connecting.
I'm not really reading
What do you say?
Well,
She has
fine,
notes.
for sure. Then you can answer without it. Fair enough. Would you agree that it's a good thing that more women get married and have children in the West?
I would ask you, would you say that a sub-Saharan African woman who's experienced female genital mutilation and checks extremely happy in a survey, and I also would check extremely happy in a survey, who do you think would be objectively more happy, even if they both check the same answer?
No, again, so I fully, if you want to talk about...
Is that like a dress or oh my God!
Islam-
Did the ankle, like the baggy ankle pants, come back?
mistreats women, we could talk all day long. Like, I'm all for that.
If that's the case, I need to tell my wife.
Okay, good. So we agree.
Absolutely,
We actually have
we agree on
agreement.
many things.
And we should shut off Muslim immigration to the UK, right? We totally agree.
I think that all religious fundamentalism is bad, and if you...
Look at this creep! Look at this creep! Just freaking nodding along like, yeah, preach.
Take that logic, we should also not allow evangelical Christians into...
Well, okay, hold on. So hold on a second. Hold on. That's funny. Hold on. Can you show me a single... Show me...
Now pause it. Hold on. I just want to
Kirk. Just man. I just ignore like
To know-
Carlitos. Like I'm reading this back. I don't.
Charlie
and Carl, leave him alone.
And
guys, go to your corners.
Seen this tactic just in the past.
Take a time out. All right.
Couple of weeks. Instead of staying on the topic, he is very, very happy to fish around for something that he thinks is going to trigger.
He's not bullying. What I'm reading this, Kirk, and I don't see him bullying. He didn't call any
her.
Listen, bro. I think you misread something. I went back through chat here, and the only thing that I'm seeing that could be even like possibly problematic is the Emma Complete Queen, which she is. Like, where's the bully? That's what happens when you consume Andrew Wilson and Crowder content, unironically. I mean, is that because I don't think he was even talking about you there.
Fashion, right? Like, how can he take this?
Bro, come on.
Again, remember, they're talking about
you, Pep. Last night, yeah. No, sorry. I'm looking through this now. I'm like, oh yeah.
whether women,
sorry, bro. I'm just saying, guys, chill out.
Should be relegated to the
I'm
role
not trying to take any sides here either. Like
roles that Charlie Kirk has deemed is best for them, and he is now trying to transition.
You aren't even reading them all?
Into the problem with Islam.
I'm just trying to figure out where this started. Even like, it's weird to actually like have to moderate my own community right now. The self-admitted politically illiterate dude calling stretches. Okay. Yeah, Carl, chill.
Which is hilarious because female genital mutilation is not a religious practice. It has
just chill.
Roots prior
The feels. Well,
to either Islam or Christianity, and it is practiced in both Christian and Islamic areas of.
Nah, Carl, come on, chill. Like for real, I'm actually just calling for like this isn't the vibe of the channel, man, and you know that. Come on.
The continent of Africa, but he slipped.
I feel like you guys are just kind of looking for someone to like beat up on right now, like just, and you found each other.
into that because he
passive aggressive fuck for
was
no
undercutting
reason.
his previous point that the Christian sub-Saharan.
Well, to be fair, this is YouTube and you're reading comments. Like, there's one thing that I've noticed that has, like, since I've started this, is that it is very easy to lose context when reading chat.
African women is happier than the Western woman, and then when he can't make that point, he turns it into Islamophobia, which is not accurate about female genital mutilation.
It's not about disagreeing, bro. It's about just stop.
Also say,
and we're like, I can't see. This is where I'm having a hard time, and I don't want to go all the way through chat. Like, I'm trying to kind of speed run this, but yeah, where the hell did this even start today? Like, guys, I thought we kind of ended on like a note where you're like, no, agree to disagree or whatever.
I have a feeling he's overstating the case in terms of like married with children, showing every study showing satisfaction. There's a lot of studies out there that show that that married people without children are actually happier on the whole than
YouTube chat's always crashing out. Hey, listen, that's giving Twitch chat a little too much credit, okay?
Children.
Twitch chat does tend to bring the trolls a little bit harder. It's just funny because we do know how to shut them down here. Dude, somebody recently said that in Honeybee's community where they were just like, listen, I don't agree with you on any of your politics. He's like, but I do have to like say your community and you have balls.
And I can tell you that just even my pediatrician was like, when my first kid was born, was like,
I think they were insinuating
I tell
that,
all my patients
we know how to
not
at least
to
bring
make
it.
any decisions about their marriage in the first year for the first child, and then within the first 3 years for their second child.
Right, and I could just like you're advocating.
I'm old as. If you're old AF, then I'm ancient.
Advocating for women to be staying in the home to
What I would give for another, like, just take, 8 years off my life?
have kids
that'd be
and to have
great.
less
Bring me back to 30?
like agency
that'd be
outside of the
wonderful.
home. And
Yeah, I'm almost 10 years older than you, Kirk, so, like, just remember that.
then you have to resort to Islamophobia to create some sort of comparison about how women are treated compared to the vision that you are ascribing or that you're advocating for. You're just arguing for religious fundamentalism with a white face on it as you compare it to like the how horrible Muslim people are. I find there's like nothing grosser in my view than this widespread, and it's among liberals and conservatives, Western chauvinism when they talk about women and use feminism to make racist arguments about Muslim people or black people across the globe. And Charlie Kirk
Yes, the insightful queens are definitely doing a great job. Let's pay attention
just
to that.
slips into that with such ease, in addition to his complete condescension of her as they're arguing patriarchy, and he displays it over and over to her in his dismissiveness.
And he realizes why they
Dude, he did it twice, like, especially when he kind of like walked back from the argument.
to front as atheists instead of we're actually really fundamental Christians here, because you can't really say fundamentalism is bad while you're a fundamentalist.
Exactly.
Yeah.
He used to be a lot less religious prior to like them all deciding, oh, this is the way to go. Incidentally, I am quite sure that Charlie Kirk has not bemoaned the cutting of male genitalia in this society. I suspect he would not do that.
Also would check extremely happy in a survey. Who do you think would be objectively more happy, even if they both check the same answer?
No, again, so I fully, if you want to talk about how Islam mistreats women, we could talk all day long. Like, I'm all for that.
Me too.
Okay, good. So we agree.
Yeah, absolutely.
We actually
We
have
agree on
agreement.
many things.
Then we should shut off Muslim immigration to the UK, right? We totally agree.
I think that all religious fundamentalism is bad, and if you take that logic, we should also not allow evangelical Christians into
Well, okay,
the UK either.
hold on. So hold on a second. Hold on. That's funny. Hold on. Can you show me a single... Show me, what would your example, because I have 50, of a single Christian country that you would say mistreats women, right?
America.
Oh, really?
Oh, dropping the hotness.
Really?
Yes.
We missed.
Oh,
We had a female woman vice president.
I must apologize to Unimugo.
Female vice president, a female speaker of the House. Women earn.
Who's touting Kamo?
Ooh.
Well, all of a sudden.
Yeah, what happened? All of a sudden, now we care about what DEI
Representation.
I thought she was a DEI hire, buddy.
More than men in America.
In Rwanda, female representation in government outseeds like
Bro, just both of you say pep talks rules, shake on it, and then we move on.
supersedes the UK by quite a lot. Do women get
And then we can listen to this queen cook because
better in Rwanda?
Okay, I might be super off.
I don't know who has the crown in chat right now, but she deserves it.
It's like, is Rwanda Islamic? Like, I'm not totally sure. I don't think it is. Like, is it? Like, I don't know, actually. It's not.
Are we all like having a real time, like, hey?
So, again, we were talking about Islam as a little bit of a side note, but you must be morally clear because you brought up female genital mutilation, which is a teaching of the Islamic faith. But as a side note, like, again, this is very important, which is...
Oh, pause it right here. Okay, I'll tell you what's happening right now. You can almost see how lost he is here, and you can almost see in his
we're 1 minute away.
Complexion, the blood racing to his head as he realizes
it is a giant head to see the blood racing to. So
he's embarrassing himself.
Hit the Islamophobia button. Wait, Islamophobia button jammed.
Exactly. What's happening? It's not working. It's not working. It's not deflecting.
Is Rwanda Muslim?
Not deflecting. It's not deflecting. And you can almost see the blood rushing to his head as he realizes, like, wait, where am I? I'm lost here.
Are they Muslim? I can't. They're black. I mean.
And also, like, is feminism bad, Charlie, or is Rwanda and Islam such a problem because it's not feminist enough? Which one is it?
Islamophobia button.
Brown person, bad.
Jammed.
Smash it.
Jammed.
I might be super off this. Like, is Rwanda Islamic? Like, I'm not totally sure. I don't think it is. Like, is it? Like, I don't know, actually. I don't... It's not. So, again, we were talking about Islam as a little bit of a side note, but you must be morally clear because you brought up female genital mutilation, which is a teaching of the Islamic faith. But
lie.
No. Like, again, this is very important, which is I'm not here to require you to do anything or not. I'm making a simple observation, which is objectively true regardless. The women of the West are miserable, and they're miserable for a reason because we've told them to suppress how they are made by God and pursue something else and get a bunch of trinkets and get a bunch of promotions, and they end up at 38 years old with a big flat in London.
Pause it. Now, understand also, let's just break this out. Men do all these things he's saying. Get the trinkets, get the job, get the flat. He is saying that there is a biological imperative that makes any type of success economically or socially by women completely hollow because of their biological imperative. Period. End of story. It is also extremely telling that the first words he brings up at the beginning of this debate is what is a woman. That he turns it to transgenderism because it shows you that their transphobia is a function of the patriarchy. It is a function of them being afraid that in any way,
welcome to the 420 Fun Half.
Deviation from their fundamentalist vision of what roles genders
and you still hold the #1 position. Look
play, and what role gender should play in our society. If there's any deviation, it is problematic for their control of women.
That's why there's always the focus on trans women over trans men, because it's about policing. I think Brandon said this yesterday. It's about policing women's spaces.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Sugar, spice, and everything nice. These are the ingredients made to create the perfect little girl. But Professor Utonium added another ingredient. Chemical X.
Get a bunch of trinkets and get a
thus creating the Powerpuff Girls.
Bunch of promotions, and they end
Blossom, Buttercup.
At 38 years old with a big...
Oh, wait. What is it? Blossom, Bubbles, and Buttercup. I forgot Bubbles. I don't forget Bubbles.
And we should tell them to stop freezing their eggs and start finding their partner earlier and have lots of babies.
Yeah, okay. I think I'd bring two just final points to this. First one is just really intuitive, right? Which is...
Yeah, see, she's out here, like, doing a dissertation to Charlie Kirk, and I'm sitting here trying to remember what the opening to Powerpuff Girls was.
That if you actually care about women's happiness, then the solution is to structurally support them. That means universal childcare, shared legally enforceable parental leave, and in Nordic...
We're the intellectual elite over here, boys.
Countries where women
and girls
have high workforce participation and
non-binary.
Also, some state support. They report higher life satisfaction than in more conservative countries, incling America. So if your metric is
You just
happiness,
use satisfaction
equality
surveys. You just told me
matters.
they're BS.
So our satisfaction
Hold on,
surveys
time out.
bullshit
Wait, no,
or not? Because you told
That guy behind her, this guy, not the Joker, this guy right here. He looks like he does the thing where he's just like, I say.
Knowledge satisfaction surveys or not? You just told me
by Jove
that they're BS. Do you think
like
they're objective?
that sounds like it's his vernacular right there.
All right, pause it. Let me just again, what he's doing here is he's trying to change the topic because he is the one who used that as a metric.
Exactly.
So she is bringing up those metrics because he is the one who said, this is how we provide evidence. Or this is the metric we use. And so when she cites it back to him, he's like, wait a second. You can't use my own metric against me unless you fully embrace my metric.
all data set, but it is a data set that
you told me
necessarily
they're so flawed and you self-report. Okay, by the macro self-satisfaction data, I am correct. And you are right. When you have paid family leave, you are happier. I'm actually a proponent of that. At Turning Point USA, we pay for 6 months when somebody has a child. I think there's a lot of agreement we can have on that. We need to encourage having more children. I think the Hungarian child policy is phenomenal. We should look at that because the greatest thing that is plaguing the West.
Pause it for a second.
Right, so because of
Pause
feminism.
it for a second. Hungarian policies. My understanding, if I remember correctly, is that the Hungarian birth rate has been now started to go back down in the.
Also, can I just tell people like Charlie Kirk and Tucker Carlson that I don't give a fuck what Hungary is doing. I live in the United States of America. I think we can take like a look at, say, what we've done to encourage things like Social Security and Medicaid. Like
Hungarian birth rate, incidentally, I should tell you, is starting to go down.
Yeah, I mean, I don't look to Hungary.
Well, the framing, this is the intersection of like both the misogyny and religious fundamentalism and the immigration stuff, because these are like the natalist policies that Republicans are some Republicans are kind of fixated on trying to implement here, which is this idea that immigration should not be expanding our population. It should be the mothers that are in the home, and you can justify like draconian anti-immigrant measures by, giving, I don't know, baby bonds to women, but it excludes single parents, it excludes anybody who's LGBTQ, and it's discriminatory in terms of the model that is as being described here. And so, of course, Charlie Kirk is in favor of that because it's about social control as opposed to actually helping people materially.
More children. I think the Hungarian child policy is phenomenal. We should look at that because the greatest thing that is plaguing the West is we're not having enough kids. And it's not just bad because we won't have a future. It's also bad because the present is awfully miserable for too many women as well.
Okay, in which case I think we get... Do I start bringing this to a close, please? Okay, I think just one final thing, which is that in which case we get to a really interesting argument about what parts of womanhood can be demarcated to the social and what kinds of womanhood can be demarcated to biological. So, for example, my anatomy is demarcated to the biological, but the fact
she has got to do public speaking. She is very, very good.
That I might potentially be a better nurturer than a man, I would demarcate that to the social. You might demarcate that to the biological, in which case we have differing moral scales of value. I would ask why we should necessarily prioritize your moral scale of value, which prioritizes things like the birth rate, when in actual fact there are various other moral scales of value. And if you yourself are a free market American, why is it the case that you would not, like the previous speaker noted,
I've already answered
extend personal freedoms towards all spheres, including a private sphere?
I believe in absolute truth claims, and it's absolutely wrong and bad when a society stops having kids to replace their own population.
What is this debate format? Looks like some rich people battle. It's Cambridge University.
And then you have to import the third world and you become the third world.
Which, actually, somebody I went to high school with became a teacher there. So
it's bad. Okay, thank you.
Well, I hadn't seen that
Good
part.
for her.
But
Just teasing
as
out
I said,
the
meanwhile,
virulent
here I make yucks on the internet.
racism at the end there.
There
Smoke
you go.
another one,
You
guys.
said it.
This you can follow her. She's pretty big on TikTok. This is Blonde
You know what?
Praxis or
It's good.
Tilly.
I'm very happy. Ooh.
So
who? Blonde Praxis?
I'll give
Queen.
her a follow.
Queen. Poli-sci at Cambridge. Good for her.
It's very.
No. Go back. We must follow. Oh, come on. There we go.
Queen.
Continue.
Poli-sci at Cambridge. Good for her.
It's very satisfying to watch these young kids in this one and also in the Jordan Peterson thing who are actually about this and not just playing it on TV.
Right.
To see these guys actually come out of their cryogenic chamber where they just go on Rogan or Lex Friedman or Trigonometry and get, massaged for 2 hours.
Isn't half that room?
Men can fix the population issue by not being repulsive. That is a good point.
We're conservatives.
That is a great
Am I
point.
not mistaken? Like behind Charlie Kirk were the sort of the more liberal left, and behind that woman were the conservatives, and they look like they had swallowed like their ties, essentially. Yeah. They all just like, this part of it is a little
I
bit
love that line.
tough to swallow.
Is that a line
This
or
is
a noise? Either way, it's awesome.
Not
Oish.
disconnected from why the Republicans want to defund education.
Oh, jeez, it's 3:00, guys.
Oh, yeah, I know.
Why didn't anybody tell me?
Well, because we were having fun with Charlie Kirk.
I know. That was fun. Hey,
I know, that was fun. Dude. I love when he goes a little late, or it's just like, I have 15 minutes to get to my kid. Even though it's kids in middle school now, and his excuse to leave the show at the top of the, right before the top of the hour, which I've always thought was weird. The fact that they finished the show at a time that is, it's like 45 minutes, really? What are you, therapists? My room temp IQ doesn't always fail me. Room temp IQ. Not all of us can have that triple digit. Although, I think I told you guys about like how I got accused of like cheating on my ACT, and the way they did that was they made me do an IQ test, and it came back for, I'm okay. I'm okay. Again, it did that thing where my favorite line was from my school counselor. She was just like, okay, do you know what underachieving is? I'm just like, yes. Yes, I do. I'm doing it on purpose. I'm glad that you guys just caught on. God. I hated school. I just hate school. The whole structure of the, like, the day, the teacher, like the teachers, everything. It never made sense to me. Like, dude, my math, like, the whole having to show your work while I'm doing it in my head made no sense. Like, it made absolutely, like, how the fuck am I cheating if I'm getting the answer and still, like, doing it in my, like, this is where I had a really, really good hockey coach who, he realized that I did things differently than most like other like goalies or even just like wingers, where he was just like, I would give you instructions, you would struggle with them, but then you'd find your own way and then somehow do it better. I'm like, really? Specifically, he told me that the way like that he trained me to cut angles like from the top of the circle, where he was just like meeting your attacker and just being able to pivot back and then skate back to your net and realize just where to stop. Because one of the things that a lot of goalies do is they'll go right back to the post and they'll cut their angle, like it's literally leaving so much of the net above them open, because like the first instinct that a lot of goalies have is to drop down and leave that little top area up. So what I would do was I would kind of push out and I would just like stand in front of them and wait and challenge them. And every once in a while I would even just be able to like slap my stick out and just be like, boom. God, the good old days. It's becoming that now. Technically, that didn't even feel natural because I always like the way that I would play is all right. So I would always stand like out. So say that you're the skater, right? This is what I do. I'd come out like this, and I'd kind of follow you back. I'd keep my elbow tucked, like right against my gear, while I'd also like keep my stick like pretty far out. So my shoulder was kind of dipped down, but I always kind of was aware of that, so I'd like bring it back. And like I'd follow you back. And this is what I didn't do, is when they'd shoot, most goalies go like this. Drop down, kind of pivot back. I learned to just be like, wait for the shot. And most of the time, it went right here. That was the year I had my best save percentage, is when I figured that out. Yeah, that's how hockey goaltending works. I never played sports. I just, oof. Well. I smoked a lot of herbage, but yeah. I've got the urge. Screw it. Just doing the motions gave me the urge to put it up. All right. Although, oh. Okay, that's new. Oh, that got loose. It would technically be like this. I used to tie my hair up, so. Good looking mask, man. Man, this got loose. Did my head get smaller? Straps must have stretched. Ugh. Man. I miss it. Oh. Sorry, guys. We were rooting for Oilers or Panthers. I should support USA, but I don't like Florida. I'm actually rooting for the Oilers. I want Canada to win their Stanley Cup, and the Oilers would be a good team. They got Ryan Nugent-Hopkins, who really deserves it. The guy's insane. Well, we got, yeah, McDavid. So yeah, no, I hope they win, but Florida's a force to be reckoned with, man. What do we got? We got fun half stuff, because it's the fun half. Fun half, fun half. What's the fun half? Ooh, there's a live debate right now. Flat Earth versus globe. Let's check in.
So if something is consistent, that does not mean it is exactly the same.
Okay, I can go with that.
Okay, so we understand that we can, and your claim that we just know how much fuel to put in a plane because from experience is demonstrably untrue. We don't just
Ryan got a new camera.
At how much.
Game on that?
So your quote was that we know how much fuel to put into planes because we've done it before, so we know from experience how much fuel to put in a plane. Your argument that we can't accurately.
All right, our guy is arguing against flat Earth with tides behind him. Wait a minute.
I'm saying
wait a
that we
minute.
can
Wait a minute.
accurately calculate
This is already
large
wild.
distances, and you're claiming that we can't accurately calculate large distances.
Okay.
My question was, how do we know how much fuel to put into a plane then? And your response was, we learn that from.
Are we still doing flat Earth debates?
No, we don't, sir. We do calculations. We do calculations. So when for instance, we set up a new route, when there is a new airport and we want to get, say somebody's building an airport in Dubai and we want to fly from Los Angeles to Dubai and nobody's ever done that before. Let's,
I'm bored.
let's
Fuck
take
it.
ourselves back. You know,
Blah, blah,
30
blah, blah,
years-
blah. Flat Earth. Round Earth. Who gives a shit? I learned in games that my fight or flight feelings are opposite of what they should be. Now, whenever I feel the need to run, I know a shot is being taken or I'm being pushed. I'm a Midwesterner who grew, who's lived in an area that, yeah, gunshots don't scare me. We do the thing where we kind of it's like weather where we're just like, how far was that? That's about 2 miles out. It's kind of like when the crack of thunder goes off. We're all right. It's not that bad. Actually, funny enough, that survey that I took today, I had to answer a question about that, where they're just like, how safe is the area that you feel that you live in? Between a 1 and a 4, would you say that 1, it's very safe, or 4, it's very safe, or 1? And I was just like, oh, it's a solid 2. I think that my problem is in games. I always have that thing where I try to analyze the area before I even go into combat. Zelda is real bad with that, by the way. I tend to do that way too much. Stop myself and then I'm just like, why am I being attacked? Oh, shit. All right, you know what? I'm gonna just let her outside. It's nice out. I'm glad she's here to annoy me. I'll be right back. Did I mention that her health is getting better? Yeah, she's kind of made a full recovery from where she was at. So, got more time. Which is wild. 14 and a half years old for a yellow lab. Pure breed, by the way. Not saying that to brag. Saying that because my freaking dad went and bought a fucking pure breed dog when I was just like, go adopt a dog. What are you doing? I'm the teammate you have to tell to do the opposite of their gut reaction. Oh. Let's see. How would I work with that in a real life setting? Like a hockey setting? Because I used to kind of play with guys. That was the cool part about playing hockey is no matter what you were, unless you were playing goal, which you're relying on the whole team, but line mates and just playing to... My favorite team that I played on, it was I think 3 seasons. Actually, that team, the Red Stars. I had a line mate that for the 3 years that he was there, we were pretty much unstoppable because it was one of those things where I hate on ice chemistry. I always thought that was kind of fake until I actually met somebody where it was holy shit, they know where I'm going and they know how to dump a puck to me. And there was one time, my favorite play, where he essentially used me as just a bounce board, where he was just all right, dude, so we're gonna we're gonna crash the zone. I just need you to follow me. He's and just keep your stick angled at the net. I'm like, really? He's like, yeah, trust me. So what he did is he baited the goalie out, and because the goalie was so focused on him and they had kind of shitty defense, I was able to skate past their defense and just kind of huh? And then he just hit it right off my stick. I was just like, yeah! Dude, That's my favorite goal I've ever scored in hockey. I also scored one where I don't know how this they didn't disqualify this one, but I was essentially crashing the net. I tripped, but before I tripped, I did take the shot. It went over the goalie, and I was just like, ah! Crashed right into him. Oh, God. I mean, I'll be real. There are the ones that were like, they call them breakaways in hockey. Again, not sure if you... So, like, that's just where they'll lose control of the puck, and you get the perfect, just like, you got the speed going, you got your mental acuity is just like all there, and you've already got your shot lined up because you're just like, this goalie doesn't even stand a chance. It's like, even if he makes the save, I will get the rebound. God, those were the best. Those are the best. Getting a second chance. I know most hockey players would be like, no, I just want to bury it in the net. It's like, isn't that the goal and everything? It's just, yeah, man. I don't know. I always liked challenging goalies. That's why I became one. Like, I kind of saw, like, how goaltending worked, and it was just all geometry. It's just like, oh, it's cutting down angles and just kind of beating. Like, you could be a slow goaltender and beat the fastest skater. Just don't overcommit to the play. Anyway, sorry, I did the little hockey stun lock there. Hope you guys enjoyed that. God. On average, when I was playing men's league, so a little bit different, where they would require you to have 20 people on roster, which is wild. Because when you're actually, like, when you play for, you know, a school or like a park district or whatever, you have about 25 people. And, you know, you will have people that get benched and sub players, that kind of shit. Backup goaltenders. God. But in men's league, oh, God, you're lucky if, you know, you can even get 10 people to show up. So I've played multiple games where I was just the only guy on the bench, where it's just one dude switch out, you know, playing all 5 positions. That shit was wild. Full games, too. You're just like, I actually just talked about this randomly. One of my favorite memories that I have of playing hockey was in men's league. So men's league is a little bit of a different animal because it is kind of essentially the Wild West. If you've ever seen the show Shoresy, it's very much like that. So I remember going back to the bench and I forgot my water bottle this game. So there's this guy who, he's like his mid-50s, divorced dude. He was a really cool guy, like, surprisingly, right? Because, you know, middle-aged divorced guys can go one of two ways. But this guy, he started going to Grateful Dead concerts, but he had this like mini grill that he would bring out at the end of a hockey game, and he'd just be like, "You guys want some hot dogs?" That shit was wild, and I love him for it. But I come back to the bench, and I'm just like, "Yo, I forgot my water bottle." He's like, "Yo, take mine." So I grab his water bottle. We all had our numbers on it because, you know, we're smart. I take one swig of that. I'm like, what the fuck? I just remember chucking it across the bench. I look at him and he's just like, it's gin. It's like, what are you doing? He's like, I have fun. I'm like, but also realizing that's his only one water bottle, guys. To this day, I still don't understand how he did it. Some people really do just have superpowers when it comes to like drinking and like kind of shit where it's just like, how are you not dead? Also, as somebody who's not a gin drinker, holy shit. Like, dude, that hit me so hard. I remember kind of tasting it. It tasted like not like olive, vinegar. Like, it was super vinegary though. God damn, dude. Sorry, I'm actually kind of like realizing how much I miss playing hockey. Even like just bullshit men's league. You know what? I think I'm gonna do it. Just do one game a week. That'd be kind of fun. I need to go see a neurologist though. That's what sucks. Even in men's league, I have to go see a neurologist. You don't need water. You have a water bottle filled with gin. The thing is, Sylvie, like, he was one of our top scorers. Like, that was one of those moments where I'm like, oh, this is, what am I doing? I used to have rituals, right? Where I would take, like, I had to take a nap at the same time. Just to get, like, anytime I had a game day, I wouldn't smoke. I was completely sober. It was just, I wasted so much time with it when I could have just been having fun and just, I don't know, like, because I'll admit, yeah, there have been the alcohol games, is what we would call them, where, you know, we just bring a beer cooler on the bench. We rent out the ice and it's essentially just like 5-on-5. Excuse me. And I gotta say, man, well, 6-on-6 because you got the goalie, but yeah, a lot of fun. Like, those were the most fun, like, games I think I've ever played. But we also played shortened periods. Like, we're not playing the full 20 minutes. Oh, by the way, in men's league, it's only 20 minutes. 20 minutes, 3 periods, possibly overtime, or a shootout. We played NHL rule. My friend could fill a mug with vodka and sit down like what? I don't get that. I don't get that. Like that blows my mind. I'm such a lightweight that, like, I drink 2 beers and I'm already slurring my words. Like, it's like, I don't get that. Damn it. I took life too seriously when I could have had some gin and joints. You know, you put it like that, Bloodstone. That is actually kind of what I'm. Yeah. I want to laugh at it, but I can't because, like, yeah, you're right. I took my life too seriously. Oh my God, this is embarrassing to admit. I didn't want to make a pro hockey team. I wanted to make a semi-pro hockey team. I saw it like as like a badge of honor if I like made it to like an affiliate of a NHL team where it's just like even playing like a small position or even an emergency goalie position would have been cool. Yeah, that never worked out. Not like Happy Gilmore though. I can skate like a motherfucker, so I can't. If you want like the reality, I'm not the best shot. Like, I'm really not. That's why I'm good at like assisting, like setting up plays, playing center, left wing. Like putting our best shooter on my line was always pretty good. So again, I know my strengths. I had way more assists than goals, so that was always nice. They didn't build up that resistance either. First time drinking, they were. The thing is, like, that dude, like, oh wait. Sorry, Sylvie, I didn't read that first part. My friend could fill a mug with vodka, and they. Oh, okay, yeah. That's kind of what this guy was like. Where it seems like alcohol was always built into his diet. Dude, I remember finding out his age, and it was one of those things too, where I'm just like, really? Damn, you're actually pretty good for your age, and all things considered. I don't know. One of the like most fun times I've ever had in hockey though was when I became a goalie. Goalies are pretty scarce, like in any league. I don't care where you play. So, especially in men's leagues, so you always get offered like, you know, substitute positions. So I got offered to sub in this league that usually it's 50 and over, you know, only 38, and God, I think I was just like 31 or 32. But man, if that wasn't the most fun league I've ever played with. Like, god damn. That, and we also have a gay men's hockey league here in Chicago that I have also substituted for. I remember saying that. I'm like, I subbed for the gay men, and they were like, what? They were like, I was like, oh, I mean, I was a goaltender, man. Few and far between. Oh, man. One of these days, I'll find the video. Oh, wait a minute. There's video of me. There's literally video of me playing. I just remembered that. Here, give me a second. Here's proof. Here's proof. It happened. Warmies. Yeah, see? You can see, you see how many people are on the ice? This is how many people would actually show up to our men's league games. I hated it. Also, warm-ups, not exactly like the best. I just realized I did not play with that great of a team. They're barely like taking shots at me. I'm just like, meh, meh, meh. What the fuck is... Ah! Oh, shit! Oh, who was that? Who just fell? Hold on, that's funny. They're coming out of the locker rooms here. Boom. No, not you. Who the fuck were we playing? Alright. I miss men's league hockey. Okay, I kind of want to play men's league. Sorry. That's cool. 6 subscribers, really? That's wild to think that my old hockey team account that hasn't been updated in 9 years. 9 years. Are you serious? Oh no shit. I just realized that we have over 100 views on one video. I was like, oh, that's not bad. Pep hockey. Sorry, guys. Didn't mean to really do a whole stomach. He's a rat. Let's do this.
Why is CNN covering Hassan positively? Like, these guys don't understand.
Wait, we already did this. We did this one yesterday. Never mind.
Ukraine's got DEI policies. We must stop it. And then he took it seriously, and lo and behold, look at that.
Has Hassan improved on Ukraine? Talking to Vadim.
Everything, and I mean everything. He gave him more than I thought he would give him, and also.
Yeah. Oh shit. You know what? We'll find a new debate to watch or something. Sorry guys, I'm just all over the place right now. I just realized I have not eaten today. That kind of explains a lot. Fuck. What time is it? Oh no. Oh, I think I screwed up. I was supposed to order something too. Ugh. All right. I don't want to watch that. Don't want to watch that. Don't want to watch this. Don't want to watch that. Don't want to watch that. I don't want to watch that. Really? What the fuck is going on here? Ugh. Penguin Zero versus Joe Rogan? Really?
So now you're going to bring up war crimes. I can bring up war crimes. You want to bring up war crimes?
You're going to bring up something that doesn't respond to my point to argue that you instantiating that the ethnic cleansing of the Palestinians isn't necessarily a bad thing. I get it. You probably
listen, Dean. They did it to themselves. Dean. They did it to themselves.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. All the Palestinian 5-year-old girls living in Gaza really did it to themselves. Yeah. Fucking hell. Get out of here. You're so cringe, dude.
Obviously, you're outside of the majority because the majority of young white males, Donald Trump won that vote.
Okay.
You're outside of the majority.
Wait,
correct?
So are you saying because he won the majority of like young white males, that means that the Democrats are attacking young white males? So let me ask you a question. So because Kamala Harris,
guys like this give me a lot of hope for the future.
When the majority
is what I mean. I'm not trying to be like condescending. What Dean's like got to be like damn near 21, 22
of votes from black individuals. Does this mean that Republicans are attacking black individuals?
In a lot of ways, a lot of Republicans were.
Okay, so you think that the Republican Party is racist? Got it. Now, please tell us, why did you vote for Donald J. Trump?
So I voted for Trump because foreign policy, and I mean, especially foreign policy, but also, economic policy and just his overall direction of how he's heading the country.
Sure, I'll ask you a really simple question. Where do you want to start? Foreign policy, domestic policy, economic policy, or direction of the country?
No, foreign policy, yeah.
Oh, yeah, please tell me. Why is, like, give me one bit of Donald Trump's foreign policy that is good, because I don't know. Whenever I'm evaluating his foreign policy, I get very scared, and I think it's very bad. For instance,
okay, so you're going to bring up the ethnic cleansing, right?
Yes, of course. I'm going to bring up the ethnic cleansing in the Trump Gaza. Yeah. That's crazy.
And you're very pro-Palestine, I'm guessing, right?
I am pro-Palestine.
I mean, just assuming from watching it, yeah. I mean, why is that? I'm just curious,
Because I don't like it when innocent humans die or get their human rights violated.
Me too. I agree.
Speaking in the context of Donald Trump's plan to ethnically cleanse 2.1 million Palestinians off the Gaza Strip, we could agree that that's insane, right?
No. I mean, listen, the statues and whatever he posted on Twitter was crazy, of course. But I think his unwavering.
Oh, my bad.
So now you're going to bring up war crimes. I can bring up. Of young white males, Donald Trump won that vote.
Okay.
You're outside of the majority,
Wait,
correct?
So
Republicans were.
Okay, so you think that the Republican Party? Ask you a really simple question. Where do you want to start? Foreign policy, domestic policy, economic policy, or direction of the country?
Show this guy.
No, foreign policy, yeah.
Oh yeah, please tell me. Why is like? Give me one bit of Donald Trump's foreign policy that is good, because I don't know. Whenever I'm evaluating his foreign policy, I get very scared, and I think it's very bad. For instance,
okay, so you're going to bring up the ethnic cleansing, right?
Yes, of course. I'm going to bring up the ethnic cleansing in the Trump Gaza. That's crazy.
And you're very pro-Palestine, I'm guessing, right?
I am.
I mean, just assuming from watching it, yeah. I mean, why is that? I'm just curious,
Because I don't like it when innocent humans die or get their human rights violated.
Me too. I agree.
Speaking in the context of Donald Trump's plan to ethnically cleanse 2.1 million Palestinians off the Gaza Strip, we could agree that that's insane, right?
No. I mean, listen, the statues and whatever he posted on Twitter was crazy, of course, but I think his unwavering support for Israel, especially Israel being a strong ally of ours, I think that's not a bad thing.
Wait, so do you think that his unwavering support for Israel, literally bowing the knee to Netanyahu, who has multiple international arrest warrants out for him?
Bowing the knee is
I just want to clarify.
Bowing the knee is kind of crazy.
He's absolutely bowing the knee. Are you fucking kidding me? He's absolutely controlled by Israel. But I want to go to move on to my next question. So you think that overwhelming support for Israel trumps preventing the intentional ethnic cleansing of 2.1 million humans, giving them no right to return to their home by our hand?
I mean, listen, the situation they're in right now is not safe. I mean, they're getting bombed constantly, which obviously is not for no reason. Israel is in a war with Hamas.
So their living situations are unsafe.
Palestinians are not safe in Gaza. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So
it is interesting to hear this breakthrough to just the normies. So
I'm guessing that you believe that
he's using a keyboard that I think I had when I was
ethnically cleansing them isn't necessarily bad.
Had to be 6.
Is it increases their quality of life, right?
Oh no, is it happening, that whole thing where kids are using like technology like kind of ironically oh wait, CDs, yeah. I saw that
I mean,
recently.
for the time being. I'm not saying, take them out of their land forever.
Oh, well, that's what Trump said. In a Fox News interview, he said that the Palestinians would have no right to return to the land. I'd also like to say here, do you know that if you were alive during the time of the Civil War and American slavery, you'd be a Confederate?
I would definitely not be a Confederate.
Yeah, you would. I can tell you
do
why.
not agree with anything the Confederacy did.
No, I could tell you why you'd be a Confederate. Are you curious?
Please tell me, because I definitely do not support slavery, if that's what you're trying to put in my mouth.
You're actually repeating the most popular Confederate ideology on the live as we speak right now. The most popular argument from the American South for slavery was that if we were to stop enslaving African Americans, it is the case that they would have nowhere to get food from.
Listening to the people that call in, they know nothing.
Have nowhere to get shelter from, have nowhere to get water from.
The thing is, Bloodstone, like, as much as I want to be a condescending dick about this, that's America.
They're living.
Like, this is where we have to be very careful about not condescending so much to them that they just stop engaging.
In conditions would be,
or they just double down on their shitty ideologies.
Of course, nobody would hire them.
Like, that's the one thing that I like. I kind of have a problem with, like, some of like the outcomes of these shows.
But
I don't know. I like this guy so far. Like, the way that he's handling it is pretty.
And their living
we're not proposing
significantly brutal. And if we just continue to enslave, right, the Africans, at least they'll have food, at least they'll have warm shelter, at least they'll have water, etc. So, in a sense, violating their human right to self-determination insofar as not being another human's property is justified and not necessarily crazy, because it increases their quality of life compared to the quality of life that they'd have if we didn't. And the reason I say you'd be a Confederate if you were alive during American slavery is because you were using that same idea to now justify the ethnic cleansing of the Palestinians. You're basically saying that, yes, it is ethnic cleansing. You're basically saying that, yes, this is wrong, but it's not crazy, because if we don't ethnically cleanse them, their living conditions will be worse. All that I need to do is posit one.
Well, that's what Trump's saying. He's literally saying that. Like, he's just like, it's already been destroyed, so we need to send them to Libya. Libya has at least got some good land for them. We're going to rebuild. You think they're actually going to let them back in after they rebuild those? Like the hotels? Yeah, sure they will. As staff.
We could do one relevant alternative to ethnically cleansing the Palestinians, then all of a sudden it's crazy. Like, for instance, I disagree with ethnic cleansing, but if Trump is going to ethnically cleanse anybody, why doesn't he ethnically cleanse the IDF government? Boot him out. Get him out of there. You know what I mean? All of a sudden, right, we don't see Gaza and Palestinians getting bombed, attacked, and killed. We destroy and get rid of and dismantle the IDF government with the same strong foot that he wants to take down upon the Palestinians on the Gaza Strip. And then all of a sudden, 2.1 million humans don't have their human rights violated. So even under your own worldview, as there is at least one relevant alternative to ethnically cleansing the Palestinians to stop the fighting and to stop the death and to stop the war crimes, it's back to being crazy.
Oh, okay. So now you're going to bring up war crimes. I can bring up war crimes. You want to bring up war crimes?
You're going to bring up something that doesn't respond to my point to argue that you instantiating that the ethnic cleansing of the Palestinians isn't necessarily a bad thing. I get it. You probably
listen, Dean. They did it to themselves, Dean. They did it to themselves.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. All the Palestinian 5-year-old girls living in Gaza really did it to themselves. Yeah. Fucking hell. Get out of here. You're so cringe, dude.
Obviously not the little kids, Dean. It's who's governing Gaza right now? Do you know?
Hamas.
Oh, there we go. Good job.
Okay, so let me get this clear. If you have a leader that is doing bad things, you brought bad things onto yourself in turn, right?
I mean, do you know what Hamas has done? Do you know?
So
I just want to clarify.
I just want to clarify. So because Donald Trump, our government, our leader wants to go into the Gaza Strip and do bad things by ethnically cleansing 2.1 million humans. If Hamas got on planes and came into America and started killing and ethnically cleansing all of us, it would be completely justified, and we would have done it to ourselves because our government, right?
I don't think you understand.
I got some herb.
how this war started and why it's going on.
I want you to respond to what I just said, because it is a direct application. It is me applying your logic to something else, and you absolutely disagree with it.
No, 'cause it's a stupid
just listen to me.
analogy.
Listen to me. It's not at all. It's not a stupid analogy at all. You're arguing that Hamas is doing bad things. You're arguing that was a democratically
Yes,
elected.
they have. Can you at least acknowledge that?
Yes, of course.
Can you acknowledge
I'm
that
not.
God, to be this well-rounded as a fucking like 20-something, that's wild.
I'm not fucking pro Hamas. Thank you so much. And you're saying because they were democratically elected amongst the people that the Palestinians therefore brought the ethnic cleansing of themselves.
I was trying to
onto
hold you a
themselves.
standard that is unrealistic.
I want to clarify that if Donald Trump did the bad thing of ethnic cleansing 2.1 million humans living on the Gaza Strip, which then led Hamas to invade America and kill innocent Americans, ethnically cleanse innocent Americans, that would be justified. It wouldn't be crazy, and we would have all brought it upon ourselves as Donald Trump is our democratically elected leader, right?
Listen, Dean, if quote-unquote ethnically cleansing Palestine would save more Palestinian children, would you be for it?
After you respond to my argument, I'll respond to yours.
Okay, please give me your argument again.
No, I've already given it to you twice. Why don't you listen the first 2 times? Oh my God. I mean, it's serious. Why? I hate it when people just don't listen to what I say even after I repeat it twice.
I didn't hear what you said. Can you just repeat like simply what you in simple terms without fucking babbling for 3 minutes, 4 minutes?
Would you prefer,
make it pretty clear?
Would you prefer me to use polka dot?
No, it's literally just him spacing out. This is the problem. As somebody who gets high and does this, this is kind of part of the problem with that. It's you just space out and you're not actually learning anything.
You're funny.
I think I have that little difference on most of these people where it's at least I still have my ability to learn when I get high. That's why I am confident enough to do this.
A very sad description of reality. Typically, people that defend ethnic cleansing aren't that smart.
I don't defend ethnic cleansing. I care about the Palestinian children.
You unironically.
You just don't understand why.
I do just want to point it out that you did.
And you're not on the right side.
A moment.
I'm sorry.
You did unironically defend ethnic cleansing. You said that the people of Palestine brought it on themselves as they democratically elected Hamas to be their leadership, and Hamas is doing bad things. Yes, it is absolutely you defending the ethnic cleansing of the Palestinians, saying that they brought it on themselves. Are you kidding? If you're going to be morally abhorrent, if you're going to hold to very decrepit, depraved, and terrible beliefs, at least have the spine to stand behind them after you say it out loud, man. Come on. We have over 10,000 people watching this live on TikTok and YouTube right now. It is so fucking spineless for you to say that the Palestinians brought it on themselves. That's not crazy, and you support Donald Trump and his plan. But then,
oh, dude, if he can have this debate on TikTok, that means that they're allow me on again.
Say that you don't fucking defend it.
Shit.
Own that shit, bro.
I should have tried to sign in today.
At least in this
support his whole entire plan. I just support that he supports Israel more than Kamala.
You specifically
a lot more.
You specifically supported the ethnic cleansing of the Palestinians.
Temporarily moving them is not ethnic cleansing.
What is ethnic cleansing?
The forceful removal of the people in Palestine for good without letting them come back.
Okay, so I just want to point out the fact that no, there's no sense of temporality that is applied onto the definition of ethnic cleansing. It doesn't matter if it's temporary or permanent. It is ethnic cleansing either way. If you don't trust me, please trust. If you don't trust me, please trust Oxford language. All you or anybody else watching this live has to do is to go to Google, type in ethnic cleansing definition. Oxford language will pop up and it will define it as the forceful expulsion or removal of an unwanted ethnic group or religious group from a society to elsewhere, not stating anything about the permanence of the scenario. But I would like to clarify, if you do think that ethnic cleansing must be permanent, do you think that Hitler ethnically cleansed Polish individuals during the Holocaust and during World War II, since Polish individuals had the right to return to Poland following the downfall of Nazi Germany?
Yes, of course. Hitler was a horrible man.
Oh,
and I'm not comparing. And if you're comparing the Israeli government to Hitler, you're crazy.
No, I'm literally just giving you a response to your argument, and you're too incoherent and unintelligent to follow. Would you like me to repeat it for you once more?
At home.
Sure, Dean.
Yeah, you said.
Nah, he'll learn. Okay, so yeah.
Ethnic cleansing must be permanent in order for it to be ethnic cleansing. It is the case.
He needs to be careful with that shit.
That I think Hitler did ethnically cleanse.
He'd be a much better not better, but more effective debater if he didn't do the ad hom bullshit. But I get where he learned it.
Individuals from Poland in World War II and in the Holocaust. However, they did have the right to return to Poland following the downfall of Nazi Germany, meaning that it was only quote unquote temporary, which under your definition would not be ethnic cleansing. So,
because honestly, that's the type of shit that gets people to just be like, fuck this.
Please tell me. Do you defend your
Do you know how many
cleansing as
Palestinians
would
have
apply to
left,
Polish
have left
individuals?
Gaza? Do you know how many Palestinians have left Gaza on their own terms?
I don't mind
Do you know?
answering your question after you answer mine. Yet another pivot, sir.
God. Yes, I guess if you force them to move temporarily, I guess it still classifies as ethnic cleansing. You're right.
Great. And now here's the cherry on top. It's not temporary for the Palestinians. Once again, Donald Trump said in a Fox News interview that they would have no right to return.
No right to return. Okay. Well, I mean, if they're going to elect officials like Hamas to govern them, then they shouldn't be allowed to return.
Okay, this idiot really does buy all the propaganda, doesn't he?
Great.
I mean,
this just goes
they're
back to my
electing a
first question.
terrorist organization.
This just goes back to my first question that you obviously didn't give a response to either, which was, well, you think that Hamas has like done bad things by like killing Israelis, et cetera.
Can you at least acknowledge that they're a terrorist organization?
Bro, dude, I don't defend Hamas. I do think that Hamas is doing a bunch of bad things. I'm not pro-Palestinian because I'm pro-Hamas.
Do you think that they started this war?
Bro, listen, no, I don't. I'm not pro-Palestinian because I'm not pro-Hamas. Because I'm not pro-Palestinian because I'm pro-Hamas. I'm pro-Palestinian because I'm pro-humanity. And when I say that I don't think that Hamas started this war, all that I'm denoting is that October 7th was not the start of not the start of conflict, killing and death between Palestinian and Israel. And I mean, that's just a historical take. If you do think that Hamas started this war,
it wasn't an ad hominem, though. It was just an insult
on October 7th in 2021.
So he's just being.
You're not taking on some like virtuous take. You're just taking on an ahistorical take, and you're not in alignment with truth.
So you want to go back?
Question. Wait, going back in history is literally what you have to do in response to your question. Because you said, do you think that Hamas started this war? You have to go back in history to understand the answer to said question.
Yeah, I'm happy to go back in history. I'm happy to go back in history.
I'm going to ask you the same question they asked you before. You said that you do not think that Palestinians should have a right to return since they democratically elected Hamas, which is doing bad things. Okay, well, the ethnic cleansing of 2.1 million human is a bad thing. If Donald Trump ends up doing this after being democratically elected by the people, would you be okay with Hamas coming into America, ethnically cleansing us, forcing us to go elsewhere? And would you say that we justifiably have no right to return because our democratically elected leader has done bad things? Answer the question, please.
No, I wouldn't agree. I wouldn't agree with Hamas ethnically cleansing America. Obviously not.
Why? Our leader's doing something bad. Don't we deserve it? Just like the Palestinians?
What is he doing that's bad?
Yeah, like the...
I don't agree with you.
Of 2.1 million humans. He raped a woman. He took human rights away from 66.6 million American women and girls. 60 great victims per day are denied access to abortion because of him.
Now you're going to bring up abortion?
Yeah, I'm going to bring up the fact that impeding upon a woman or a girl's access to abortion in the first 20 weeks of their pregnancy for any reason.
You don't even have to call it abortion. You can just call it murder. You know?
Why is abortion murder, sir?
Why is abortion murder?
Yeah, you're
well,
right.
I mean, do you think killing? I mean, the babies that are getting killed in Gaza, you obviously think is murder, but I guess you don't think the babies that are getting killed in America are murder.
So
you know,
I would appreciate if
you can't differentiate.
Well, I do know what the differentiation.
How can I define murder? I mean, killing innocent babies, I would define as murder.
Okay,
for sure.
So that's an example. Give me a definition of what murder.
Well, this idiot doesn't realize that he is pro-ethnic cleansing. Like, he thinks that it's like, oh, just, you know, it's kind of like cleaning up a room where you just, you know, take the stuff out, you put it in the corner there, and then you bring it back in. He fails to realize that there's no putting them back in.
Murder is.
And that's where I'm a little more sympathetic, where it's like, no, people are just that stupid.
Killing the innocent? Is that not a good definition? I don't know the exact fucking.
Okay, killing that's innocent, sure. So
and that's where, like, I don't want to use the term re-educate, but, like, you know,
just a quick question.
That's kind of what it is, though. You have to re-educate people. You have to, like, you have to break them from their, like, set ideologies, and doing that, like, with condescension and just being like, oh, you didn't know.
Question: do you think,
like, that doesn't work? Trust me. I know
that doctors.
I don't like being condescended to. It's one of my, like, least favorite things.
That pull the plug on brain dead patients in the hospital, ending their life support, terminating their life, are murderers since they killed the innocent.
I mean, they're not gonna fucking come back to life. I mean, they're brain dead.
What do you mean by come back to life? What's life? Because I thought that you're referencing life in a biological sense.
When
they are alive
in the womb,
speaking.
when the baby's in a womb and you wait 9 months, the baby will be
This guy's an idiot.
born and will have a long, healthy life.
Okay. The guy on the phone is a certifiable idiot.
So what's life?
What's life? Sentience.
Sentience is life? Okay. Well, then guess what? A fetus is fucking dead before 20 to 24 gestational weeks.
Okay, but it will gain
Hey, how about you shut the
sentience.
fuck up?
It will gain
Wait,
sentience,
Shut up while I speak. If you think that life is defined as sentience,
all right,
well, then a fetus
maybe
is
I take
dead
back what I said
before
about
20
the
to
ad hoc.
24 weeks. You can't murder a dead thing. Therefore, even
That's
under
got-
your own view,
It's not
abortion's
dead.
murder.
It's not a fetus. You're
Well,
saying
now you're contradicting yourself. You think a fetus is dead because you define life as sentience.
It's still living.
Okay,
we're talking
wait. So you could be living without life? That's completely incoherent.
No.
Wait. So I just want to
Remember, these
clarify.
sorts
You
of
can't
debates
be
are
living
more for the audience than the call.
without life, right?
Maybe that's when they'll be more interesting to me, is when they are actually like, you know, trying to change each other's minds and act like, instead of just doing this for fucking infotainment.
Listen, Dean.
As somebody who does infotainment, like, that's the one thing that I hope I can bring to this, is like my authenticity, as much as that's a fucking such an annoying thing. Because like, when you have a marketing person just be like, yeah, you have authenticity, it's just like, ew.
So I just want a yes or no. I want a yes or no. I want a yes or no.
That
I'm going to
happens.
mute you in 5, 4, 3. Good boy, you stop talking. Can you be living
And
without
immediately I was just like, can you not
life?
Like, email me again?
No, obviously not.
Okay, you define life as sentience, right?
Didn't need you before, don't need you now.
No, I mean, yes, but...
So then you can't be living without sentience, right?
Listen, a fetus...
So then you can't be living without sentience, right?
He makes a good point.
What is up, Carson? Did he vote for Trump?
Yeah, I did.
All right, Carson, why the hell did he do that?
Couple of reasons. Basically, I'll get into that 100%. I wanted to start with why, and I've been commenting on your last TikTok on the other page. Why do you think Kamala Harris lost the election?
Yeah, because I think that a lot of Americans baselessly associated the inflation and other negative economic implications caused by the pandemic with the Biden-Harris administration unjustly, sorry.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that at all. So, I'm 21 years, wasn't able to vote in the 2020 election. I was in 7th fucking grade for the 2016 election. And I think just based off of my viewpoints at that time in 7th grade, obviously I was not informed enough to even be considering voting. I was almost near voting age during the 2020 election. I probably would have voted for Joe Biden if I could have. I voted for Trump, and I went back and forth on that decision for
All right, this guy actually kind of interests me.
weeks, and I still go back and forth on
Like, with the way that he approaches politics. See, like, this is what I was talking about. The normie. This is them.
on it today. I think
they don't engage with politics daily. They engage with politics maybe 2 to 3 days, like every 4 years.
One of the main reasons is how the Democratic Party made
Where they
me
get
and
reminded that they even need to be engaged.
other young male voters feel.
Okay, yeah, real quick, before I respond to you, for everybody on YouTube, I don't know why the stream was just lagging there. I guess it's back now. My apologies. So you voted for Trump?
It's because YouTube has been having problems. I don't know what the fuck is going on.
Because of how the Dems made you feel. What do you mean?
Well, the Democratic Party just...
I'm mad about that too. That was happening, like, when did you record
at that
this?
point, but that's fine. The Democratic Party...
A month ago?
I feel like the other things that you talked about...
I was about to say, if this was excuse me, if this was 1 day ago, I would have been like, yep.
had a lot to do with how you couldn't vote when you're in 7th grade. I didn't really see the relevance in that, so I'd like...
No, you're right. It wasn't relevant for that part at all. That's fine. The Democratic Party just, and this is not on Kamala Harris at all. Or as a whole, I'm sorry. It is on her, because as the leader of the party, I feel it has a lot to do with just how they attacked young males and predominantly young white males, honestly.
Okay, how was I attacked?
How are you not attacked? I mean, we're like...
seriously, just give me a way that I was attacked, please. As a young white male, I'd love to know. So, go for it.
This has been a talking point, not just by Republican media, like by... Why do you think then? Fine, I'm not even going to get into that. Why do you think that the...
whiny white dudes that feel like they're not getting...
I want you to get into it. Tell me how I've been attacked by the Dems.
Just simply... like the demonization of young white males.
Like how specifically? Could you name a way?
Yeah, I mean, or just seen as misogynistic who have...
Wait, I don't know. I'm not really called misogynistic all too often. I haven't really heard that one, man. At least not me. So maybe if like somebody's calling you misogynistic, it's not because of the color of your skin, what's between your legs,
Dean, I am 100%
your age, etc., but probably because of like the behaviors that you engage with, the virtues that you hold to be the case. Like,
nope. I have never been called misogynistic. I'm more referring to the majority, right? Obviously, you're outside of the majority because the majority of young white males, Donald Trump won that vote.
Okay.
You're outside of the majority, correct?
So are you saying because he won the majority of like young white males, that means that the Democrats are attacking young white males? So let me ask you a question. So because Kamala Harris won the majority of votes from black individuals, does this mean that Republicans are attacking black individuals?
In a lot of ways, a lot of Republicans were.
Okay, so you think that the Republican Party is racist? Got it.
I think that there are many members of the Republican Party.
Wait. We're actually gonna go and turn this back on you. Kamala Harris also won the majority of the woman vote, which means that the Republican Party is misogynistic, meaning that you, as a Republican, are what?
Again, we can't.
Crazy. So it's funny how you actually justify, right?
Hold on,
the biases that you were perpetuating on this live to be so false to be true in the use of your own logic. That's crazy.
I never said I was belonging to the Republican Party. I did say, however, that I could go back and forth.
That's where I have a problem. I also don't like doing that because I do have, like, one of my best friends, right? He's not a Republican. He's voted for Trump. He's not a Republican. You guys met, again, one of my close friends, Kate Chaos. She is also not a Republican, voted for Trump. So, like, this is why I get kind of mad when people are just like, oh, so you voted for Trump, you're a Republican. You're not going to change their minds if you keep doing this thing where you're just like, oh, you made a bad decision and you got to be held to that.
Fourth, either way, like I was moderate. I would have voted for Joe Biden in 2020.
So
you've still just so he can feel a little more smug for his TikTok debate.
Tell me, wait, how
Come
Dems are
on,
attacking
man.
white guys. You said like calling them misogynistic.
See, this is where I'd rather give up the view. I'd rather give up the fucking like exposure to change the guy's mind.
I've never heard a single Democratic politician step in front of a mic at a press conference in the White House or elsewhere on any media in the mainstream and be like, yeah, all you young white guys, you're all misogynistic. I've never heard anybody say that.
No one has. I never said all of them.
So then how did the Democrat Party attack all young white guys for being misogynistic? I'm so confused.
Why do you think Kamala Harris lost the young white male vote?
Okay, I can answer your question after you explain the answer to my question 5 minutes ago. Like, I just still want to know more about what you said. You said that Donald Trump got that young white male vote because Democrats were attacking young white guys, calling them misogynistic. How are Dems calling young white guys misogynistic for being young white guys?
I cannot think of a specific example at this time.
Okay, well then give me a specific example of Dems attacking young white guys.
Again, that was what the liberal media was pushing that point at the exact time.
Well, okay, then no, I've never seen any liberal media in the mainstream say that every single young white guy is misogynistic.
Yeah, and no one's saying every single young white guy.
So then what are they saying specifically? Please be specific.
Why did majority of the young men white vote? And I'm not saying that's
why do you not want to like explain your answer about how young white guys are getting attacked? Come on.
Because I can't explain it. I don't do this for a living like you do.
So you just kind of like felt like you were being attacked by the Dems?
No, I honestly didn't feel that way at all.
So then why did you vote for Trump?
Oh, okay. Maybe I did feel that way.
So you felt that way with no reason. What happened to facts over feeling, man? No more facts over feelings? No more of that? That kind of went out the window in 2016?
See, not everybody's like that. I'm trying to be better about that.
2016.
I don't know. I know that I'm placing a lot of my expectations for myself on this kid and like everybody else on the left. So that, you know what, I might not be being fair. Also, how in the hell is he not using a phone case? What in the what?
Point on.
Yeah, what do you want?
Why you feel that certain demographics voted one way versus the other.
Well, I'll answer your question about young white guys. And I mean, I've kind of like shared these thoughts with like GQ, New York Times.
Yeah, and
I've been asked about this a lot.
I've followed you for very long, so I was just wondering.
So the reason why I think that a lot of younger white guys are straying further to the right is because of a lack of critical thought, education on important issues, and the fact that the Democrat Party, more so on the left, wants to make sure that equality is apparent in America. And right now, demographics in which are deserving of extra special attention to achieve equality in the future are not young white guys. So young white guys don't feel like they're getting a lot of attention from the left. Meanwhile, if you're a young white guy and you go on the internet and you follow somebody like Nick Fuentes, somebody like Andrew Tate, somebody like Myron Gaines, well, then all of a sudden you're the most important person that's ever existed ever because you're a young white guy. So like, obviously, when we see like this very, very
Oh, well said, Bloodstone. Young white males are facing the same issues that white supremacists and religious zealots face, and that's not that they're not getting their way and they're pissed about
bad.
It. Well said.
Environment where young white guys don't feel like they're getting a lot of attention from people on the left. Young white guys are the focal point of attention from a lot of people on the right, like the three names I just mentioned. And we're not advocating for education on things such as systemic racism, homophobia, misogyny, sexism, etc. The individuals are less likely to understand why the left focuses on more marginalized or oppressed classes in America, groups of individuals in America, that is going to make more young white guys sway to the right. And that's why I think more young white guys sway to the right.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that at all. I mean, another side of things that I thought, and looking back on it, like I change my mind every day on it, and I probably still would change my mind. There's a lot of Republican policies.
Nice sign.
Not
I
Donald Trump
appreciate that. Kaz is going to a protest tomorrow. Unfortunately, I don't think I'm gonna be able to make it, bro.
Policies.
I mean, 12 to 2, 12 to 2. I've got a contractor coming out.
Republican policies that lean more moderate that I do
Actually, I have 2 contractors that are going to be here.
agree with. What I just go back to is
Getting a
I
lot
think
done at the
there are
same
too many
time.
people in the Republican Party who don't have enough empathy, who do not have enough empathy. And that's why the Democrats lost. That's why Kamala Harris lost the election, I think.
I appreciate you.
Kaz, are you part of the
Your
Discord?
evaluation. Why do you think that Donald
Should
Trump
put
is a
that in
better
there.
candidate than Harris?
Yeah, I didn't come prepared to get into that at all. I'm not gonna lie. So didn't come prepared to get into that at all today. That was just kind of the 2 question points I had.
Okay, well,
Thank you.
Yeah, I appreciate you for your time, man. I hope that you have a good rest of your day.
Dean has a pretty good channel. I got to give it to him. All right. All right, what time is it? Oh, shit. So many debates. Damn. Everybody's doing debates. All right. Well, now I'm kind of less inclined. Guys. You know what? All right, I just found something where I'm debating. I should probably just cover it tomorrow because I'm not going to have a lot of time tonight. I do have to get going pretty soon. You know what? I'll just make the announcement. Screw it. So tomorrow is going to be the Jordan Peterson Jubilee reaction. It's going to be a Twitch-only affair. So if you do not already follow on Twitch, please make your way over to my Twitch page, which is... Wait, where the fuck is my stream? Really? There we go. Boom. Here you go. Also, if you guys can or would consider helping out the channel, here is the link to do so. This is the best way to do it. This will help me see in the future. Also, I want to give a special thanks to everybody that helped me get to the goal with my mom's excuse me, my mom's memorial fund. Yeah, it meant a lot to me. So, oh, real quick, that's right, Unimoogle. She found some Pokemon cards, so that's like something we do randomly here. So, by the way, if you're new here, if you haven't hit that like button and subscribe to the channel, please do. Also follow over on Twitch. I really appreciate it. But for now, Pokemon. Let's see what's up. All right. Ooh, that's a fat kitty. Quite literally. I know what you're thinking. I know you. Oh. Oh, nice. Char Cadet. It's actually a good card. Clang. Yes! Alright, I needed one of these. Area 0. Minion. We have fun here. That we do. Rapid dash. Ooh, here we go. Here we go. I needed him. Hell yeah. Good pull. Caracosta. Yeah. It's exciting when you even find the old stuff now. Yeah. Stellar Crown. This is like, what, 3 sets ago. But that's okay. We have fun here. Yeah, we do. All right, guys. Speaking of having fun here, I have had fun, but it's time for me to wrap up stream because I've got to go eat. I've been having a little bit of an issue with remembering to do that, so I really do appreciate you guys. As we wrap up the week here, I just wanted to give a shout out to all of you guys again for helping out with the my mom's memorial and reaching that goal. I really appreciate everybody that contributed. I also want to just say I love y'all, and like for real, you guys are awesome. But with that being said, I want to play this song by Kirk and then head on off.
I got pillies on my mind, coding with me all the time. I can't go anywhere without you, never leave you behind. Medicine is in my veins, Percocet all in my brain.
Oh, wait.
Yeah, I'm not ever the average. This just got me feeling insane. Feeling all the pieces, and don't let me down now. Never had a reason to not keep you around, oh. Trying to make it easy for me to be the best in me. This shit breezy, the pillies help me regulate. I got what you want, that's the realest on the plug. Yeah, the money.
You know what? Hold on. I just realized I have permissions. We're gonna do a little bit of a music segment. I don't have to go just yet.
Got a milli from our act, yeah. Feeling all the pieces, and don't let me down now. Never had a reason to not keep you around, oh. Trying to make it easy for me to be the best in me. This shit breezy, the pillies help me regulate.
Oh, finally. Oh, we get to listen to the fucking awesomes. The awesome songs. Alrighty.
Tell me why I gotta end though. Playing with a heart like I was playing a Nintendo. Using her for money and a mule for slinging benzo. She ain't even special, I got 20 in the bando. Tell me why.
This is kind of celebratory. This is my favorite jam from Kirk. So.
Using her for money and a mule for slinging benzo. She ain't even special, I got 20 in the bando. I know it's wrong, but I need this to work. Cause I'm cashing out dirt, she gon' put in the work. I got plenty of baddies who fucking with Kirk. Got them passing out perks, never trying to be Kurt. I took away all her pride, I said she was mine and I make her my bride. I made her work heavy, it's making me cry. I thought making money was all of my life. I changed what I did if I wasn't this rich. I made all this cash off it thanks to this bitch. She should've been cautious and seen all the signs. She ain't going anywhere, one of us dies. Tell me why I gotta end though. Playing with a heart like like I was playing a Nintendo. Using her for money and a mule for slinging benzo. She ain't even special, I got 20 in the bando. Tell me why I gotta end.
Ooh, Kaz, drop that picture of your sign in the general in the Discord. Guys, got some fire.
Pimp, no robbing, I'm blind like I'm popping a pimple. Breaking the ice with a bottle of Winslow, making it hot so I open the window. Giving me Arthur Penn, Bonnie and Clyde vibes. We got them tickets, we taking a night ride. Stolen Bugatti, a Smith 45. My bitch is collateral, take her alive. My contrabandista, pills in the keister. Making a whole lot of dough, senorita. This business is always, she walking sideways. She wanted different, but it's gonna be my way. Tell me why I gotta end, though. Playing with her heart like I was playing a Nintendo. Using her for money and a mule for slinging benzo. She ain't even special, I got 20 in the bando. Tell me why I gotta end, though. Playing with her heart like I was playing a Nintendo. Using her for money and a mule for slinging benzo. She ain't even special, I got 20 in the bando.
For anybody that doesn't understand the context of Tim Pepper right now, they're just like, why is this douchebag dancing with a puppet?
Tell me why I gotta end, though.
Oh, we need one more. I need one more. Let's see. What do we got? What do we got? What do we got? Maverick. He's gonna kill me for this. He doesn't like this song. Wait. No, this is the one he likes. I can't tell anymore. He's always just like, the song sucks.
I'm a top-notch boy with them top-notch bitches. Come and rock that boy. If he coming for my profits, got to walk that poise. Nothing gonna be a problem. I'm a psycho boy, lampshade from your skin. I'm ballin'. I'm a blackout boy. Tell me what you wanna do. I'm a S-class goon. Fuck your mama, what it do? Roger, test 1, 2. Black ops sneaking in your room, cut you up and make examples for the homies in your crew. I gotta chill with the evidence, losing my mind when I'm not on my medicine. One at a time, I'ma loosen. You don't got a taste of my chrome, and you already know that you lost in the snow. Got a whole lot of girlies, they rocking with me, cause they know I'm a threat to they other homies. Making money, I'm hungry for everything. Yeah, my candle's still lit, so I'm still in the scene. If you need it, I got it, I'm always around. If I front and you duck, you gon' be in the ground. Playing funny with money, it make you a clown. Playing funny with money, it make you a clown. Realist in the business, I'm a savage, not the one to cap your homies, but the one to kill your daddy. Yeah, I'm all up in your crib, I'm straight up fucking on your baddie. Eat the food up out your fridge, you know they calling me the Maverick.
The wildest moment I had recently was he showed up in my playlist, and like I kind of forgot where I was like, oh, it's Kirk. Oh shit, it's Kirk. Like that's how I knew. I was just like, oh dude, you're so fucking legitimately in my music's like circle. Like he already was, but like the fact that I forgot it was Kirk. That's why. Which follow if you haven't already.
Roger, test 1, 2. Black ops sneaking in your room, cut you up and make examples for the homies in your crew. I gotta chill with the evidence, losing my mind when I'm not on my medicine. One at a time, I'ma loosen. You don't got a taste of my chrome, and you already know that you lost in the smoke. Got a whole lot of girlies, they rocking with me, cause they know I'm a threat to they other homies. Making
you know, someone tried to like make a criticism where they're just like, yeah, you know, there's so many people out there on Spotify, it's hard to differentiate. I'm like, nah, if you listen to lyrics, I mean, immediately he's just like, damn. You can tell this shit's personal. Your fridge, you know they calling me the Maverick. Yeah. Uno más? Uno masu. Yeah, I'm in the mood. Screw it.
Calling out and settled on a weekend.
This is the first song they brought to
Come
us.
on over if you need it. I'll break you, we mix it up and then repeat it.
I remember he's like, hey, can you tell me what you think of this? And I was just like,
calling you up is
this
not
is
a
you?
problem. Give you everything. I
And I'll
got
be
you, got
honest,
desires.
I was a
I'm
newer
solving. We could chill
still
out
am a newer
by
streamer,
the ocean,
but
sipping gin right out the bottle.
I was like fresh to this, so I was just like, oh, I'm not sure if I'm the one to like really give this feedback, but immediately I was like, whoa, okay, never mind. Like this is like this is fire.
Give you anything you need. Grab your hand and take the lead. Show you what you want to see.
Yeah, if you don't
There's
already
something
follow
about
Kirk,
the
please
way you move. Ain't no one do just what you
You're listening
do.
to
Can't keep
WPEP
everyone away
Radio.
from you.
You're listening to Kirk.
It's not like me to be lost in space.
We do get.
But you make
I
me
don't know.
wanna see
He should
your
include his
face.
like last name. I don't
There's
know.
something about the way you taste.
Not gonna be that. That dude,
Chilling with you
of
makes
That
me
Talks.
wanna
There we go.
lose it. I can't believe you here with me. You are my music. Nothing like you. I won't try not to abuse it. I tell you, you're my only drug. You keeping me lit. Showing you what is my desire. Always
Where am
by
I
your
smoking
side. So
next?
when you need me, I put out the fires. Never felt the feeling
Gelinade.
quite the strongest.
Nice.
Something I admire. Taking hits
Good one.
and you inhaling everything to get me higher. Fucking up the whole night. Seeing all the city lights. Driving truck, ain't gonna lie. We ain't never gonna die. Told you you can count on me. Give you anything you need. Grab your hand and take the lead. Show you what you wanna see. There's something about the way you move. Ain't no one do just what you
Charlie, what
Can't
up,
keep
dude? I'm not sure if you know him,
everyone
but this is
away
Kirk from chat. Shoot him a follow.
It's not like me to be lost
I
in
left it in
space,
the,
but you
YouTube.
make me wanna see
Oh, I
your
should probably just put this in my
face.
description.
There's something
Like
about
a
the
smart
way
person.
you taste.
There you go. I'll do it one more time. Our dude's mad talented. Or wait. He's East Coast, so he's wicked talented.
I'll break you, we mix it up and then repeat it. I'll tell you there ain't nothing better than
He'd be so mad at me for doing that.
calling you up is not
Be
a
like, no,
problem.
you don't
Give
get to
you
do that.
everything. I got you, got desires. I'ma solve them. We could chill out by the ocean, sipping gin right out the bottle. Mosey on down to the water, fucking you on full throttle. Watching comets in the sky, whizzing by us all night. Smoking OG, getting high, feeling like we bout to fly. Told you you can count on me. Give you anything you need. Grab your hand and take the lead. Show you what you wanna see. There's something about the way you move. Ain't no one do just what you do. Can't keep everyone away from you. Away from you. It's not like me to be lost in space, but you make me wanna see your face. There's something about the way you taste. Way you taste.
Oh. Here. Shopo? Perfect. Oh, I love knowing that I'm not gonna get hit with this. Oh, guys, thank you for following, for subscribing to Kirk. I just saw that he had a little boost there. Appreciate that.
My whip drive like a pole. Might seem a little low.
Dude's gonna go places. Just watch.
Not coming home without a couple racks missing from the bank. I see a bag and I'ma buy it, don't even have to think. You need a one, I'm here to make sure you got all you can take. The bag you want in Cali, fly you out, you ain't gotta wait. You know I'm grand. I wipe my ass with 100 bands. Can't help but notice I'm the man. You wanna be me, but you can't. Act like I'm rich, but I'm a broke. Huh? Ain't got a dollar to my me Joe Schmo. Yeah, got my necklace from the thrift store. Jacket say Gucci, but it's stitched though. My Yeezys really just Oswego. I bring my girls to Papagino. My wrist so cold from my new Fitbit, staying healthy is key. Ain't got no money for that Prada, so I rock plain white tees. My wallet fatter than my homies from the bus.
It's a little weird to be a fan. It's like, dude, this fucking music's so fire.
Got girlies dropping like they flies, cause I smell like a homeless guy. Got my ice made out in soap. My whip dry like a polo. Might seem a little loco. Drop bands like I'm Wells Fargo. Not coming home without a couple racks missing from the bank. I see a bag and I'ma buy it, don't even have to thank. You need a one, I'm here to make sure you got all you can take. The bag you want in Cali, fly you out, you ain't gotta wait. You know I'm grand. I wipe my ass for 100 bands. Can't help but notice I'm the man. You wanna be me, but you can't. Act like I ain't rich, but I'm a broke. Ain't got a dollar to my name, they call me no dope. Driving around in my Camry, photo. Yeah, all the people in my city call me Joe Schmo. Yeah, Schmo.
When you got bars, dude. I mean, he really does, though. There's another one. You know what? We'll do this. Ah. Here. So hungover, I wish I was dead. Been there. Not fun. By the way, guys, we have already had this discourse here, but I'm gonna just get this out of the way. Is no auto-tune. This guy is 100% all in. Somebody recently clued me in that like the music scene right now is really, really hard to break into, specifically like with Spotify or like all the like social media, TikTok, all of it. Which hurts my soul when a dude like this has the like discography that he does, where it, like legit he has like more like hit songs in my life than, you know, half the bands I listen to, where like, again, not just because I'm friendly with him, it's legit because he's just that fucking good. So like, I hate to admit this, I heard one of the new Post Malone songs, and I kind of went, nah, I'm good. I like Kirk. The heavy compression makes it sound like pitch correction, but it's not. It's exactly right, Sylvie. It's wild when you find out that it's just like no, because like one of my first things with him was like we had a chatter accusing him of using autotune, and I kind of like sided with the chatter a little bit, where I'm like, no, you have to be filtered. And he's like, I'm not. Like he swore. He's like, I am not. He's like to the point where he was like, I will give you a raw recording right now, and he did. It was fucking wild. Yeah. This is why I love this guy. He's fucking great. It's also that where he's just like, oh, you want to see? It's that attitude, like, dude. And that's the weirdest part. Like, he's already a very successful guy, you know, but I don't know, man. It seems like his dream, and this is it. Like, this hurts my soul when people are this good at doing something, and it's just like, how are you not, like, making, like, legitimate money at this? Like, especially when you have these idiot right-wing grifters and all, like, the people on YouTube that do it. Like, come on, man. Makes me mad. My ADHD has Crystal on repeat. You all should too. Crystal? Oh, his album. I forgot that's the name of his album for a minute there. Yeah, here it is. Oh, wait. I think we did that one. Yeah, see. No, I got you. I'm just so happy I'm not gonna get hit with this. Because, yeah, that's the thing.
Told you that I will not play. Killed a bitch for less I'm faded. You fucked around and now you know.
Alright, guys. Let's go.
I ain't got time for business.
Oh, by the way, fun, just a fun fact for tomorrow. When I do watch the Jordan Peterson thing, that's going to be a smoke-a-thon. So, ooh, you want to do Quaaludes? Here. All right, here. I'm sorry. I didn't know I was taking requests. Move over. Move over. Move over. There you go. Quaaludes, Quaaludes, Quaaludes. There we go. This will be a test because I know for a fact this is the one that actually like hit my YouTube.
Quaaludes on my mind, bezels got me feeling fine. I want mezclada con ketamina, new kid on the high. Flocka got me losing sight, popping Addies every night. Sprite and lean, I am a fiend, got me headed to the light. Quaaludes on my mind, bezels got me feeling fine. I want mezclada con ketamina, new kid on the high. Flocka got me losing sight, popping Addies every night. Sprite and lean, I am a fiend, got me headed to the light. Simple as that, I made a lot of mistakes. You take all the things that I've done and shove them in my face. I promised I would change, fix the problems that I made, change the policies and come up on God, I would change my way. Feel like I'm doing the time, reminding me that I stepped over the line, defining me from all the things that I said in the past. And you cursing my ass when you look and you cast up a shadow, you trying to hide. I made up a deal with the devil and asked him to settle my demons with me as a kid. I promised I'd change all the things I was doing and pray for forgiveness for what I did. They told me they never forget, I was wasting my time, so I ran from my past and I hid more trouble. The voice is so subtle, my voice got me muffled, no time to explain all the shit. Defining me from all the things that I said in the past. And you cursing my ass when you lurk and you cast up a shadow, you trying to hide. Quaaludes on my mind, bezels got me feeling fine. I want mezclada con ketamina, new kid on the high. Flocka got me losing sight, popping Addies every night. Sprite and lean, I am a fiend, it got me headed to the light. Quaaludes on my mind, bezels got me feeling fine. I got a problem and I don't regret it. You say I'm addicted, but I'm medicated. I told you I don't need no help, but you get it. That you were the problem, I just wanna end it. Never had nothing to show. Tried it, I fell, got me up in the smoke. Making a whole lot of enemies now that I'm back on the drugs and you think I'm a joke. Killing myself and not killing my friends. Everyone says that I always depend. Drugs ain't a cost, they have me to an end. To feel a lot better, I wish I was dead. A life like this ain't even worth all the fight. You think that it is, but you ain't see the light. A couple of pills and I'm flying so high. You don't understand, so I'm saying goodbye. Quaaludes on my mind, bezels got me feeling fine. I want mezclada con ketamina, new kid on the high. Flocka got me losing sight, popping Addies every night. Sprite and lean, I am a fiend, it got me headed to the light. Quaaludes on my mind, bezels got me feeling fine. I want mezclada con ketamina, new kid on the high. Flocka got me losing sight, popping Addies every night. Sprite and lean, I am a fiend, it got me headed to the light.
All right, full disclosure. I'm trying to make a Jordan Peterson emote for tomorrow. I found the perfect picture, but I need this cropped. Does anybody in chat know how to do that? Oh, this would be a good one. Oh, wait, this is already a PNG. Oh, wait. I might be able to actually use this. No, go back. Hold on. All right, let's see. And then, ooh, that could have been bad. I almost hit Dirty Heads, which we don't want to do because that is definitely copyright music. As much as I love me some Dirty Heads. Oh, there we go.
Sometimes I feel like I ain't right. The calling out avoid a single teardrop on my chin. No, the hole inside my soul, the sadness washes over me. No, and tell me I don't know, cause it defines me. And do it sometimes I feel like I ain't right. The calling out avoid a single teardrop on my chin. No, the hole inside my soul, the sadness washes over me. No, and tell me I don't know, cause it defines me. Enough to be alone, hard enough to
All right, guys. Well, I can tell you right now that tomorrow's Jordan Peterson thing over on Twitch is going to be fun. I just developed a new emote. Took a picture and cropped it 3 times. I love the vibe of Kirk's music. It is.
Sometimes I feel like I ain't right.
Like, I'm not even kidding, Bloodstone. If I didn't know Kirk and I heard this, like, this is kind of what bothers me, is as someone who, like, knows him and, like, that's how I, like, came across his music, it's harder for me, like, because I almost wish I could be freshly introduced to this Switch. I mean, knock on wood. Trust me, the way that would happen. Hit your head hard enough.
My head trying to fight me, sad as my face. I look in the mirror and feel the disgrace. Ay, ay, feel out of place. The me from the past already losing the race. Ay, ay, most of my life I wondered if people could see in my eyes. Ay, ay, I know that I cry if I'm feeling alone, yeah, and I wanna die. I wanna die. Suicide on my mind. This is a story of my life. Do or die. I decide what I wanna do this time. Justify, try to hide all the thoughts I have inside. Suicide, suicide. Don't forget you can't rewind. Sometimes I feel like I ain't right. The calling out of voice, a single teardrop on my chin. Though the hole inside my soul, the sadness washes over me. No, and tell me I don't know, cause it defines me. And it was sometimes
the thing about Kirk is, like, I've always appreciated, like, really good lyrics. And as somebody, like, who is not afraid to get, you know, personal is, like, with his art, even this, it's something I really appreciate, like, in people's music, when they're just able to express, like, themselves, like, not just express themselves, like, but actually, like, tell the story of their lives and, like, also how they're feeling. That shit is, that, yeah. And that's the thing, like, I'm sure that, like, trust me, Kirk is very, very humble about this kind of stuff, but I'm gonna be real. When he introduced me to his music, like I was saying, I wasn't sure. Like, I was like, okay, you know, you're a new you're an up and coming artist. Wow. That honestly I've never heard of, and I'm like, this could go one of 2 ways. And the fact that it went, like, so hard the other way, where I'm like, oh no, god damn it, like, now I'm a fan. Gotta say, it's also, like, brought me to this point where I'm like, why? What we need to make you famous. Like, his thumbnail.
You're so cold, so cold, so cold. It's too cold for me to hold, but you sold the door. Oh, yeah. It hurts so goddamn fucking bad when you lost everything you had. Can't watch you fall into the past. Your demons slipping through the cracks. I gave my life up just for you, and nothing's ever gonna prove how much I care about me and you. Shit got me faded. How about you? You lost in static. All cause your habit. You gotta have it. You crave it. A little tasting. You misbehaving. No home to go when you blow through all of your dough. You ain't right now. Your head is fucked up.
Charlie, I'm not sure if you were over on Twitch, but like I said, tomorrow we're going to be doing a special show to watch the Jubilee Jordan Peterson thing. So if you can hop over there, that'd be great. Yeah, that's gonna be fun.
I'm really banking on you now that we gon' find you in the ditch. Too hard to handle all the pain.
I miss Late Show with Craig Ferguson.
You just take another hit, but it's my patience that you drain. So it's goodbye, can't
Me
deal
too.
with it.
My mom loved Craig Ferguson.
So cold, so cold, so cold. You're too cold for me to hold. But you sold your soul for gold. You're so cold, so cold, so cold. You're too cold for me to hold. But you sold your soul for
Oh shit. Ah. Hold on. Damn it. I just screwed up. I was trying to bring something. Wait, what is this?
I really thought it long and hard about the things that I did, all the things that I did. I made excuses for the way I went and fucked with your head. I took advantage of your weakness with the things that I said, the things that I said. I broke a promise for my ego and now my word is dead. My word is dead. I broke a promise for my
break
ego
out the
and now my
skateboard.
word is dead. My word is dead. It's a problem I can't live with every day. I think about it. You can't take another heartache, but I went and I allowed it.
I wasn't good, by the way. I'm still not good. I'm doing Ollie and ride a half pipe, halfway respectively, but that's about it. Yeah.
I never meant to take your bitch. No, I know we friends, but she legit. Oh, nothing to say is gonna fix. No, all of the things me and her did. No, 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 no. But
Wow,
in my defense, I was drunk as fuck, and she was all up on my junk and stuff. I didn't wanna be that guy. No, but man, your bitch is so damn fine. Yeah,
Hearing
she the
the,
finest that I ever seen. I
different
made a
genre
promise
from
I
it.
would keep what we did down on the low, but she a talker with a
Like,
mouth
I know I've heard this
you gotta
before.
know. Can't
It's
really
bothering
ponder
me.
on the past, it ain't healthy
Uh-oh,
for you,
hit that
bro.
point.
If it's any consolation, I'll delete her pics off my phone. I feel you, homie, this shit blows. I ain't even on no puns, but I really fucked up and I know that I ruined all the fun. Though she was the problem from the start, I really got you to see. You should think about the good I did. How about it? Thank you to me. I ain't gonna lie, she was crazy and you knew it. I could see it in your eyes. You need to think about it. Fucking me or with a random guy is bound to happen, so you know just why I did just what I did. But now I'm geeking cause your bitch is now about to have my kid. I never meant to take your bitch. No, I know we friends, but she legit. Oh, nothing to say is gonna fix.
Man, Kirk's out here getting
Things me and her did. No, 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 no. But
making people pregnant.
in my defense, I was drunk as fuck, and she was all up on my junk and stuff.
You guys ready to get pregnant?
I didn't wanna be that guy.
Yeah, what happened to Tracy Morgan?
No, but man, your bitch is so damn fine. Yeah, she the finest that I ever seen. What you going on about? Say what you mean. You think I'm the bad guy when she started with me. I told you I was sorry, this ain't how this shit got to be. Thought that we was homies, I just helped
He literally said this is one of the
meant to take your
ones that he's not proud of.
I know we
but
friends, but she legit.
I don't know, man.
Nothing to say is
As someone who's not like musically talented like this is kind of cool, man.
No. But in my defense,
If this
I
is
was
like your
drunk.
throwaway stuff, fuck. It's kind of wild. Just gonna say, man. What we got here? Oh, here we go. This is how we'll finish the show. All right, y'all.
Tell me why I gotta end, playing with her like I was playing a Nintendo, using her for money and
I
a meal for
am going
slinging
to
benzo. She
take
ain't
off.
even special. I got 20
I appreciate you all being here this week.
Tell me why I gotta end, playing with her like I was playing
Look out for your notifications
using her for money and a
on
meal for
Discord and
slinging
Twitch tomorrow
benzo. She ain't even special. I
for
got 20
the special
in a
stream. I'm going to try and start at 4.
I know it's wrong, but I need this to work, cause I'm cashing out dirt. She gon' put in the work. I got plenty
I have
of
some
baddies who fucking with
housework
Kirk,
being
got them
done,
passing
so
out
there's
perks,
no
never trying to
guarantee
be
on that
Kirk.
one.
I took away
That's why
all
I'm
the
saying
pride.
keep
I
those
said she was
alerts
mine,
on.
and I make her my bride. I made her work heavy, it's making me
Otherwise,
cry.
I really
I'm making
appreciate you
money
guys
was
checking
all
out
my
the stream.
life.
I really
I
appreciate
changed
you
what I
guys
did if
being
I
here this
wasn't this
week, and I
rich. I
really
made all this
appreciate
cash off it thanks to this
anybody that
bitch. She should've been cautious and seen all the
with my
signs. She ain't
mom's
going anywhere, one of us dies. Tell me why
Memorial
I
Fund.
gotta end, playing with her like I was playing a Nintendo,
I
using her
finally
for money and a meal for
get to
slinging
have some closure, so
benzo. She ain't even
that's
special. I got
I
20
really
in the
appreciate it.
bando.
It's not getting any easier.
Tell me why I gotta end, playing with her like
But yeah,
I was playing
I do
a
appreciate y'all.
Nintendo,
Love you
using her
guys. I
for
will see
money
you
and a meal for
tomorrow,
slinging
and if I do not
benzo.
see you
She
tomorrow,
ain't even special.
I'll see you on
I got
Monday.
20
All right?
in the bando. No, I ain't a pimp, no robbing, I'm blind like I'm popping a pimple. Breaking the ice with a bottle of Winslow, making it hot, so I open the window. Giving me all them pimp Bonnie and Clyde vibes. We got them tickets, we taking a night ride. Stolen Bugatti, a Smith 45. My bitch is collateral, take her alive. My contrabandista, pills in the keister. Making a whole lot of dough, senoritas. Business is always, she walking sideways. She want it different, but it's gonna be my way. It's gonna be my way. Tell me why I gotta end, playing with her like I was playing a Nintendo, using her for money and a meal for slinging benzo. She ain't even special. I got 20 in the bando. Tell me why I gotta end, playing with her like I was playing a Nintendo, using her for money and a meal for slinging benzo. She ain't even special. I got 20 in the bando. Tell me why I gotta end,
Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep talks. Pep talks. Pep talks. Let's eradicate the Kung flu. I'm literally coming. Pep talks. Pep talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep talk.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the pep talk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep talk.
I'm literally coming. I'm literally coming.
Pep talks.
We found weapons of mass destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.